All right, we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the debrief, aka Fed Reacts. How are you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I should give me ones if you guys can hear me nice and clear. We got a good amount to get through today, man. What's up, guys? Welcome. Give me ones if you guys can see and hear me well. We are live. We're absolutely live. Welcome to the stream, my ninjas. Happy to have you guys here. It's been a while since we've done a Rico case, man. It has been a while. So this is going to be a good time, man. It's going to be a good time. Welcome to the stream, guys. All right. Boom. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry, guys. I was getting everything set up on OBS. Like, my computer just turned off randomly when it wasn't supposed to. Sorry for the delay. But we are here. I want to give a big shout out to the top of the show to 3 Diglets. He gifted a bunch of subs last stream, and I didn't even see it, man. So Josie spoke to him and thanked him on my behalf. But I wanted to start off the show and say thank you. I really appreciate that, my friend. Shout out to the O/Squad. Shout out to all you guys. Happy to have you guys here. So, yes, man. Let's see here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything in the chat for you guys. And as you guys know, if you guys want to get involved in the show, just super chat MyronGainsX.com. That's the best place and the best way to get involved in the show. I read all the chats there, and it goes a lot towards helping me out with the show, and you know, allows me to keep doing what I'm doing. As you guys know, streaming 6 days a week for you guys on here. So definitely going to be we're gonna keep grinding, guys. We're going pretty well. Channel's growing at a good rate. You know, the OSS is starting to spread far and wide. So and I read all the chats that come through on MyronGainsX.com. So, and we are live on all the platforms right now. X, Rumble, YouTube, etc. So, let me pin these real quick, and then we're going to get into today's thing. Let's see if I missed anything cool. Shout out to all you guys. It's Myron Gaines X, Sir Marcus. That's where it is. I don't know if you could pin messages on X, can you? I don't know if you can. No, you can't. Or you might be able to, but I don't know how to do it. So, whatever. Anyway, welcome to the stream, ninjas. Welcome to the stream. So obviously, how do we get here, right? So the way we got here, guys. This news broke out early last week, and when I saw it, I said, holy shit, we need to cover this, because it's been a very long time since we've had a Rico case. It's been a minute since I've explained a Rico case for you guys. So what is Rico? Let me go ahead and pull this up for you guys real quick. So here it is right here, guys. How do you guys like the setup, by the way, right here? I got this, oh, no, hold on. Put that back over here. Hold on one sec, chat. My ninjas. We going, wireless on this shit. All right, how do you guys like that? Is that better, by the way? This is a new little idea I'm going to try here. Make it a bit more effective. Or do you guys like it the other way, where it's just full screen and then I'm on the bottom corner and I move myself around all crazy and shit all the time? What do you ninjas think? Shout out to Sarah. Would it be only you now for on-Fed Reacts? Well, Angie was here. She's just walking the dogs right now. What are those drinks you drink called? Are those Red Bulls? No, it's Girl of Mine. Girl of Mine. Shout out to you guys. You guys like this display better? That way I don't have to move myself all the time. Because that's kind of been one of the pains and asses. So we'll keep that here, right? And then chat will be here. What do you guys think? Give me ones if you guys like this setup. Give me twos if you guys wanted to go back to how I had it before. Ones if you guys like this. Twos if you guys want me to go back. One if you like this. Two if you want me to go back. You don't see locals in Rumble? Oh, maybe I didn't did I not activate YouTube? My bad. Let me activate YouTube. Ah, shit, I don't think I did. Let me activate the YouTube chat. My bad, chat. All right. Now you're going to see the YouTube stuff popping up. My bad, chat. Yep, there we go. Now it's starting to fly. Welcome, ninjas. So yeah, give me if you guys like it like this, and then the other way. So this is how I was gonna keep it all the time whenever I screen share with you guys, right? The other way is this. I make this big like this. Put the chat back up top right over here like this. This goes over on the bottom right corner. And then this. Oh, what the fuck? My bad. Bruh. Shit's upside down, but you guys get the idea. I'll put it like here. So which one do you guys like better? Do you guys like one better or two better? This is two. Two is like this. One is the other way. You tell me what you guys like. Well, I fixed this shit right here. Yeah. All right, let me do a poll. God damn it. All right. God damn. All right, there you go. I got it right there for you, ninjas. I made a poll, guys. Let me know which one you want better. Yeah. Get this shit out the way. Yeah, let me know which one you guys want better. Because this is what it is now, and this is what I had it before. And then once we figure this shit out, then we're going to start. Put this shit over here. Bam. Chat like that. And view counters up here. This shit over here. And that's it. Let me know which one y'all like better, ninjas. I gotta fix this social media shit real fast. Oop. There we go. Now just put this shit like over here. Yeah, but in other words, your guys' opinions matters. That's why I'm asking you, ninjas. All right. Oh, okay. You guys, oh, wow. You guys like this left side shit. All right. Damn, okay. Y'all prefer this, where it's always like this. All right, let me move this here. Yeah, because your guys' opinions does matter. I want you guys to have the best viewing experience, you know what I'm saying? Trying to improve the show constantly. I should be getting my new switcher very soon too, by the way, ninjas. Oh, what the fuck? That's not what I'm trying to do. I should be getting my switcher very, very soon. 4K switcher. Is that better, ninjas? Move this down a bit, and then move this down. Boom. How y'all like that? Yeah, it looks like one doesn't obstruct the view. One is simple and clean. All right. Cool. All right then, guys. I guess this is the way we will do. We will now do the show where chat is on the left, everything's on the left, so you guys can see everything going on. It's 60%. All right, cool. All right, glad that you guys like that. All right, let's get into it, niggas. Now that you guys got what you guys want. All right, cool. Thank you guys so much, man. Let me end the poll. And do me a favor, guys. Like the video. We got 2,000 you guys in here plus, I think, right now. Almost. Yeah, like 1,700, 1,800 you guys in here. So do me a solid. Like the video, guys. I really appreciate that. We're at 433 likes. Let's get the engagement up. Channel's growing really well. Growing beautifully. So shout out to all you guys. Anyway, okay. So Racketeer Influencer Crypto Organizations Act, RICO, is United States federal law that provides for extended criminal penalties and a civil cause of action for acts performed as part of an ongoing criminal organization. RICO was enacted by the title of the Organized Crime Act Control Act of 1970 and is codified at 18 U.S.C. 1961 through 1968. This article primarily covers a federal criminal statute, but since 1972, 33 U.S. states and territories have adopted state RICO laws, which, although similar, cover additional crimes and may differ from federal law and each other in several respects. Okay. So let's go through history a little bit. Let's go back in time to a different time. Early 1900s, 1920s, 1930s, etc. Prohibition, right? The mafia makes a bunch of money from bootlegging. Okay, as you guys know, alcohol was illegal in the United States back then. And the mafia goes ahead and thrives on the illegality of liquor because the American public still wanted to be able to drink and booze. So during the Prohibition era, the mafia made billions of dollars in today's dollars. Okay, they made millions back then, but in today's dollars, it's billions. Okay? This bootlegging allowed the mafia to become one of the most powerful organized crime syndicates in the United States. Powerful to the point where even J. Edgar Hoover, who's a former head of the FBI, director of the FBI from like 1920 all the way, or 1930, up until damn near the 70s, he couldn't even touch them. Okay? And we know why. If you guys watch my JFK episodes, you guys know that J. Edgar Hoover was heavily compromised. He was gay. He and his co-director, his deputy director, had an affair. And back then, being gay was very problematic to your ability to be able to hold a clearance or have a government job. Right? So they had photos of him like wearing heels and doing suspect things. So Hoover didn't really go after the FBI until who came into office? John F. Kennedy.
Falcon punch!
And when John F. Kennedy took office, his brother, Robert F. Kennedy, who wasn't a corrupt scumbag, went and launched a war against the mafia. Unfortunately, this led to his death, okay? Led to both of their deaths. Because I've explained to you guys before, Joe Kennedy, John F. Kennedy's father, had struck a deal with the mafia to basically tell them, hey, we're not going to bother you guys as long as you get my boys in. And the mafia rigged the election in the state of Illinois and ensured that Kennedy won the election, and he was brought in the 1960 or 1961, right? Now, organized crime went unchecked for many years after this. John F. Kennedy was killed in 1963. Robert F. Kennedy was killed in 1968. But as J. Edgar Hoover started to wean his way out, there became a problem. Organized crime was too goddamn powerful in the United States, okay? So they enacted, what you see here, with the Rico laws, okay? And it's in part because the mafia became too goddamn strong. Because what ended up happening, chat, was they would catch a low-level guy, maybe an associate here, maybe a maid guy here, but they were never able to actually puncture the organization and go after the higher-ups. They were only able to get lower-level guys or guys that were associates. They were never able to get the consiglières, the capos, the bosses, right? So they enacted these statutes where they would target the organization as a business, okay, as an enterprise. And when you're able to attack the business in that way, the organization in that way, you're able to go after the people at the higher end, because now you can establish that they're all committing criminal activity on the benefit of a criminal enterprise, okay? And these laws became critical for United States attorneys' offices all over the country to go after the mafia. The first big successful RICO was done in the 1980s by who? Rudy Giuliani. Okay? And let me see if I could go ahead and get you guys a, let me find a video real quick. He went after the 5 families in New York. Because I really want you guys to understand. We're going over a history class too, because it's been a while since we've done a RICO case, so I'm gonna this is why I like Rudy Giuliani so much. This is actually interesting. So check this out. As you guys know, I had Michael Francis on my show. This is him and Rudy Giuliani talking about it, because Rudy Giuliani actually went after Michael Francis and the mafia. So this is fun. This is amazing. For anyone that's like into mafia stuff, the fact that Michael Francis talked about Rudy Giuliani is crazy. This is the prosecutor that tried to put him in jail forever.
For me, mid-'80s, racketeering law.
Oh, no, this is him talking with Sammy the Bull. This was 3 years ago. Hold on. Hold on, let me go ahead and put this volume up for you ninjas. I already know y'all gonna be like, bro, I can't hear. Been operating in the shadows, guys, for a very long time, right? Literally, La Cosa Nostra in Italian means our thing, which, you know, hey, this is something that we used to do in the old land. This is what we do now. You know, you had to be Italian to be a part of the mob. If you're black or Hispanic or whatever, you can be an associate, but you can't be a maid guy. So when it comes to organized crime in America, guys, these dudes had their fingerprints on everything they were collecting, okay? Because what would happen is they would be extorting people, right? So let's say you have a restaurant in Little Italy, right? They'd be like, all right, look, you can operate your business here, but we're going to get 5-10% of all earnings for the month. And they'd come in and they'd collect, and if you didn't pay, they'd beat you up, right? And no one would say anything because they were terrified, right? So they had their hands on everything. Gambling, sports betting, restaurants, garment district, The vending machines, as you guys could see. So they were making money in many different ways. A lot of times strong-arming their ways into these businesses, these legitimate businesses. But this is how the mafia was able to operate for so long and how they were able to make so much goddamn money and how it was difficult to get them caught, okay? Because like I said before, people didn't want to talk and there was a code of silence, right? Omerta, the code of silence. And also people were terrified. They were absolutely terrified. And it was very difficult to be able to trace back the top guys because you knew who the bosses were, you knew who the underboss was, you knew who the capos were, the consigliere, etc., but you couldn't do anything because you didn't have these laws in place. That's why the RICO laws became so critical to go towards organized crime, because then now you can go after the entire organization, no matter how high up or how low down. Former Assistant United States Attorney, Southern District of New York. Just so you guys know, FYI, this is the guy that let the dancing Israelis go. FYI. This guy right here. He's one of them boys.
There's a separate government that could tax.
He was the head of the Department of Justice's Criminal Division in 2001.
The citizens of New York.
But at the time, he was an AUSA in the Southern District of New York. All right, so this guy was one of the agents that worked on the cases. Now, at the time, it's important for you guys to know, the FBI was going hardcore after the mafia in the 1970s and the 1980s, okay? It was like their number one programmatic area that they were focusing on. So much so that this is why the 9/11 attacks happened. But anyway, so they made a huge concerted effort to go after the mafia once the racketeering statutes were made. In New York in particular, there were 5 crime families. You had Lucchese, Gambino, Bonavides. Wait, okay. You had Gambino. You had Lucchese. You had wow, am I not man, it's been a while since I've done the mafia stuff. Lucchese. Wow. All right, let's pull it up. Man, my sorry guys, I got a brain fart there. God damn, it's been a while since I've done it. Because I did a whole series on this shit, guys. Okay, Bonanno, Colombo, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese. Sorry about that, chat. Right, these were the 5 crime families in New York, the 5 biggest ones. Right, and the point I'm trying to make here is that the FBI had a squad dedicated to each crime family. That's how big this was. Okay, and the FBI squad, guys, is a group of maybe 10 to 20 agents and task force officers that are led by or supervised by what's called an SSA, Supervisory Special Agent. And there was one of these squads dedicated to each crime family, which I used to be an AUSA. Let me read some of these chats. Mangy ENT says, I was wondering if this was similar to 6ix9ine case where the feds heard a credible threat on a wiretap and had to move to pick everyone up sooner than they wanted to. We'll talk about that, Mangy ENT, but it was a Rico case, very similar. Love the concept of watching this 2021 lurking. I just watched Europa, The Last Battle. Have you seen it? I think I need a week to decompress. Oh, yeah. Welcome to the dark side, my friend. That's from KJF. CHD says, hey, Myron, first time tipping. Thanks for donating to RP Thor's GoFundMe. I got you, bro. I got you, man. Of course, going to show some love to Thor. Would it be only you for now on Fed Reacts? I don't know. Let me see here. We got here a question from Myron. I'm 27, making 6 figures, W30K in savings. House hacking, my first duplex, 2 months in it. What is my next move? Save up money and pick up your second house. You're going to have to wait a year, though. Yo, Myron, you wanted me to remind you about Yella Beezy case. Oh, yeah. I will cover it. Murder for hire case, bro. That shit is crazy. Thank you for telling me about it. I will maybe I'll cover it next week for you guys. God says, Myron, do you know where we can buy Mustache Man's book from? Bro, it's going to be hard to find it, and there's many different versions. Yo, Myron, how much of a role did your dad play in being successful when you did realize this? He is the reason I'm successful. My father is the reason why I'm successful, 100%. Realist Ninja, I know. He basically forced me to be successful. So, I will always have an enormous amount of respect for Rudy Giuliani, and I'll tell you guys why. I met him at the RNC, right? And I had a nice little discussion with him. And I had to personally tell him thank you. And the reason why I had to tell him thank you, despite what you guys might think about Rudy Giuliani, yes, I disagree with him on Israel, and I think that shilling for Israel is lame. But one thing I will say is, back in the early 90s, New York City was one of the worst places in America. Matter of fact, instead of me just yapping about it, let me show you guys. Look at how bad New York City was in the early 90s. NYC crime, 1990s, right? Let me show y'all ninjas this shit, bro. All right, so it had, if I'm not mistaken, I think 1990 had the most murders ever. New York City. Oh yeah, the first fucking Zodiac killer wannabe. Hold on. Okay. According to NYPD crime data, New York City most dangerous year of crime compared to 2022 analysis. So, okay. According to NYPD crime stat data, in 1990 there was a total of 527,257 crime complaints. In addition to the number of murders confirmed to Newsweek, the data also shows there were over 3,000 rapes, 100,000 plus robberies, 44,000 felony assaults, and over 100,000 burglary and grand larceny incidents in 1990. Okay? Really bad, as you guys can see here. So, in the 1990s, New York City was terrible. That's where I was living as a kid. My dad was a cab driver. He had been assaulted multiple times while driving a cab. The reason why I like Rudy Giuliani was because he came in and he fucking went hard on crime. He hired more police officers. He became the mayor. He ensured more police officers got hired. He put more of them out on the streets. And quite frankly, he really worked hard to lower the crime rates. And after Giuliani came in to power, it was significantly safer for my dad to drive a cab in New York. So for me, I looked at it like, look, this is huge. This is huge because I remember one time my dad got assaulted so bad, he broke his leg. He drove a cab in a cast for months when I was a baby. So this is how bad New York City was. So this is why I've always been a fan of Rudy Giuliani, because he was critical to cleaning up the streets of New York, which in turn helped keep my father a little bit safer. And that's why I have such an enormous amount of respect for my dad. He refused to take welfare. He refused to take public assistance. He refused to take welfare. He'd rather drive a cab with a fucking cast. That's very important for you guys. Obviously, this doesn't exist anymore, but there was quite a bit of racism towards Italians. I know that sounds crazy to hear, but yes, guys, the racism that some minorities experience now, like, it was pretty bad against the Italians back then. They were looked at as criminals. They were looked at as degenerative mobsters. So, the racism that blacks get somewhat today, Italians got it way worse back then.
Italian American.
That's why they had so many of these, of their own communities. You know what I mean? Was because of the racism towards Italians back then. They were all looked at as criminals.
Had gotten a bad rap, and
a lot of Italian Americans, right? They looked at it as like a personal vendetta, because it's like, bro, you motherfuckers have ruined our image, ruined our culture. You guys make everyone think that we're crooks. So a lot of them look at it like we're gonna come after you. Like, there were a lot of Italian, FBI agents and AUSAs that really want to go after the mafia because they looked at it like these guys, ruin opportunities for our people.
He was going to save the country from the mafia.
Rudy Giuliani.
And prior to Rudy Giuliani, no AUSA had taken them on full on like this guy did.
He explained to me his vision.
Signed that the Rico Acts had been used successfully.
There was something on the books called the Rico statute.
Hey. See, and there's a reason why I'm showing you guys this, because this is the first time the Rico statutes had been successfully used in the United States of America, and Rudy Giuliani was the first one to use them. So I know some of you guys hate him, some of you guys love him, but one thing you can't take away from him was he was a damn good AUSA, damn good prosecutor, and he was the beginning of the end for the Italian mafia in America as we know it today. Up until the 1980s, these guys operated with impunity, bro. No one can do shit to these guys. I would say their strongest Yeah, from the 20s onward, man. Like, you really couldn't do shit to. There's two different districts. There's Southern District of New York, which is based out of Manhattan. Then you got the Eastern District of New York, which is based out of Brooklyn. Two completely different United States Attorney's offices, and they always fight with each other over cases. Very common. Anyway, but there you guys go. Now you guys know. Now you guys understand the history of Rico. So now let's go into the criminal organization that they're going after. The Rollin 60s Crips, okay? Rollin 60s Neighborhood Crips is a set of the Crips Street Gang Alliance based in Los Angeles, California, originally formed around Hyde Park, Los Angeles in 1976 from the West Side Crips and having since spread to other cities in the United States. Membership is estimated to be around 1,600 people, making it one of the largest gangs in the Los Angeles area. It's probably way more than that. Members identify themselves by wearing the Seattle Mariners or Chicago White Sox logos and mark areas they are in with graffiti, right? So, and you guys know the Crips, right? They're a primarily African-American alliance of street gangs that are based in the coastal regions of the Southern California, founded in Los Angeles, California in 1969, mainly by Raymond Washington and Stanley Williams. The Crips began as an alliance between two autonomous gangs and developed into a loosely connected network of individual sets, often engaged in open warfare with one another. Its members have traditionally worn blue clothing since around 1973. And as usual, just like with the Mafia and many other organized criminal gangs, these gangs are typically, created through fighting against, adversity, through racism, through biases, etc. And then they develop into organized crime, kind of like the Mafia did when they first came here on the boats in the 19th century, or 20th century, sorry. When they came and immigrated here, they were being oppressed. So they banded together, created communities, and then obviously some of these people ended up committing crimes. Same thing with the Crips and the Bloods. During the Civil Rights era, blacks were being targeted and being oppressed. So they created these communities and gangs to kind of fight back, and then it turned into something far more nefarious, right? So let's go ahead and look at this news thing that came out last week. Right.
A big announcement from federal authorities about the Rollin 60s Neighborhood Crips gang in South LA. Detectives have arrested multiple.
And you guys can see here a bunch of them, right, are labeled on this target list.
People, and this morning they're still looking for others. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Annabelle Sedano. Let's get right to it. We have live team coverage of this breaking news. NBC4's Michelle Vyas is in Westwood with more on the arrest. But let's get started with Alex Rosier. He was at that press conference and joins us live from downtown LA. Alex.
Yeah, they talked a lot about a number of people in this press conference, but the main focus was on a man named Eugene Henley. The feds say he committed a series of racketeering crimes.
All right, Eugene Henley is the main target of this investigation. He is called Big U, guys, Big U. Well, we'll keep playing.
Including extortion, human trafficking, fraud, and the murder of...
And we are actually going to read the complaint today. So don't worry, guys. We are going to read the complaint. I'm going to explain everything to you guys because they did file a criminal complaint on this case.
A rapper in 2021. But this same man, Eugene Henley, is known throughout the Los Angeles community. He's been involved with work including youth charities, and the feds say he did it all to further his own criminal enterprise.
He has maintained the image of an entertainment.
And don't worry, we are going to watch the full press conference too.
Industry entrepreneur running a music label, and of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles, funding a South LA based charity, developing options, which purports to help at youth risk escape gang life and escape the perils of gangs in high crime areas. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar.
Eugene Henley, now considered a wanted fugitive. In the past, he's produced TV series. He has nearly 300,000 followers on Instagram, and he ran this charity. The feds say the charity received donations from celebrities, even government agencies, for what was described as charitable work. But the feds say he was still very involved in a much larger crime ring, and it wasn't just Henley that they're looking for. They've already made several arrests in connection with his alleged crimes. 4 people named in the criminal complaint are already in custody. And
as you guys know, it's a RICO case, which means obviously they're targeting a bunch of them, right? It's not just one guy. He's just the main guy on the file title, but everyone that's involved, they're going to go after because they're charging it as a business.
The details of the alleged crimes were just
An illegal enterprise.
released in dozens of pages of court documents that we are about to go through here. But the big headline right now is that Eugene Henley, a longtime self-proclaimed community activist, is now a fugitive. The FBI, among other agencies, looking for him and several other people involved in a much wider-ranging crime ring. We'll have details much later today on the NBC4 News beginning at 3 o'clock. But for now, reporting live, I'm Alex Rozier, NBC4 News.
Alex, thank you very much for that update. We're looking forward to it. All right, so let's go to NBC4's Michelle Vyas. She's live at the federal building in Westwood, where the defendants will be processed. Michelle.
That's right, Annabelle. Good morning. Right behind me, we have.
So he wasn't immediately apprehended. He ended up turning himself in later on, guys, which I'll play that next for you guys. But I'm taking you guys through the news as it occurred.
FBI agents and members of the Department of Justice here. This is where some of the members, the gang members from the Crips, were brought to be processed. We just saw likely one of them being driven away, who will likely be in court this afternoon. This is a big day. This is where they're processed. Many of them still need to be processed to face those federal charges. A big day, but big agents need.
And by process, she means like the U.S. Marshals are gonna, book them and all that other shit. Put their info into the system, take their pictures, all that.
The big get, AK.
Also collect their DNA. There's a new law where they take in all the DNA of the individuals that are arrested federally now. They do a swab. Mr. Katla says, hey, Myron, would you go to the UK knowing they arrest people for memes? Sure, they might let you in the country, but they could change their mind and arrest you, so why would you still go there knowing that? What memes would they arrest me for, bro? What memes?
Big U, Eugene Henley, now a fugitive. They think he's somewhere in Southern California, a self-proclaimed philanthropist and ringleader of the Rolling 60s Crip gang. Here's more on the arrest from special agent in charge.
Which, don't worry, we're going to watch the full press conference on this, guys.
For the 19 defendants.
They're just taking parts of it, but we'll watch the full thing after this.
Defendants were already in custody, and 10 defendants were taken into custody in the last 24 hours. And while we're still seeking the whereabouts of 5 individuals, 3 of whom we believe we will have in custody shortly, 2 defendants are considered fugitives. They are Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U, and Brian Mejia.
Big U, the Crip leader turned gang interventionist, who ran mafia-like enterprises, according to the feds. Developing Options was his nonprofit charity that was touted as helping gang members get out of the gang life. As we look live here, again, this is the federal building. You see the tents, you see the agents. This is where some of those defendants, innocent until proven guilty, were brought here for processing. Some still need to be processed and make their way to court. Big U looking at extensive federal charges, including the murder of an aspiring rap musician, extortion, robbery, tax fraud, and human trafficking. Anyone who knows the whereabouts of Brian Mejia or Big U, Eugene Henley Jr., is asked to call the FBI. In Westwood, Michelle Vyas, NBC4 News.
Okay, so he did end up, okay, let's watch the press conference and him surrendering. Here's the full press conference. We're going to watch this as well.
Good morning. I'm Joe McNally, the acting United States Attorney here in Los Angeles. Today, we're here to announce federal...
Now, he's the guy that's running the United States Attorney's Office, a.k.a. the prosecution's office, right? And acting, which means the boss is probably out on leave or some shit. But he's the one that's acting in place until they get the U.S. attorney, and which, by the way, is a presidentially appointed position, chat.
Criminal charges against Eugene Henley Jr., a career criminal known as Big U, who used his contacts and leadership role in the Crips criminal street gang, the entertainment industry, and a youth charity to further his own criminal enterprise. An enterprise engaged in murder, extortion, robbery, human trafficking, COVID fraud, and other felonies.
COVID fraud, goddamn.
Mr. Henley and several other individuals linked to him and his criminal enterprise were charged in a criminal complaint with federal racketeering conspiracy. Mr. Henley is a fugitive, and he is currently wanted by federal law enforcement. Other individuals linked to his criminal enterprise were arrested today, approximately 10 defendants who are charged in various indictments. Again, Mr. Henley is a fugitive. 4 defendants are in state custody and will be transferred into federal custody, and we are still seeking Mr. Henley and another fugitive. The Department of Justice's top priority is eliminating violent crime caused by criminal street gangs and organized crime.
Now, here's the thing, too, guys, right? Los Angeles, man, let me tell y'all. You guys ask me all the time, Myron, why do you not like L.A.? Why do you not like L.A.? I'll tell you guys why I don't like L.A. L.A. is absolutely run by gang culture, okay? If you go there, especially as a black entertainer or musician or anything, right, and you don't link up or check in with the right people, you can seriously put yourself in danger. And even checking in with these motherfuckers might not keep you safe. So, and you guys are going to see this in a criminal complaint. We're going to talk about this. But Los Angeles has a very bad gang problem, okay? It's 100% dominated by gang politics, and quite frankly, it's annoying. So I'm glad that they're taking these motherfuckers down, bro, because it's ridiculous. It's one of the worst cities in America, especially if you're someone that's like, you know, doing anything in entertainment. Like, fuck that, man.
Organizations cause a tremendous amount of harm in our communities. And today's arrests are part of our office's efforts, FBI, IRS, LAPD, the team you see up here, to make our community safer and rid our streets of these criminal street gangs, including ones operated by violent felons like Mr. Henley, who are posing as savvy businessmen and community leaders, but in the end are violent criminals. The affidavit filed with the criminal complaint alleges that Mr. Henley operated Big U Enterprise.
Now, an affidavit, as you guys know, the affidavit is the document written by the special agent that's investigating the case, who is the case agent, more than likely. And then they obviously bring it to a judge, swear to it, and they get an arrest warrant, and then they go ahead and pick the guy up, which they did this by a criminal complaint, which is interesting, not normally done with big Rico cases like this. But it's good for us because we're able to get all the evidence. I like reading criminal complaints way more than indictments because criminal complaints give you way more detail on the probable cause that they establish to get the arrest warrants.
Enterprises, a mafia-like organization that utilized Mr. Henley's stature.
Mafia-like. What does that mean? Because we know RICO laws were created originally to go after the mafia. Now, in contemporary society, they used to go after gangs and other organized crime factions. But in general, the RICOs were originally created to go after the Italian mafia.
And long-standing association with the Crips criminal street gang and other gangs here in Los Angeles to intimidate business.
Jacob White says, how can they label someone a fugitive when they never got a chance to turn themselves in, nor did they flee? Yeah, because once there's an arrest warrant out for you and you are not in custody, you're considered a fugitive. And they definitely know that, and he knew that they were looking for him. He knew. So that's what makes him a fugitive.
Businesses and individuals in our communities. I want to stress.
Hey, 3 Diglets, I see you in the chat, bro. Thank you so much for the gift of subs. I'll give you a down to Marco, bro. Shout out to you, bro.
That the allegations here in the complaint are allegations only, and the defendants are presumed innocent until proven otherwise. Let me talk a little bit about Mr. Henley and the street gang here. As I said, Mr. Henley is a widely known leader within the Rollin 60s. He rose to prominence in that gang decades ago, and he has since been a fixture on the internet, talk shows, and podcasts, all things that law enforcement have looked at closely as part of this investigation.
Translation, we're watching your dumbass self-snitch all over these goddamn podcasts, you fucking stupid idiot.
He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label and of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles, funding a South LA-based charity, developing options, which purports to help at-youth risk escape gang life and escape the perils of gangs in high-crime areas. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar.
God damn.
And a cheat. and the criminals that enabled him. For example, Mr. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021
and we're going to read all about that in a criminal complaint, bro.
Dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway. He then attempted to...
Very common for gangsters to go do their dirt in Las Vegas, man. You guys notice there's a very strong connection between LA and Las Vegas, whether it was a Tupac murder, etc. And the reason why, guys, is because Las Vegas is only about 3 hours from LA. And LA does not have the same boom in nightlife that Las Vegas does. So a lot of times they'll go to Vegas for the weekend. Very common for people from LA to go to Vegas quite a bit, just because of the proximity.
Evade and obstruct the investigation into the murder, including ordering witnesses not to speak with law enforcement. Henley's criminal enterprise also engaged in other crimes, including transporting prostitutes across state lines, extorting strip clubs, marijuana dispensaries, and other businesses, and fraudulently applying for COVID loans in the form of a business relief loan. On that application, Mr. Henley falsely stated that his music label, Unique Music, operated at a $200,000 profit in 2019 and was entitled to government assistance, despite the reality that the company had operated at a loss and was ineligible for such relief. Finally, Mr. Henley is accused of embezzling donations made by celebrities, professional athletes, and businesses to his charity, Developing Options, which, as I said, purports to give South LA at-risk youth alternatives to gang violence, drugs, and other criminal activity. Henley used this charity as a front. He used it to conceal his fraudulent activities, his criminal enterprises activities, and evade detection from law enforcement. If convicted on the racketeering conspiracy, he and his co-conspirators face approximately a 20-year federal prison sentence. I want to thank our federal law enforcement partners, our state law enforcement partners who brought about the result here today. The Los Angeles Metropolitan Gang Task Force from the FBI. It's comprised of FBI agents, LAPD officers.
All right, this is very common, right? So in major cities all across the United States, there's going to be what they call safe streets or violent gang task forces, right? That the FBI pretty much runs, that other local, state, and other federal agencies basically sit at. And what ends up happening is you got guys from FBI, DEA, ATF, HSI, local police, whether it's the local sheriff's office, local city police. You'll have the constables, depending on where you're at. You'll have U.S. Marshal Service. Pretty much everyone sits under one house, and they all work together and do these gang cases. And you'll have 1 or 2 representatives from each agency there. And the reason why this is so powerful is because all of these different law enforcement agencies have different authorities and different powers and different unique characteristics that they can utilize to work together to go after these organizations, right? So, and every major city pretty much has one of these gang task forces. So it's bad. It's bad for these gangs, bro. If you're in a major city operating like this, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. And in this case, I guarantee you what brought this guy on the federal radar was the fact that somebody got killed.
IRS criminal investigation.
Oh yeah, they even had IRS in this shit, bro. This nigga cooked. Which isn't common. They don't typically bring IRS in for these gang cases because these niggas are stupid. They don't have money like that. But this guy did, which is why the IRS came in.
U.S. Department of Justice Inspector General's Office, Los Angeles Police Department, the North Las Vegas Police Department. This case is a great example of state and federal law enforcement working together to address harm from a criminal enterprise. I also want to thank our prosecutors, Assistant U.S. Attorneys Kevin Butler and Jenna McCabe, for their diligence and dogged determination in this
So 2 AUSAs are running this thing.
case. With that, I'll turn it over to our next speaker, FBI Special Agent in Charge, Ted Dox.
All right, and as you guys know, Special Agent in Charge is the guy that runs the office. Obviously, it's not his case, but he manages the agent. He's probably like 4th level. You got the Special Agent, then you got above him the Supervisory Special Agent, then above him you got the Assistant Special Agent in Charge, then after the Assistant Special Agent in Charge, you got the Special Agent in Charge, the SAC. Or as the FBI calls it, SAIC.
Thank you, Joe. Absolutely.
Johnny Duck says, I think the streets were way safer when Mun ran things. For normal people, it was better. Now it's just full of scum. The 90s Bob was basically underground. I mean, before 90s Bob. I don't know what you mean by Mun, bro.
My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in Charge of FBI Los Angeles' Criminal Division.
Okay. So why is he saying criminal division? Because the FBI also has counterterrorism as well. So the counterterrorism guys, yes, they're still criminal investigators, but they're not actually putting people in jail like that. A lot of times they're trying to thwart stuff. So the criminal division, they're going to be doing like organized crime, violent crime, bank robbery, shit like that. So he oversees the criminal division, right? Not necessarily the intelligence / counterterrorism, etc. side. The FBI has two different hats, guys. Don't forget. The FBI is a law enforcement agency, but it is also a domestic intelligence agency. So anything going on in the United States, FBI deals with. Anything going outside of the United States, CIA. Right? And also keep in mind that the CIA is an intelligence agency. They are not law enforcement. The FBI is one of the unique agencies that is both a law enforcement agency and an intelligence agency. So that's why this guy is a special agent in charge over the criminal division. He's not on the intel side. He's on the criminal side.
These operations are truly a team effort, and I would like to recognize those partnerships. If not for their commitment, dedication.
Also, guys, do me a favor, bro. Like the video. We got 749 likes. The channel's growing well, man. You guys really enjoy the content. We're posting a lot of clips, a lot of shorts and stuff like that. So, you know, we're going to become one of the best true crime / political commentary channels / cultural commentary channels because we're diversified over here, bro. We cover everything. So, like the video for me, guys. Let's hit 1,000 or 2,000 likes on YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. Let's keep cooking.
And follow through, we would not be here today. First, I'd like to thank LAPD, IRS Criminal Investigations, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for working collaboratively for the past 4 years. In this case, with FBI Los Angeles Metropolitan Task
John Hahn says, if you're scared of gangs, go to church. Okay.
Force on violent gangs. I'd also like to thank the U.S. Marshal Service for their assistance today, and many departments in California. Yeah,
Marshal Service, you guys know, their job is to go apprehend fugitives as well as process them.
Arizona, Nevada.
You got to say thanks to U.S. Marshals because they're the ones that book the inmates in. They book the bad guys in, and they process them and take their DNA and all the other shit. Bro, I'll tell you this, booking crooks is the worst, man.
And the North Las Vegas Police Department. Now, this morning, hundreds of agents and officers, including multiple SWAT teams, executed multiple arrest warrants for many of the 19 defendants charged in this case. Search warrants were executed at 6 locations. Those searches continue to be underway. 4 of the 19 defendants were already in custody.
That's crazy. So they did search warrants as well as arrest warrants too. That's why they got hundreds of agents all over LA doing this shit. Yeah, these boys are cooked.
10 defendants were taken into custody in the last 24 hours. And while we're still seeking the whereabouts of 5 individuals, 3 of whom we believe we will have in custody shortly, 2 defendants are considered fugitives. They are Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U, and Brian Mejia. We will provide their photographs to the media following this announcement. Anyone with information as to their whereabouts should not take action on their own, but contact the FBI. You can reach us by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. During this investigation, we recovered 49 weapons, 5 pounds of methamphetamines.
Oh, wow.
10,000 fentanyl pills. And
yo, these niggas are cooked. Meth is one of the worst drugs to get caught with, and fentanyl, bro. So they got what, like 2 keys, roughly, of meth? 10,000 fentanyl pills?
And large amounts of cash. The Rolling 16 Crips have been around for decades, and by some estimates are among the largest gangs in the country, with factions in multiple states. Mr. Henley has been a known member of the Rolling 60s Crips since the 1980s, where he established his reputation and earned standing with fellow gang members. He has been able to use that standing to intimidate businesses and individuals and to commit various forms of violence, including the alleged murder outlined by the U.S. Attorney. He's also been able to influence others to give him money, only to defraud his victims, including defrauding the U.S., the government, the city of Los Angeles, and you, the taxpayer.
Bro, they got him on the gang charges. They got him on the murder charges. They got him on drug charges. They got him on fucking financial charges. Cooked.
Before I close, I'd like to ask that anyone who has information about the alleged criminal activity or feel that they have been victimized by any of the defendants call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We've targeted this.
And here's the thing. Now that he's going to be in custody, more people are going to come out and provide information. People are going to feel safe. All those motherfuckers that he extorted and he beat up, guess what they're going to do? Now that they know he's locked up.
In the past,
and there's no way this nigga's getting a bond either. No way.
To target gangs who seed violence and fear in our communities. The FBI will never waver on our commitment to combat violent gangs and those individuals affiliated who prey on others. Today's arrests made neighborhoods across our city safer. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to IRS SAC Tyler Hatcher.
Okay, so this is interesting because I'll be honest with y'all. IRS, Criminal Investigation Division, they don't do a lot of cases. So the fact that they jumped on this tells me that there was a good amount of money for them to get involved with. Because IRS typically don't give a shit unless it's like hundreds of thousands.
Good morning. Again, I'm Tyler Hatcher. I'm the special agent in charge of IRS criminal investigation.
Okay, so he is the functional equivalent for that FBI guy you just saw. He's the guy that runs the IRS office out of LA. So they probably got like a couple hundred agents because that's a big field office.
Investigation here in Los Angeles. Today's arrests are the result.
Fun fact, the IRS has the longest academy, by the way, of any federal law enforcement agency. It's like 8 months. They go over a lot of financial shit. Their academy is very difficult.
Of outstanding investigative work by law enforcement partners from LAPD, U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, and my office, who's worked tirelessly to find the evidence necessary to charge those who are alleged to bring harm to our communities, as you've heard previously. The RICO charges against Mr. Henley and his associates reflect a pattern of crimes that runs a gambit from extortion to robbery to murder to tax fraud and to human trafficking, all under the umbrella of a
Bro, they literally got this dude with everything, bro.
Organized criminal organization led by Mr. Henley. Additionally, Mr. Henley duped the County of Los Angeles by running a nonprofit named Developing Options, which was set up to pull youth out of the gang life and promote anti-gang solutions. Yet Mr. Henley continued to personally orchestrate violent gang activity that impact our communities. Donors trust that their donations will be used in a manner that's consistent with what the charity was set up to do and applied as intended. In this case, it was for the benefit of at-risk youth. Financial transactions leave a trail, and IRS criminal investigation special agents are the best at following that trail. The trails led to Mr. Henley's, allegedly lead to Mr. Henley's personal bank account, and the money trail doesn't lie. Organized crime victimizes our Los Angeles communities far too frequently, but the arrests made today demonstrate our commitment to making Los Angeles safer for everyone impacted by these criminal enterprises.
Guys, do me a favor, like the video. We're at 8:45. We're gonna give you guys the best breakdown on this fucking case on the internet, man. So do me a favor, guys, like the video. As you guys know, as always, I'm gonna have timestamps, detailed timestamps, so you guys will be able to watch this back and be able to go where you guys need to.
IRS-CI is proud to partner with our federal and state and local law enforcement partners to make...
And CI means the Criminal Investigation Division, which a lot of times, guys, surprisingly enough, a lot of IRS cases do not go criminal. Very few actually do go criminal. They need a certain amount for them to get involved. And there's not that many IRS special agents across the country. There really aren't. So they only really deal with the most egregious of financial crimes.
Our community safer and to protect from these violent acts. And on that, I'll turn it over to the Chief.
Thank you.
And then bam, now here's the Chief of Police for LAPD.
And thank you all for being here today. I'll keep my comments brief. From day one, the Los Angeles Police Department has been proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with the FBI and our partners here today in this critical investigation. The invaluable expertise provided by operators.
And this is how it goes, guys. Anytime there's going to be a press conference, that's going to be typically this is what you're going to see. You're going to see a member of, if it's a federal case, you're going to see the United States Attorney's Office announce it. Then you're going to see the law enforcement agencies that were involved, whether it's FBI, HSI, whatever, local, state and locals. And you're going to see the top person from that agency represent and, give comments on it, right? So in this case, you had the special agent in charge for both the IRS and for the FBI, and then in this case, you got the police chief. Now, if it's a really big case, the director of the FBI is going to fly in and talk about it, okay? That's how you know how big it is. If the director is there, it's a big fucking deal.
South Bureau FBI task force on the Rollin 60s criminal street gang has played a pivotal role in securing these 19 federal indictments laid out this morning. It's a major...
Yeah, 19 federal indictments is pretty fucking big. And they did search warrants too. So that's a big fucking deal.
Step forward in our ongoing fight against gang violence and brings hope and relief to a community that for too long has endured far too much. Together, we will continue to protect and serve, working tirelessly to ensure safety in all of our neighborhoods. I'll return the U.S. Attorney, Joe McNally, for any questions follow-up.
We'll take any questions.
So Henley is still on the loose?
He is.
That's Big U.
Do you expect to snag him today, or is it something where he's gone?
Yeah, I think all I can say is that, look, he is the leader here, and we're looking for him and trying to find him. He's a fugitive at this point, and we're using resources to try to track him down.
Translation, the marshals are probably fucking looking for his ass right then and there, bro.
The arrests were made this morning, and early this morning.
And that's of the more than this whole group you have in custody?
So there were a number of arrests, I think roughly 10 this morning, and then there are other individuals who were in state custody that are being transferred into federal custody. But approximately 10 arrests were made this morning.
I think you mentioned it earlier, but what kind of penalties or time for them are these people?
So a federal racketeering conspiracy complaint that's charged here in 1960.
Hey guys, we got 900 likes. Do me a favor, guys, like the video, man. Let's get to 2,000 likes, man. Let's get the engagement up, right? Helps with people finding this type of stuff. This is gonna be the best breakdown on this case on the fucking internet, because unlike a lot of these other YouTubers, I've actually done RICO cases, so I can explain this in fucking intimate detail. Pause. But yeah, let's keep going. I always like these press conferences because you get a little bit more info that you wouldn't normally get, because you got the prosecutors on the case, the agencies that were involved in the case on them. So yeah.
Up to 20 years in federal prison. The next stage here would be that Mr. Henley and others would be indicted by a grand jury, and the penalties at that point could range and include higher penalties. So at this point, he's charged in a criminal complaint.
Is he charged with murder too as well?
He's charged in a RICO conspiracy, and part of that RICO conspiracy, one of the predicate acts is the murder that is described in the complaint. He has not yet charged in an indictment with substance murder.
You mentioned the taxpayers were defrauded. Can you tell us how much tax?
Now, let's talk about that real quick. As you guys know, murder is typically not charged by the feds, okay? Murder is almost always exclusively for the state. Capital murder, etc. Yellow Beezy, for example, his case is a state case, right? Now, the only time that the feds come in, guys, when it comes to when it comes to murder, is when it's a part of a larger federal scheme. Let me explain. So, you look at Young Dirk, for example, right? Young Dirk right now is being charged for murder for hire. Why did the feds end up picking it up? The feds picked it up because he utilized a cell phone, credit cards, traveled interstate, aka affecting interstate commerce, to conduct the murder. Now, if you do all that, then the feds can come in and say that it's a murder for hire, and he paid people to make it happen, right? But typically, most murders, whether it's a serial killer, right, with premeditated, motives, or a crime of passion, or whatever it may be, manslaughter, typically murder cases almost always go to the state. Now, if it triggers a federal nexus, like I said before, murder for hire, RICO, like you guys are seeing here, because the murder was done in the grand scheme of a criminal enterprise, right? Because the murder was done to maybe facilitate the reputation of the gang, the strength of the gang, to assert dominance over other individuals, or it was conducted on behalf of the organization, then you could go ahead and bring that murder in because it's a part of a RICO conspiracy. Because remember, when they go after a criminal organization under RICO, they look at the criminal organization as an enterprise, okay? And when they look at it as an enterprise, think of it as an illicit business that is conducting a whole bunch of criminal activity for the benefit of said business. Now, when it comes to gangs, typically, if you're extorting people, if you're beating people up, if you're trying to conduct acts of violence to show the strength of your gang or whatever it may be, that can all be used in the RICO case because they're doing it on behalf of the organization, okay? This is why being in a gang is retarded, because crimes that otherwise would have been regular state felonies now can be federalized because you are conducting the crimes on behalf of a criminal organization or an enterprise in their case. So that is why this murder is being used, is being used in this case under the RICO, because the murder was done on behalf of the organization. And then, there's other instances where a murder could go federal. A crime on the high seas is a commonplace. Indian reservations, anything that can affect interstate commerce like that. You kill a federal agent, that's a big one. That's when murder cases typically can go federal. But generally speaking, guys, most murder cases go to the state, except for situations like this. So that's how it can get absorbed.
Dollars he obtained from what city leader or official, and what does this mean for groups that are working on anti-gang efforts and trying to get donations from celebrities.
Yeah, guys, sorry for the static sound that you guys can hear on this shit. As you know, the government, they're retards. They don't have good audio. So, niggas don't get it. Like, oh, this guy to do this press conference with shitty static.
Sure. So I think just to kind of go back, Mr. Henley and the allegations are here, operated a criminal enterprise. He used his status in L.A. as a gang member.
Yeah, this is why 50 Cent famously says, I am not gang. I do not gang bang, because this shit will fuck you up, bro. Crimes that could have went state, go federal once you get involved with gangs.
Somebody who was known as an enforcer in order to execute the crimes that are described in the criminal complaint. As part of that, and to get your question, he also had this charity and held himself out there to be somebody who was committed to reducing gang violence, committed to supporting youth in the city. As part of that, he received grants from government agencies to do that work. And as we describe in the criminal complaint, he used that goodwill to benefit himself. He diverted money from that charity and lined his own pockets with it, and that money was ultimately traced, and that we can show that he used it for personal purposes. So there was an embezzlement angle to this, to the criminal enterprise, where hundreds of thousands of dollars were siphoned off that should have gone to charitable purposes, gang reduction, gang intervention. Instead, he used it for his own purposes, his own criminal enterprise.
Cooked. Would you consider working with Stu Peters? Would you like to see both do a podcast beyond any topic? Bro, I've had Stu Peters on the show multiple times, bro. Ligma. Search Stu Peters, Myron Gaines. You'll see I went on his show, I think, once or twice, and he came on ours. Bro, I've already worked with Stu. Good guy.
In addition to that, there was tax loss, and like many of our cases, we ultimately do a financial investigation, and we see that embezzlement and that siphoning happens often. There's a parallel tax conduct that is also described in the complaint. So you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that the charity ultimately siphoned off for his purposes. It was a charity that he controlled, and again, held himself out there to be somebody in our community who was, as Chief McDonald said, these communities, it's oftentimes our poorest communities that need intervention the most, they need law enforcement the most. He held himself out as somebody who was part of that team trying to improve South Los Angeles. And the facts in the indictment. And
it was all fucking cat, bro.
The wiretap calls that we intercepted as part of
Oh, man, they got T3 too? Cooked, for real. They got wiretap info. Title 3 shit, man. Cooked.
Investigation that are described in the complaint, not the indictment, the complaint, describe that contradiction. That on the one hand, he's, Mr. Charity, and on the other hand, he's engaging all this.
You got him on the phone calls, bro.
Criminal conduct. That's set out in the criminal complaint.
And so it's outlined in the criminal complaint specifically what government agency gave him money?
It's outlined.
This guy's in the detective chat. Someone said this is Detective Rudy. Bro, this is the United States Attorney, bro. This is the guy that's running the prosecutor's office.
It's outlined that he got grant money. I believe that money flowed through the city of Los Angeles. But I don't have the specifics in front of me. What I can tell you is that typically, grants flow through the state and then eventually, are typically issued through the city.
And to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Did you say the name of the charity? Are you allowed to say that? Maybe
yeah, the charity I referenced earlier is Developing Options. Developing Options.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Last question.
I apologize. Just your efforts to find Mr. Henley. Have you had? Do you have any idea about his potential whereabouts, or any more that you can tell us on this?
No, other than he's a fugitive, and he's being sought by law enforcement, and we're obviously looking for him as we would any fugitive.
And he's not going to know that anyway. That's going to be the law enforcement agencies that know that stuff more. You remember, guys, the United States Attorney's Office isn't, conducting the actual on-the-ground operations of apprehending these guys. So,
fugitive who's engaged in the type of conduct.
Well, and he's not going to want us to talk about it much anyway.
It's alleged here.
Believe to be in Southern California. No idea.
We believe that he may be in Southern California, and for that reason, we're providing his picture and encourage anybody to contact the FBI who knows his whereabouts.
All right, thank you very much. The press release is out. There's a copy of the complaint and affidavit that's attached to the email that it was sent out. If you need it, you know where to reach me.
We do.
Everyone take these photos.
All right, so let's go ahead. I got the, so this is when he showed up to court.
Executive and community activist is accused of running a criminal empire in Los Angeles. Eugene Henley Jr. facing RICO charges, allegedly tying him to the notorious Rollin 60s street gang. Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay has more on his appearance today in federal court.
A big group of supporters showing up at federal court to support Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U. He's facing RICO charges, and the Department of Justice also accusing him of murdering an aspiring rapper in 2021.
The federal government usually does not bring these types of charges unless they've done extensive investigation.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Looks like he has been under investigation for several years.
Federal authorities allege the music executive used his connections with a South LA street gang to run a, quote, mafia-like organization. Investigators say Henley is...
And this is the name of the operation, Operation Drawdown. Matter of fact, let me see if I can get the U.S. U.S. Attorney's Office press release. So, look, so I go here, Google. I'll show you guys how to do this, right? You go Operation Drawdown, U.S. DOJ. Let's see, because there had to have been a press release on, boom, 4 days ago. Boom. Okay, so this is the official press release right here, as you guys know. Charged in federal complaint alleging racketeering crimes. This is March 19th. And they kind of go through it here. This is Central California is a district. So, yeah, this is the official press release. And then also, remember, guys, I teach you guys how to see who's the lead agency, right? So you go here. Boom. The FBI's Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force and Violent Crimes IRS Criminal Investigation. So, boom. We know that the FBI was the main agency because they're the first ones named, right? And I have the criminal complaint right here, which we are going to read together. Okay, niggas? Because I've ran hundreds of these, so there's no one on YouTube that literally will be able to break this down better than me, guys. So this is going to be a good time. We are really going to get into the weeds of it, but let's keep looking at this.
Is one of 18 members of the Rollin 60s Crips charged in the federal complaint. He helped launch Nipsey Hussle's rap career. He's the father of an LA Chargers linebacker, and he's been admired as an anti-gang activist who also ran a nonprofit. But prosecutors
we know now this is all fucking cap.
Say he used it as a front. Now accused of embezzling those donations to fund his life, including donations from celebrities like Shaquille O'Neal and Draymond Green. Before surrendering to authorities yesterday, he posted to social media calling it a misunderstanding.
I'm disheartened by the fact that they're trying to say that I stole something from developing option. I used developing option as a front.
A statement from Los Angeles Press Secretary DeMarcus Finnell said in part, the city has zero tolerance for malfeasance and over the past 2 years increased oversight on gang reduction and youth development programs. This alleged act does not reflect the work of the GRYD program overall, which has helped lead to a dramatic decrease in gang-related violence citywide 2 years in a row. A detention hearing has now been set for Henley on March 31st. In downtown LA, Sophie Flay, ABC 7.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to get released on bond. No fucking way, bro. For the charges he got, murder and being a violent gang member and shit, hell no, bro. And being the head?
Witness News.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
All right, so basically someone got a video here of this nigga self-snitching a bunch of times. But let's go ahead and get into the, because here's the thing, bro. These guys will go on these No Jumper interviews and shit like that. And actually, No Jumper did a whole video on this, too. Let me go ahead and move. Where they talked about this shit. The Kings of Hip Hop Unite, Rollin 60 Takedown, Kanye Meltdown, Bricc Baby, Case, and more. So, let me go ahead and see what these guys... They went for 3 hours, so we're going to skip through this shit quite a bit. Then you can see Wack 100 and shit like that. He be yapping, bro. Bro, as a guy that's like a member of a gang, I don't know. This dude is in the media way too much, man.
Took my DNA a year or so ago. After a year, 18 months, I'm thinking ain't nothing of it. I'm not even thinking that my skin's under about a dude's nails. And I hear the family say they found his DNA.
Okay, hold on.
Because I started to figure out.
You believing that his house getting raided in the clip that Sharice's wife.
And I'm like, what?
All right, actually they play. Okay, so it goes right from the beginning. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get water real fast. We're gonna break this shit down, and we're gonna read the criminal complaint too. The criminal complaint is pretty long, so we're gonna go through that as well. Guys, like the video? Take a quick piss, whatever you gotta do. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get water. We're gonna keep breaking this stuff down. Yeah, bro, if I was a crook, you niggas would never see me on the internet talking about shit, bro, if I was a crook like some of these dudes, man. These dudes are like gang members and shit. Niggas are crazy, bro. Over here just want some clout, end up fucking themselves up. So, let's see here.
Welcome to another episode of the Adam and Wack Show. As you can see, we have assembled a star-studded panel, including two of my favorite.
And they literally just dropped this shit 3 hours ago.
Hip-hop.
Vlad TV's a bitch.
Caucasians, DJVlad, and Trap Lord Ross, as well as the biggest, Pyru himself, Wack 100, obviously. And then behind us, we got Remo. Academics is on the way. Should be here in like 15, 20 minutes. I don't know where this conversation is going to go, but I guess at least to start, I want to just acknowledge to Wack that something happened right before this whole Fed case, which was Bricc Baby and Luce Cannon appearing on the No Jumper show together, which in and of
which, by the way, those are guys that were indicted as well, or charged, excuse me, Bricc Baby and these guys.
Itself would have been the news, the conversation of the week. Pales in comparison a little bit.
Okay, 46. Someone said 4620 is a self-snitching. All right, thank you, Dre the Great. I appreciate that. I'll fast forward to that after we say this.
To the Fed case, but how are you feeling seeing Bricc and Luce come together like that, seemingly under the auspice of them both having their issues with you? Let's start there.
It was a little fake because,
just so you guys know, Wack 100 is a member of the Bloods, so obviously, you know, there might be some tension between him and these guys that are rolling 60s Crips. I know some of them get along with each other and other ones don't. It's very strange, but yes, this is kind of how gang politics works in Los Angeles. Some sets, even though they're opposing gangs, actually get along with each other and dislike their own gang members that are in other sets. Does that make sense?
What I'm used to hearing is something totally different with that. But, Adam, the day, a couple weeks ago, when I came in talking about Bricc got ambushed and Bricc called you.
Yeah, here we go. JB said, two of the co-defendants, Bricc Baby and Luce Cannon, were podcasters on No Jumper talking reckless for years about crimes committed. I believe it. I believe it, bro. Niggas are retarded. The way Vic says, yo, Myron, I have a real estate question. I currently have a duplex. I live on one side and rent the other. I use my VA home loan to get it. After paying off this duplex, I was thinking about getting a quadruplex to do the same thing. Do you have any advice for when I decide to go this route? What do you mean paying it off? You mean as in like staying in it for a year? Yeah. Yeah, you could go ahead and get the next house with your VA loan, bro. But just remember, your mortgage is going to be extremely high because you didn't put no money down. So just bear that in mind.
And I got Luce on the phone. That day, when Bricc started saying, what? I had my kid. You had your kid too. And I'm like, what is he talking about? He like, yeah, I had my kid too, right? So I'm looking at the phone now. The story you gave me in 600 was totally different. That's the day. And I hope my phone comes on because I'll show you something. One thing I like to do is my thoughts. I'll go on my phone and leave notes because when you close it out, it times and dates it. So if I can show you a note that's showing you my...
Xena Sound says, these ninjas never learn, act all tough on interviews, promote degeneracy and violence till they meet the law. Ramadan Mubarak. I know, bro. Niggas are stupid.
After I see something, it lets you know where I was, right? So sitting back, just listening to it all and following it all, it was like, it been a game being played that didn't even have to be played. You know how, like, when you do shit for people, you do it because you want to do it. We all old enough and been in the game long enough to know, do what you want to do, because if it goes bad, know you can live with what you've done for that person.
Hey, guys, we got 1K likes. Let's get to 2,000 and just got about 3,300 of you guys in here, 3,400 of you guys in here on a Sunday night. You guys could be anywhere else in the world, but you're here with me. Thank you very much.
Right? So seeing that, it was like, I don't have a problem with it, but it was like everything you heard a person say they was going to do, and you seeing that, and it's not happening. It's just like it make you scratch your head and wonder what you're dealing with.
So basically what I'm taking from it, you think that Luce was kind of doing a play that was rooted in his true feelings. Like you felt like he actually was ready to break away from you after all this time that you guys have been super locked in, and he chose to do it by, I mean,
creating a fake beef.
So
you heard it when I called in.
Right.
I don't know what was said prior. Once I called in and started addressing what the issue was, you seen that, hold on, what y'all talked about this, that wasn't there, that wasn't there. Everything he said was there, it didn't exist, right? So it was like, and it's a little deeper because it's like other things was going on that I had caught on that really wasn't real, right? So I woke up to that.
Because it did seem like if Luce's reason for being done with his friendship with you, if all it took was you believing that his house getting raided in the clip that Sharice's his wife posted, you casting doubt on that. If that
I still don't believe it.
Right. If that was the entirety of it, that just doesn't seem like a good enough reason for Luce to turn on you.
Okay, let's look at what we
friendship.
Let's look at what we're looking at now. Things work in mysterious ways. If the SWAT and the feds come to your home and you already on the list to get picked up, why would they let you go?
I mean, he was saying that he was just getting swatted by like a fan.
But it's obvious from what we just saw yesterday. The indictment was signed on the 17th.
But if you get swatted, it's a local.
Yeah, it's not an indictment though, bro. It's a criminal complaint. Big difference. All right, let me explain this real quick because niggas are stupid. All right, guys, let's go through this. All right. So in the federal system, there's three ways that you're going to get arrested. 3 ways, okay, that they're going to get you into the federal system. 1, indictment. This is the most common and the simplest way for them to charge you. Basically, what ends up happening is a federal agent walks into a grand jury room within AUSA, and they pretty much talk about the case. They present the case. They present all the facts just to establish probable cause. Remember, the threshold here is probable cause far below beyond a reasonable doubt, which is what is needed in an actual trial. They go in and they establish what they need for probable cause. There's a bunch of grand jurors in there. It's a sealed setting. The AUSA is in there and the case agent. The AUSA asks the case agent questions. Hey, can you take us through the investigation, summarize it for the grand jury? And then once he summarizes the case, the grand jury panel members can ask questions about the investigation. And I want to be clear about this. The grand jury people are not the same as what would be like in a jury trial. 2 different things. The grand jury is somewhere between 10 to 30 people, depending on how big the case is. A jury trial is like 12 people, okay? Completely different, all right? And again, you're there just to establish probable cause with the AUSA. Once you're done giving your testimony and the grand jurors don't have any other questions, the agent leaves the room, the prosecutor leaves the room, and you wait and you let them deliberate. Then if they hand out what's called a true bill of indictment, the person gets indicted, and then that goes to the judge, and a warrant is signed, and you could go pick it up from the clerk, and then go get your guy. Okay? That is how grand jury works. Grand jury indictment works. That is the most common way people are charged in the federal system. Okay? Now, the second way is through criminal complaint. Now, this is my favorite. I've written hundreds of these things. And a criminal complaint typically, guys, is where the case agent writes up an affidavit, right, of all the facts, all the pertinent circumstances of the investigation to establish probable cause. He doesn't talk about everything he has, but he talks about the stuff to establish probable cause. Once he has the affidavit written, he sends it to the prosecutor, the AUSA. Prosecutor sends it to the judge. You go to the judge's office. You swear to it. You raise your right hand up. You swear everything here is true to the best of your knowledge. So help you God, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Boom. You sign it. After you sign it, you get an arrest warrant, you go get your guy, okay? That one gives you the most power, okay? Because you're able to go in, swear it out, write it up yourself, etc. Now, AUSAs don't like criminal complaints because a lot of the times when you do a criminal complaint, you have to follow up and indict that individual within 10 to 14 days in most districts, okay? So it's like double the work versus if you just indict them with a grand jury true bill. That's easier because you don't have to do the criminal complaint. But if you do the criminal complaint first, then you do have to indict because the indictment is the formal charge. Does that make sense, chat? So if you do the criminal complaint, yes, you could get it done faster because the agent just writes up an affidavit, goes, picks them up, done. But you also have to indict them 10 to 14 days after versus if you just indict them up front, you don't have to worry about anything. They're formally charged, all right? Then the last one is called information. This one is rarely used. And information is when the AUSA charges the individual, right, themselves, through what's called an information, and they file it on their own. Now, informations are rare. They almost never happen. And the reason why, a lot of times, if I see someone get charged with an information, 9 out of 10 times that means they're cooperating. It's one of the best ways it's one of the easiest ways to tell if someone is cooperating. Typically, it's done for lower federal charges that aren't as serious, and especially if the person wants to cooperate. Like, I remember there was like a big case out of Hawaii where like a government contractor had like disclosed information she wasn't supposed to, right? So she got charged with the information. She barely got any time. She ended up getting I think she ended up cooperating, whatever, and she got hit with information. So those are 3 ways, guys, that you get charged in the federal system. In this case, this one right here with Big U, it's a criminal complaint, which means they're going to probably follow up with an indictment in a couple of days. Give me ones in the chat that make sense. Give me ones that make sense. 2 of you got a question if it doesn't make sense. Tell me why it doesn't make sense, please. But that is how the federal system works when it comes to you being charged by the government. Those are 3 ways you're going to be charged. Super Javi, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. How about that? No, I don't check any gang members, bro. Fuck that shit. Someone said 2 on block from the Rollin 60s. Okay, man, all right. All right, cool. Glad you guys understand it. Let's go back to what we were watching.
Police showing up to your house, whereas they got taken down by a federal indictment.
Did you look at that video? Who was involved? Those was negotiators, and you had every agency there.
But it's still going to be local, state people.
No,
right?
hell no. Not when you're talking about hostage situations. But whatever it may be, that's just my thought, my belief. So, and what's crazy is my phone. I texted him when I seen it and told him I didn't believe it that morning.
Right. So he could have dealt with it by just giving you a call back and saying, "Hey, bitch, why are you saying that?"
But that what it was. He claimed that I let somebody on my clubhouse floor call his wife a bitch. When we went and read the content back, nobody said nothing about his wife. They were talking about R&B.
Oh, okay.
Right? And then when he said, well, what you said, I said, hey, look, bro, if I knew you was in jail, I'm not going to tell the world you're in jail. You got a lot of enemies. You got a mother over there with a child, right? If I watched you go to jail, I'm not going to tell the world you in jail. I'm not going to do it, but I didn't believe it. So what I did was simply played the middle, and I just repeated what his wife said and left it at that. So his thing is, you repeat what my wife said is running content on me. Hey, look, bro, Blueface gang myself. When content come out on me, remote. We run it on my floor, right? So at the end of the day, if you told your woman to put the content up, I said, why'd you put it up? He said, in case something happened to me. I said, well, you could have put it up on private. Nobody's seen it, right? But when you put it up, it's going to be talked about.
Right.
Let me ask you this, based on that, Wack, because I feel like it was interesting when you called into the show when Luce was on there, right? It seemed like he kept flip-flopping about what he was actually mad at you about. And it seemed to me that whatever he was really mad at you about, if he was even really mad, it definitely wasn't what he was saying. It was a secret. So, like, just to make it clear, like, was it fake or was there something else he was mad about? Because it didn't make no sense.
He had no reason to be mad. He made something up, right?
He forgot mid-conversation what he was mad at you about a couple times,
because he know that I'm going to send him the content and he's going to play it. Here you go, play it.
So do you think what was really happening is that really, because he already knew that stuff was about to get deep, he was
I don't know. I don't know if he knew that. I believe now that he was mad about the 600 stuff and him exposing about what the family said about the kid, right? I believe now.
Grown-ass man smoking weed on camera, bro.
Looking at it, that he may have known that he was caught up in the overall thing, right? I believe that's why he was a little bothered that 600 was pushing that issue about what the family was saying about the kid.
Wu, it says I got accepted phase 2 of FBI hiring process, preparing for that test. Congratulations, bro. Just make sure if it's for special agent, just make sure you do your polygraph, get some sleep. Just Fit says, Myron, I want to get into real estate next year. I've been saving up on FHA loan or get into Section 8 real estate. What are the first steps I have to do to actually get started in the real world? Bro, just make sure you have enough money. Because the problem is a lot of guys buy their first house and they end up house poor because they don't come in with enough reserves. Have enough money, make sure that if anything you need to fix, you don't fuck yourself up.
Kid.
He seemed panicked. The way he was moving seemed
because, bro, he said that they had already reached out to him.
Guys, we're at 1.1K likes. We got almost 2,400 you guys watching on YouTube alone. So do me a favor, guys. Like the video, please.
He would tell me things, but it didn't make sense to me, so I just disregarded, right?
Did you note that at a certain point in the podcast, and it really didn't take that long, Luce became so high that he was almost incapable of being involved in the conversation anymore?
No, because after I
stopped, he wasn't smoking. It was just from Bricc Baby breathing weed in his face.
After I got off the line, I wasn't even watching anymore. It was just, you know, the thing about it is, it's like, yo, Adam, it's real shit. If I feel like I got something else to do and I want to go my way, I'm just gonna have a conversation.
Bro, a lot of these guys are fucking degenerates, bro. How do you do a podcast and you're all high?
Say shit with you. But I think what it was sometimes people set out to have a motive. And I understand that. I've been in the game too long. Everybody has a motive with something they're doing. Everybody has a motive. Could be a good one or a bad one. And I think that because I started to figure out other things that had nothing to do with this, he was using that as a reason not to have to talk to me. You got to remember, let's just keep it real. I took Luce 13 months ago. Prior to me taking Luce, did you know who Luce Cannon was?
Yeah.
Right? I took Luce and set him on the side of me. When the light hit me, I made sure it hit him.
Yeah, I don't think I was that familiar with him before you brought him on the pod.
I didn't do it because I did a contract with you, right? I did it because I genuinely wanted to help you. So you didn't have to come up with some fake shit. Bro, if you say, yo, you want to go handle your business, because we've all seen this before. If you've seen this more than me, right? What is there now, it's a motherfucker to see if it's going to be there later standing on your own. I know because I went through it, and I knew what I had to do to continue my climb up the ladder. You know what I'm saying? Like Vlad, you watched it. Last time Vlad seen me before we came back together, it was Ray J, right? Ray J went another way. We still remain business partners, but he started doing other things. So I had to reinvent myself and go find.
I'm going to go to 4620. You guys said that they're self-snitching over here, so let's go see what these niggas said.
I told you with Caliber.
Let me ask you, you know, actually, I got a question for Adam on this. Because, like, even reading the whole thing in this is what they call the Big U enterprise. And even when Bricc Baby comes up here to work, even certain conversations being allowed on this platform, they ever pull you to the side, like, again, not saying that it would be the cause of it, but it's exacerbating it, right? It's all adding context. Like,
all the time.
Y'all are coming in here and y'all are literally, I mean, there's a part where they're like, hey, we knew this, but then on the No Jumper podcast, they corroborated it. And I'm like.
No, definitely. And just because I have.
Bruh. Holy, man. That's what everybody roasts dumbass Vlad for, is like, because he be getting people jammed up. But then again, at the end of the day, they're stupid for going on DJ Vlad's shit and admitting to crimes.
Have it pulled up. I really want to just play this one clip that has been going kind of viral.
Myron, can you cover the Kendrick Johnson murder? Never heard of it. I can't pull out those watch decapitation videos. The fuck's wrong with you, bro? Some of y'all niggas are weird, bro. The fuck is wrong with you, man? Myron, does OBS have an Ebonics translator? No. I can't pull out as a retard.
That's like generally considered to be like the most federal clip that anybody on the podcast has ever had. This is Luce Cannon.
So basically, it's like, cause he'll be like he'll
talking about Big U.
Things like we'll go and do something, and the same niggas we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we trying to, you know, counting everything, right? And we was
counting everything. Yeah, he's referring to when they would rob people, guys. That's what he's referring to.
Like, how the f they get that? Oh, well, we're going to just give them like $40,000 back and stuff like that. But because it's actually putting us in paperwork, right? And like doing like real police shit. I seen a nigga get like 20 guns. And when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. But I'm like, why are you writing down the serial numbers? So it's like he was doing like shit like that. And I didn't catch on. So it was like, I'm waking up now. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm his right-hand man. You get what I'm saying? So when it came down to like dirt and stuff like that, I'm going to get it. You get what I'm saying? And then...
Fucking retard, man. Stupid. Admitting this shit on camera.
Like...
People are pretty astonished because almost that exact thing is listed in
Now
the
let me go back to what you
cooked.
You asked me.
Yeah.
This is why when Luce Cannon was calling me about what 600 was doing, I'm looking at the phone like, you can't be serious. 600 then made a video with him saying what he was saying 2 seconds later and put that. So you're calling me about what 600 is saying. Brody, have you forgot the things you said?
So basically, though, they both was admitting that they were saying police shit.
600 wasn't saying police shit because
he was trying to contradict it. He was trying to say
600 was reporting what was on the internet. That wasn't on the internet.
That's his own personal story that he lived.
I know how to protect my team. How did it get to the internet? I made sure it went to the proper stages of getting into the internet. I ran a clubhouse room. I played snippets, had my media team tape it, clip it, send it to YouTube, and I sit.
And just so you guys know, they definitely were listening in on Clubhouse, bro. These guys admit all their crimes on Clubhouse like a bunch of fucking retards. For some of you guys that are wondering, Clubhouse is an app that a bunch of niggas use to brag and talk shit and everything else like that. I guarantee you the FBI has a bunch of that shit that they were listening to on Clubhouse, admitting all kinds of shit that they're not supposed to be admitting on the internet.
You 600. Now you can talk about it. It's on the internet.
All right, so Wack, when you hearing stories of Luce saying shit like that, so you didn't have...
That ain't my business.
No, but you didn't have any clue that he could be caught up in this RICO or anything that was going on?
I had no idea.
I think Luce thought he was kind of...
I had no
idea. That's the thing about...
Luce thinks that because it was 2-3 years ago, like, oh, he got 20 guns. It's like, it just sounds like he's talking bullshit, but when the feds are actually able to put the case together and show that this is the type of thing they're actually doing, all of a sudden these podcasts become very important.
You know what they're keying on in that?
What?
When he says, I'm his right-hand man. See, Luce's case, the robbery he has nothing to do with Big U. What they're doing is they got this guy. They got sex trafficking, they got extortion, they got a murder, and they got some wire fraud. All that
and
stuff,
same
right?
things with Bricc is that none of his charges are actually related to Big U as of yet.
But what do Big U, Bricc, and Luce have in common? They're all from Rollin 60s. And guess what? Brick's situation and Luce's situation independently involves the same guy that was being extorted. So they're saying you were operating for Big U doing these things.
Yeah.
And this is why being in a gang is absolutely stupid, because even though they might not like each other, they committed crimes and didn't even realize that it was connected. What they don't get is, since they're all Rollin 60s, the FBI looks at it like, hey, the Rollin 60s is a criminal enterprise, so all of you are going to get fucked up. That's how they look at it. You're committing a crime on behalf of a criminal organization, and all of you guys are tied to this criminal organization. We're going to charge you guys all together. That's how the feds look at it. It's a illicit business in their eyes. So whether you are doing something and people know or don't know that are part of the same organization, it doesn't matter. You're all going to get hit with it. Weed is used for anxiety, PTSD, epilepsy, pain management, and etc. All are medically approved uses. In lots of states, would you rather people pop Xanax, Perts? How about they don't just do, Jacob, how about they just don't use drugs at all, bro? How about that? Like, bro, the problem with you pothead niggas is you guys always try to find an excuse to smoke your weed. You always try to find an excuse to be a degenerate. How about you just don't do it? How about you use no drugs? How about that? Being clean and sober works out pretty damn good. Eating healthy and going to the gym. How about that, Jacob?
The same guy, Dale Monster Annoying, right? That Big U sent Sylvester Vest over there to pick up $1,000 every week of the feds' money. You read that, right?
From the dispensary guy.
From the dispensary guy, right? The same guy that was going on with is the same guy that legitimately had issues with these two men that had nothing to do with that. They had nothing to do with what, they didn't know Big U was even doing that. But when he says, I'm his right-hand man, they saying, okay, 6-0, 6-0, 6-0, Best 6-0, and Best ain't even a gang member. Bear Claw 6-0, right? And we got one target, the same dude. Well, you did that. Now, we ain't going to say it's independent. We're going to say you did that because they was doing that. Yeah. And we're going to call this the Big U enterprise, which is some bullshit. When the realest thing Big U said on his turn-in little videos was, Luce Cannon, Bricc Baby, well, not Bricc Baby.
He said, Luce Cannon, I don't really fuck with him. Bricc Baby, I don't really fuck with him.
But he fucks with Bricc Baby.
He said he does.
He did say in
He
the video.
fucks with Bricc Baby. Do we fuck with Bricc Baby?
Yes.
That's a fact.
Wait, he denounced
No,
it?
no, he
denounced Bricc Baby.
In his
Really? Yeah,
exit
but he
video.
fucks with it. But Luce, he don't.
I mean, but it is alleged that, and that's why I'm so surprised that.
See, and this is why these street niggas are retards, bro. Look, it doesn't matter if you denounce someone. It doesn't matter. Remember, guys, the day before Tekashi 6ix9ine was arrested, what did he do? Oh, I fired everybody on my team. I fired everybody on my team. Remember that? Before he got before he got arrested by the feds with the 9 Trey Bloods, he said he fired everybody on the team. He did that, that historic, that very memorable Breakfast Club interview. Said I only fear God and the feds, and he said he fired his whole team that same day. Guess what? They arrested him and his team. It doesn't matter if you denounce them, bro. It does not matter. They look at it like you guys are an organization, regardless of your grievances or not, whether you denounce him or not. He committed crimes on behalf of the gang. Whether it was authorized by you or not is irrelevant. It was to benefit the gang and the standing of the gang and to enrich either yourself or other members of the gang. Y'all niggas are all getting charged together. Doesn't matter.
That if I'm Bricc Baby and I feel like him and you have a close.
That's how the feds look at it. And that USA's office.
Personal relationship. I'm either quitting or I'm telling you no more conversation about it.
No.
He definitely needs to be careful.
It's alleged that he would rob somebody and then have these conversations. And first of all, they were tapping Big U's phone. And they break it down with him, which is pretty much kind of like extortion.
I don't think Bricc was doing any of that stuff while he was working here. I'm gonna be real with you.
Okay, but if you've done it in the past, why would you ever talk about that man's crimes? If your crimes are linked to his,
feel like if they get away with it for a few weeks, they're safe.
Bricc never wanted to talk about it.
If me and you used to rob stores back in the day, and then now I'm on a podcast, and people want to talk about your robbing history, and maybe we're talking about you robbing stores in over there, and I never robbed stores. I don't want to talk about you robbing stores. If we used to do something of the sort, that's why I'm so surprised that I thought Bricc like maybe didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, again, obviously these are allegations, but kind of reading, I'm like, I don't know.
What did Bricc say on your show
can't be that good.
when I asked him about the AK case? He said what? It was dismissed in Compton court. Ain't that what he said? I said, what's up with that AK case? You called June 23rd, 20. It was dismissed as DA reject. No, it ain't, Bricc. The feds got it, along with the cell phone. So now you got to ask yourself, if I got caught with that, right? I'm going to be like, yo, bro, I got caught. They ain't gave me a court date. I'm not going to hide it.
By the way,
there's a reason why you hiding.
By the way, people think that you're the cop for that, but in reality,
what?
No. In reality, that's just being smart. It's the same thing with Zay Osama when he got caught with the switch in the Uber, and New York picked it up and dropped it. And he's like, I remember he dissed me. He was like, yo, I told you they ain't had nothing on me. And then the feds came right, like, come on. Like, that's just usually
what I'm saying. Compton court never had it. The feds has all.
This is true. If the state drops it, that is a red flag that the feds might have picked it up because the feds can't charge you for the same shit the state does. So if the state drops it, that means that especially if it's a gun case. One of the biggest giveaways, if the state drops a gun case against you and you're like a federal, like you're a felon or some shit like that, the feds are probably going to pick it up. ATF is going to come pick your ass up for felon in possession of a firearm. That is true.
Always had it. Day one. He knew that. But why'd you lie? Because you know you got that sealed file over there about Tsu Surf and them in Jersey.
What did Bricc ever have to do with them? You think Bricc is in some way
Big U too. He had a sealed file. The exposers, Prince, Lavish, pulled it up. We tracked the case number back to Tsu Surf and them. First we thought it was some dirt shit. It's not dirt shit. He got a sealed file, dope case, New Jersey. It's the same shit, indictment, Tsu Surf and them. I know it is. Nigga, this we the exposers, bro. That's a clubhouse thing. Let's straighten that out too. The exposures come from clubhouse, on the side of clubhouse, right? It was Wack 600. I let Luce Cannon in.
He really bangs clubhouse like it's his neighborhood.
Yo,
that's crazy.
That's my tool. Yo, whoever on clubhouse, he got great sources on. Hey, listen, they on page because I looked up the same thing and I was like, I see Jersey, but I'm not putting together what you're saying. I'm like, why the fuck is a Jersey thing reference to Bricc Baby?
For those that don't know, Tsu Surf is a battle rapper, right? Let me see if we can get him here. Does he have a page? No, he doesn't. Okay. I'll show y'all real quick. He got picked up on a gang case too. He's a battle rapper famous for being on Smack. He went to jail. He got 5 years in prison. Holy. And he's a Crip as well. And that makes sense because out of New Jersey, and it's going to be a conspiracy case. So yeah, this all makes sense. There you go, boom. Gang member sentenced to 5 years in prison for racketeering and firearms charges. Look, a member of the Rollin 60 Neighbourhood Crips gang was sentenced to 60 months in prison. Rajan Cox, Tsu Surf, 32 of Newark. So it's all connected, man. Even out of L.A.
Using the same paperwork.
But what the hell could they have been doing with Jersey?
New Jersey 60s.
Right, but what were they doing?
I think it was some narcotics.
Brother, if you read it, it says Big U's a gang leader. He supplied drugs and guns. He's number 4 out of 14, right? They got him identified, the conversations, wiretaps. This was crazy. Big U know this paperwork exists, but he don't change his phone numbers. He don't change his Instagram. This 2022. We in 2025. He still got the same information now. But 2 weeks later, when they go to serve the indictments, everybody that's in the paperwork early April, late April, they pick everybody up, but Big U name not there.
Wait, how
took down a whole other 5.
How do you know what's in the sealed indictment for the?
No, we matched. No, we got the Tsu Surf. Well, we got that work.
Okay,
that's not sealed.
Okay, yeah.
But we matched case number.
Okay.
Of Bricc Baby sealed to their indictment.
Okay, it's just a sealed document.
It says New Jersey drugs.
Damn.
And I just want to say this as someone who I think out of this group, I think I was the only one that really maintained communication with Big U over the years. I remember
that's your friend.
Y'all two were cool. I remember at one
super
point.
tight.
I remember at one point you called me because you were upset at me over something, and he was trying to smooth it over or something like that. So I remember y'all were cool.
Yeah. And that makes sense because these gangs, guys, transcend states, right? So that makes sense that the New Jersey case will be connected to the California case. That makes 100% sense because it's an interstate gang.
Yeah, I mean, bro, that's just
this,
like...
to me, just kind of saddens me how it devolved.
Like, look, District of New Jersey, right? Rollin 60s. Who did this case? U.S. Attorney... Okay, DEA. DEA and IRS did this case out of New Jersey and ATF. This was not an FBI case. This was out of Jersey, 2023, and then here, out of California, 2025. Definitely connected. Guaranteed that they talked with those DEA agents.
Evolved into what it devolved into.
If you read that paperwork, you understand who he is. Dude is selfish. He want to be the one. Be the one at which you're the one at. One of his older homies said, Wack, you a good dude. You done helped us a lot over here, bro. Every time you do something for him or open the door for him, he gets more envious of you. In his head, he's saying, I'm Big U from Rollin 60s. I'm supposed to be able to do that. He said,
bro, I'd be shocked if Wack doesn't go to jail, man. This dude talks a lot on these podcasts, man. And he's gang affiliated and shit like that, too. Like, bro. Look, I don't wish jail on nobody, but the amount of time he spends talking about criminal activity on these clubhouse things, on these podcasts, like, that's wild, man. That's wild. Anyway.
And every time you do something for him, teach him something, give him a plug. I'm grateful and thankful for any plug, any resource I get, anybody that helps me out. I'm never looking I want to be bigger than this dude. I just stay in my lane. I want all my friends, my buddies around me to be bigger than me because it gives me something to keep climbing for. And if they're bigger than me, if I slip and take a fall, I got great support. It's the way I see it. Nobody ever tell you they got the feeling for me that I was trying to outshine them, outdo them. None of that. Right? He's a selfish dude. He can't help himself.
And y'all fell out because he tried to backdoor you on some
Yeah,
business?
when he went to my label and did what he did. Yeah.
Hey, how long did you know about the, because I think the majority of what came from this indictment came from that murder investigation when they got the Title III intercept, which is the wiretap. Once that popped off, like, it led to them kind of concocting this Big U enterprise because they're just sitting on his phone, and I don't know if Big U was just like, even though they even have him saying, yo, I think they're listening to me, but he just stays with the same phone and keeps talking about crimes, allegedly.
Well, you always say that Big U is dumb
Did you ever know about that?
Do you credit that to just that?
What?
You always say that Big U is a fucking moron. You
Oh,
said
he's
that to
dumb
me
as
many times. So when you say that, is that the explanation for it? Is
No,
that
he's
just
dumb.
not
He's
really
not smart.
All these gang niggas are dumb. They're all fucking retards.
he's not with it enough?
But he's somebody that people will reach out to because he built his name.
Big drink.
The team around him built his name. So, but he's not smart. People will come to him for something. He'll have 8 people on the phone, be like, yeah, my guy here, my game be tech. Yo, could you figure this out? He's just not smart.
So, wait, so when did you first, like, ever hear about this murder? Because
A year ago, 2024, when the family called.
So that audio is from that long ago?
No, that audio's from March 3rd.
All right, so the family called you another time.
The family called me way back in 2024.
And what was initially
Not only did
said?
they call me, come to find out, they reached out to Luce Cannon and 600 Independent. When we started talking, they're like, yeah, they contacted me too.
They should have reached out to Big.
Hey, guys, we're at 1.2K. We're at 1.2K, niggas. Let's get to, we should be at 2,000 likes easy, guys. Come on. Hit that like button on YouTube. I'll drop the link for you guys. If you're watching on Cast Club or you're watching on Rumble, open up tab, like the video on YouTube. That's how we're going to grow with the normies.
Big homie cist.
SKG, same way.
No.
Right? They reached out to her too. So I heard what they was telling me, but I'm like, all right. About 3 months later, I go have a conversation with another one of my homies, and I said, yo, I got this call. And he like, yo, Wack, that's, because some things happened with him behind that, right? So I'm like, okay, food for thought. And then March 3rd, I woke up to a text. They found his DNA. Whose DNA? I put it up on my Instagram. Whose DNA? Big U. What DNA? What question mark? My brother. Vegas? Vegas. That's when I called. When I called, she was there with her mother.
Now this is the murder case. You know what? Let's go. Let's start reading through the document, guys. Let's start breaking this shit down. I hope you guys are ready. Let's fucking cook.
Welcome, punch!
Now, this is a very long document. It's 100+ pages, but I'm going to kind of skim through it and read some of the most pertinent stuff. My grandfather fought in Vietnam and suffers with PTSD. It helps him sleep, though. I guess you call him a pothead. My friend's dad has kidney failure, uses weed instead of perks, which can damage the kidneys. I personally don't, but I see its benefit. Yeah, bro, that's them, nigga, not you. Like, you know what I mean? All right, so let's go ahead and make this a bit bigger. All right, so you guys can see our criminal complaint by telephone or by other reliable electronic means, right? So here we go. We got the agent's name. His name is Andrew James Russa, special agent with the FBI, right? March 17, 2025. Here's the judge that signed it, Patricia Donahue. Okay, and this is out of the Central District for California, which is going to fall under L.A., right? And then you can see the case number here, 225 MJ, which means magistrate, okay? That's how you know that it hasn't been indicted yet. When it's an MJ, that means it's a criminal complaint. Once it becomes a CR, that means it's formally been indicted. And then duty means that it's the judge that's on call for that day, okay? Who happened to be this Patricia Donahue. So this is how you know these niggas aren't messing around. They got a fucking table of contents, chat. Bro, you only put a table of contents when it's a big fucking deal. You don't do this on a criminal complaint. Table of contents? What the fuck? Anyway, we're going to go ahead and move through here, right? But you can see here all the different stuff. Transportation of individuals to interstate commerce, extortion and violation of the Hobbs Act, further evidence of Big U's enterprise, blah, blah, blah. Bunch of different things. How check-in works, which we're going to definitely read in that. This is one of the main reasons why I hate Los Angeles with a fucking passion. This whole check-in shit with bullshit, right? Get the likes up, niggas. We're going to read through this criminal complaint. I need you guys to like the goddamn video. All right, just hit that like button, because there's no one else on the internet that could break this down to the same extent as me, because I actually used to do this shit, man. All right, let me see here. What's better? Should I enlarge this thing like this? Is that better? No, I don't think that's better. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, can you guys all see the font nice and shit? Let me look on YouTube, make sure it's good for you guys. You guys like it like this, or you guys want me to enlarge it? This is good like this, chat? All right. All right, so yeah, all the different things with this guy, Big U. They got a table of contents, all right? All right, so let's go into the affidavit. I, Andrew James Russa, being duly sworn, declare and state as follows. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, and have been so employed since September 2028. This is called the I Love Me paragraph, chat, where he talks about his experience, okay, and his background, why he's qualified to do this investigation. He's assigned to I'm currently assigned to a criminal enterprise squad at the Orange County Resident Agency of the FBI, where I'm tasked with investigating violent gangs and organized criminal enterprises. So basically, he's basically in a gang squad. From March 2019 through December 2024, when I joined the Orange County Resident Agency, I was assigned to the Los Angeles Field Office investigating violent gangs and organized criminal enterprises in conjunction with the Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force on Violent Gangs, LAMTFVG, a multi-agency federal, state, and local gang task force. My experience as a special agent with the FBI includes, but not limited to, and then he talks about physical surveillance, what he does, etc., right? Doing interviews, all this other shit, right? And that's called the I Love Me paragraph. This is what they teach you in the academy, where you have to talk about your background. Now, the purpose of the affidavit is made in support of a criminal complaint and arrest warrants for Eugene Henley Jr., Termaine Ashley Williams, a.k.a. Luce Cannon, Frederick Blanton Jr., Blanton, and Tiffany Hines for a violation of 18 U.S.C. 1344 bank fraud. Here, this guy, Manny, for transportation of individual interstate commerce with intent to engage in individual in prostitution. And then Henry, right, the Eugene Big U right here, 1962 Racketeering Influence Act. And just so you guys know, right, let's go back up to the top just so I don't confuse you guys. Right here. So it goes, either complaint in this case state the following, is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. And then here's the charges. RICO conspiracy, interference with commerce by robbery, transportation of individual in commerce with intent that individual engaged in prostitution, bank fraud. So these are all the charges, right? 18 U.S.C. 1962, 51, 2421A, and 1344. Okay? These are the charges. All right. Okay, so not only did they do a criminal complaint, they also did a search warrant. This affidavit is also made in support of warrants to search the following: The person of Henley is described in attachment A, a black 2021 Mercedes. Henley's residence at 5847 Arlington Avenue, Los Angeles. Take a quick look at this. Damn, this nigga still live in the hood. So this is one of the houses. So they did a search warrant here, right? This thing right here. Let's get back to the document. What else did they want to search? One of his other residences, 17720 Superior Street, Northridge, California. Robinson's premises. So let's go ahead and duplicate. Bam. Let's put the other address in. Okay, this is a lot nicer. So they did a search here and here. The person of Martin, as described in attachment A7, Martin's residence at 3061 Robertson, apartment 5, Los Angeles, California. So let's go ahead and look at this one as well. So they did search it looks like 3 or 4 different search warrants. $3061, hold on. Yep, so this house right here, this apartment complex right here. And who's Martin again? Let me just double check chat. Because you got, okay, so Henley is Big U. Tremaine Ashley Williams, Luce Cannon. That's one of the guys that was on the podcast. Armani F. Lou, a.k.a. Manny. Frederick Blanton Jr. and Tiffany Shakira Hines. Is there anybody else? Okay, here we go. Here are the defendants. Sylvester Robinson, Mark Martin, Tremaine Ashley Williams, Armani, okay, and Tiffany Shakira Hines. Hold on. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Looks like 8 defendants on this criminal complaint. So not only did they do this as to get an arrest warrant, but they also did a search warrant in this as well. That's why this affidavit is so long. It's 107 pages. We're not going to read the whole thing. Obviously, we're going to skim through it, and we're going to read certain parts as well, because I know what parts to read and what parts to skip for you guys. Let's see what else they did. So they got 3 warrants, and then the Business of Ex-Offender Fellowship Network doing business developing options located at 544 Crenshaw Boulevard. So here we go. Here's another place. This, I ain't gonna lie, bro. This was a big operation. Crenshaw and Clark Financial. This got to be it right here. Okay. And obviously this is in the fucking hood, Crenshaw. Okay. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. They did 4 search warrants at 4 different locations. And obviously, guys, they're doing this all simultaneously. So 6 a.m. hits, they're hitting the houses, they're arresting the people, and they're doing a search warrant at the same time, which means, right, that they got a team for each location. This is why hundreds of agents got involved, because at each of these locations, they're going to have 20 to 30 agents. So that makes sense. Especially when you do the searches. When you're doing the searches, you need a lot of people there to help you search each property. So, yeah, we got a bunch of different... Let me start closing some of these tabs here so we don't get confused. Okay, I'll keep this one open here. One sec, chat. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 locations, and then they're picking up 8 people. Yeah, that's huge. All right, items to be seized. This is what they're trying to take from the different places. They're pretty much it's going to be evidence of crimes, right? We could skip this. Because when you write a search warrant, guys, you have to write the place to be searched and what is to be searched, okay, or what you're looking for. Okay, the place to be searched, what you're looking for, and you have to be able to establish a probable cause to be able to get in there. All right, so we can skip this. They're pretty much going to be looking for evidence of different types of crimes. All right, summary of the investigation. Now we're going to get into the stuff. In February 2021, the FBI Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force launched an investigation into Henley's criminal enterprise, the Big U enterprise. okay? And its association with the Rollin 60s neighborhood Crips street gangs, the Rollin 60s, which the task force began investigating in August 2020. The Big U Enterprise is a mafia-like organization that utilizes Henley's stature and long-standing association with the Rollin 60s and other street gangs to intimidate businesses and individuals in Los Angeles. The Big U Enterprise is led by Henley. Henley is a self-admitted member of the original gangster, or OG, of the Rollin 60s, a violent criminal street gang with associated sets in several other states. Henley is widely regarded as a leader within the Rollin 60s. So, bam, automatically that's going to put a target on his fucking back. In the 1980s, Henley rose to a prominent position in the Los Angeles drug and Rollin 60s hierarchies. During his time, Henley also earned a reputation as an enforcer for the Rollin 60s. Some members of the Big U Enterprise are also members of the Rollin 60s. Henley is able to lead the Big U Enterprise because of his standing as the face of the Rollin 60s for decades and his reputation for violence, including murder. At times, the Big U Enterprise partners with members and associates of Rollin 60s and other criminal elements for mutual benefit. But the Big U Enterprise is a distinct and independent criminal enterprise engaged in criminal activity. Look at this. Here, the niggas had to put a footnote in there. In interviews, Henley has stated that he believes his story is a modern-day mafia story. Are we gonna, yo, can someone put a counter on how many times this nigga self-snitches? Bro, let's run a counter in the chat. How many times this dude self-snitched on himself, right, chat? How about that? Someone keep tabs. We got one already. They put this shit in a footnote. Stupid. Oh, man. All right. Members and associates of the Big U Enterprise are engaged in illegal activities including extortion, robbery, murder, human trafficking, wire fraud, bank fraud, and other financial crimes. Obstruction of justice, illegal debt collection, illegal gambling, conspiracy to commit fraud via illegal gambling, and other offenses in furtherance of the Big U Enterprise and for the benefits of its members and associates. As set forth in the detail below, through the course of the investigation, agents gathered information from a variety of sources, including confidential human sources, surreptitious recordings, including Title III wiretaps, search warrants for social media, iCloud, and Google accounts, financial records from both individuals and companies and organizations, toll records showing communication between conspirators, victims, and Big U Enterprise members and associates, cell site location information from numerous phones, including Henley's, Robinson's, and Martin's, City of Los Angeles records, public filings, and other publicly available information, and 8 interviews of witnesses and victims. Yeah, this nigga cook, bro.
Falcon punch!
They got T3s. The investigation employed additional investigative techniques, including surveillance, vehicle tracking, poll cameras, recording devices, interaction with confidential sources, and information gleaned through undercover purchases of firearms and narcotics. Yeah.
Falcon punch!
This nigga is air fried. Air fried. Bro, they literally did everything. Bro, they fucking did everything, man. Oh, Lord. Okay. Myron, is there a way to find out if feds or any other alphabet group is investigating someone's life? Would FOIA requests do that? Potentially. But if it's active, they won't give it to you. Funny how the only guys with chains are the blacks. Sorry, I hope I am kosher enough for YouTube. You're fine, bro. Bro, these niggas are fried. All right. Look at this. The United States District Court, it was a federal wiretap. Okay. Authorized. So basically, the AUSA's office authorized multiple Title III wire and electronic interception orders for telephones being used by certain subjects of the investigation, including Henley, Robinson, Martin, and Zahira Mitchell, a.k.a. Bricc Baby. Mitchell. The court also authorized the interception of audio and visual nonverbal conduct via closed-circuit television. Oh, wow. Through installation. Yo, these niggas are cooked. Bro, what the fuck? Okay. Let me tell you why these niggas are cooked just off me reading this shit. So I did Title III, wire and electronic interception orders for phones, and the court also authorized the interception of audio and visual nonverbal conduct via closed-circuit television CCTV through the installation of video and audio bugs in a location. So they were getting real-time feeds of the CCTV footage of one of these locations. Okay. What are Title III intercepts? Title III intercepts, guys, is the active listening in or interception of communication through some type of medium. It could be through email, where you're getting the emails in as the bad guy gets them. It could be telephones, text messages, BlackBerry Messenger, BBM, CCTV footage, etc. The point is this. With Title III, it means you're getting it as the bad guy is getting it. You're getting it real time, okay? Now, why is this important? Because I've said this before and I'll say it again. I got a lot of new viewers here. I've done Title III intercepts, okay? You have to write up an affidavit, just like with a criminal complaint, showing all of your probable cause, why you need to listen in or intercept whatever you're trying to intercept. Now, here's the thing. Title III intercepts, guys, are very hard to get, okay? You need more probable cause to listen to someone's phone or intercept their data than you do to arrest them. Yes, you heard that right. You need more probable cause to listen to their phone or intercept their data than you do to arrest them. Well, Myron, that doesn't make sense. Why would you go through all this process of writing up a 50, 60, 70-page affidavit to listen to someone's phone when you could just arrest them? I'll tell you why. The reason why it's so hard to get these things is because not only are you listening into their stuff, but you're also going to be listening to other people's conversations that come in or other people's data, okay? Title IIIs are the highest form of invading someone's Fourth Amendment rights and privileges, right? So not only are you intercepting the stuff that your target is talking about, but you're also going to be intercepting stuff of other individuals who may or may not be subjects of the investigation, okay? So when you're listening on a phone and they're talking with someone, let's say they go for about 20 to 30 seconds without talking about criminal activity. You have to put the phone down, wait 10 seconds, and then listen back in again. Now, and this is called making sure that the information is pertinent, right? So you're going to be intercepting a lot of phone calls with people that might not be subject of the investigation. So that is why you need so much probable cause when you're doing Title III intercepts, okay? But here's the thing, like I said before, for you to be able to listen on someone's phone, okay, or intercept something real time, that means you more than likely, 99% chance, there were informants involved. How do I know this? Because in order to listen to someone's phone, you need to be able to dirty up the phone is what we call it, okay? To dirty up the phone, that means you need to make a controlled call to the target telephone where the conversation is done and they're talking about criminal activity, okay? This can be done with an informant, an undercover agent, etc. But you need to establish that that phone number and that target device is in fact dirty, okay? Now, like I said before, for you to do this, you have to have someone on the inside a lot of the times, all right? So the fact that they were able to get T3s on not just one phone, but multiple phones, and they also got a T3 on the CCTV footage, which I haven't seen this in a very long time. This is not common, guys. This is not common to have, to get a T3 on CCTV. That tells me they had informants, they had undercovers in, they had fucking all kinds of shit, all right? Because like I said before, to get a Title III is not easy. Very hard. And it's some of the strongest evidence that they can use against you. So, hey man, give me ones in the chat if that makes sense, guys, with Title III intercepts. Give me ones in the chat. I don't think I've seen anybody really explain it that much like I do. I know I went in the weeds there, but I really want you guys to understand how important Title IIIs are and how hard they are to get. I did one Title III when I was on a job. I wrote a 70-page affidavit to wiretap one phone. And the other thing, too, that's important for you guys to realize, most agents never do a T3 in their career. I'm going to say that again for you guys, okay? That's how hard it is to do. Most agents never do a T3 in their fucking career. And when I say do a T3, I mean as in they're the affiant, they're the one monitoring it, it's their case. Very few. I've done one, but most never do it. All right, let's keep going, chat. I told you guys ain't nobody gonna break this shit down better than me. I told you guys. All right, since the inception of this investigation, FBI, Internal Revenue Service, IRS, Criminal Investigation, etc., United States Attorney's Office for the St. Bloom, and other Okay, they've interviewed more than 50 individuals, including subjects of the investigation, who agreed to voluntarily provide information discussed further below. Guys, I didn't read, just so you guys know, I didn't read this affidavit before today. So I told you guys, they got a T3. I knew off rip that they had talked to a bunch of people. Boom, they talked to 50 people, and to include subjects of the investigation, who agreed to voluntarily provide information as discussed further below, based on information learned from these individuals and other sources. FBI special agents, IRS detectives, and LAPD detectives request and obtain additional search warrants and subpoenas. Below, I summarized the information and evidence obtained thus far. Okay. Summary of probable cause. Now we're going to start getting into the actual evidence in the investigation, all right? We got 1.4K likes. Come on, guys. Let's get to 2,000. All right? Let's get to 2,000. We're going to break this affidavit down. I'm telling you guys right now, I'm the best at this shit. No one comes close, because I've actually run hundreds of these. So like the video. I'm going to drop the link in here for you guys real fast. I'm going to drop the YouTube link. If you're watching on Rumble, cool. If you're watching on Castle Club, cool. If you're watching on X, cool. But all I ask is that you guys open up a tab, like it on YouTube, so that we can continue to grow, because YouTube is a discovery app. You guys know I hate YouTube. I really do. But it's a necessary evil to grow, my ninjas. Okay. All right, let's get into it. All right, Henley, Robinson, and Martin, and others known and unknown, are members of the Big U Enterprise, a criminal organization whose members and associates engage in, among other things, murder, kidnapping, robbery, extortion, interstate transportation, blah, blah, blah. Right? So he goes into the statute of Rico. We'll skip that. Okay, he said the purpose of the Big U Enterprise. Okay. Enriching Big U Enterprise members and associates by using the power and status of the Big U Enterprise and Henley as an original gangster of the Rollin 60s to commit extortion, robbery, fraud, and among other crimes. Promoting, protecting, and expanding the power, reputation, etc. Why am I reading this to you guys? So you guys understand, this is how they're going to wrap a lot of these crimes in. Crimes that typically wouldn't go federal, like murder, for example, when I explained to you guys before, now it's going to be wrapped in, because they're going to say that these murders and these acts of violence were to promote the strength and the power of the organization. Okay? So let's move down a bit, because they're going to talk about what the gang actually did, right? Okay. So concealing and protecting the illegal activities and obstruction of justice. Fine. All right. Beginning no later than 2010 and continuing to the present in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California and elsewhere, Henley, Robinson, and Martin, each being a person employed by and associated with the Big U Enterprise and enterprise engaged in activities which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly and intentionally conspired to violate 18 U.S.C. 1962. That's how they're basically going to go ahead and spin this as a RICO case, right? And then you got multiple acts, murder, right? Kidnapping, robbery, etc., right? So we're going to go ahead and move down from this. Okay. We're going to move past a lot of this stuff. Now they're going to talk about other things they did. Members and associates of the Big U Enterprise would avoid detection by law enforcement by attempting to thwart and evade surveillance, destroying video surveillance or other evidence, blah, blah. Right? They're just kind of like outlining the shit that they did. Okay. Now statement of probable cause. Now we're going to get into some of the... see, dude had to do 2 probable cause paragraphs. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, so unless otherwise noted below, my knowledge of the facts summarized herein is based on my training and my experience, and basically saying that this is just, you know, what I need for probable cause. All right, so the Big U Enterprise, I believe that. See, a lot of this stuff is redundant, guys, so I'm skipping it for you guys, and we're going to get right into, like, the actual probable cause. All right. I believe that Henley led the Big U Enterprise. Robinson was a years-long associate and confidant in Henley and served as his right-hand man, underboss, and enforcer in the Big U Enterprise. And Martin was also a close confidant and trusted lieutenant of Henley in the Big U Enterprise. Much of the Big U's structure and affiliation with the Rollin 60s is in the public domain. In the television series Hip Hop Uncovered, a docuseries. Okay. Let's see if we can pull this up. Hold on one second. It was, what's it called? Hip Hop Uncovered. All right, let's see. Is this it? I guess there's a trailer for it.
The best music is made when there is a struggle, when there is some sort of story that you can identify with that is a rags to riches story.
Hip-hop is the voice of the streets.
You cannot have success in the music business without...
This is the trailer for it, and there he is right there, because it said right here, which Henley, executive producer Henley detailed the history of the Rollin 60 and his involvement with that gang. Bruh.
The movers and shakers behind the scenes.
If you're respected, that gives you the ability to have power. You have power, you can make moves to make money, but it must start with respect.
The OGs, you can't have it without these people.
I got enough to go around.
If I was to describe Big U's role in rap, he would definitely be the Godfather. If you ask...
Bruh, these niggas are so stupid, bro. So fucking dumb. Oh, I just want clout. Oh, yeah, I'm the OG, yeah. Dumbass niggas, man. Bro, what the fuck, man? Bro, FBI was just watching this shit like, oh, yeah, rubbing their hands. Dumbass niggas, bro. FBI, open up! Cooked, man.
That's Tupac, this the dude who had him shot.
I've known to clean corners. I guess I didn't know the ledge.
Deb was the one delivering the kilos. The money was coming in so crazy.
The minute I was born, I knew this was finna be a road trip.
Them is a bigger celebrity than the celebrities.
Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown, they bailed him out of jail.
To me, hip-hop is way more than music. It's a culture. We was legends in the streets.
I want to show what it was really like back then. How I felt, how I survived.
I made you look.
I caught 4 bullets with a .357 Magnum, and I set up a shot, and that was it. Hip-hop became a way out.
For once, I was accepted in an industry that would never accept a guy.
Bruh. Nigga admitting to his crimes and shit like that. And look, here, he did an interview 3 years ago. Let's see.
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. I got the legendary. If you want. We got the legendary.
And I was with, who was I with? Thug and I was with OSBS.
Okay.
And we had just got the car, and you walked up to me, or somebody was with you, walked up to me and said,
Gunna was there too. That was the crazy shit. There's like Gunna just walked by at the same exact moment that I was meeting you. I was like, this is weird.
And he was like, hey, I want to interview you. I'm like, what's your name? And he was like, I'm Adam. And I'm like, Adam? He was like, I said, man, I heard you don't like me. And he was like, I don't know nothing about that.
We could actually play the clip just so that the world could see how awkward it was.
It?
Yeah, that's in this video. No, I got it, yeah.
I didn't even know you filmed
We'll
it.
stick it in here so the world can experience it for themselves.
You really filmed it?
Yeah.
No,
I think so, yeah, Trev filmed it.
What was that?
No, I've been trying to do that for a while. I asked Vlad for your contact.
All right. The point is that the feds were looking the whole time. They even watched the documentary, bro. All right, so Henley admitted he was a Rollin 60s member from the first generation. Henley advised that Rollin 60s was a large Crip gang known to instill fear in the community. Henley claimed that he did not have gang-related tattoos because people already knew where he was from, and it was never a question. A similar quote that Henley often repeated when asked why he has no gang tattoos is that it isn't on you, it's in you. After encountering legal trouble as a juvenile, Henley moved from California to Chicago. Henley admitted elsewhere to being on the run and conducting legal drug activities in Chicago. While Henley was living in Chicago, Henley decided to move back to Los Angeles to participate in the gang war after an associate's murder. At that time, Henley noted his mentality was that we were hunting. To us, it wasn't about fighting, it was about guns now. My philosophy was the gun can get you any and everywhere you need to be. Bro, they pulled this shit straight from the fucking documentary, bro. Wow. And it goes here, based on my training, my experience and participation in investigation, the statement corroborates precisely how the Big U enterprise works to this day. Henley uses this fear instilled by the Rollin 60 in the community and his prominent association with that gang to further the Big U enterprise racketeering activities and profit from the same. So, yeah, I mean, he probably admits this shit in interviews. I'm trying to find here in the timestamps here. Let's see here. Having a great time to make great material. The perception. A Big U in the music industry.
What I was greatly influenced by was how people were being wronged. You know, how stories can get out there that's so far from the truth on how things happen. and they take on lives of their own. And you never really get to see how a person does. Like people thinking I was somewhere in pain, wishing I was in music. You know what I mean?
For the shit that
I
happened.
write. I actually, like, it depends on what role I come in. Like, Kenya Ware is one of my homegirls, and I've been knowing her since she was a baby going to Westchester High School. She came up, let me show you how projects come to me. She came up with the idea to do a story on the Crips. This was her idea, birthed out of her brain, out of her mind. And she put her own money in to get in the pilot shot, and she got a script written. So she came.
So I guarantee you, bro, the FBI was watching every single interview he did and using it. After Henley returned to Los Angeles in the 1980s, he became known as a fighter for the Rollin 60 by fighting other gang members. As Henley recalled, those fights were about dominating the Rollin 60s competition. This probably came off from this documentary, by the way. What is this? What's it called again? Hip Hop Uncovered. Let me see if I could get a clip here. Hip Hop Uncovered. There's Revolt, Trick, Haitian Jack. We don't care about that. Where's Big U, bro? What the fuck? Bro. Yeah, there was no. Go back here.
I turn around, everybody like, "Come what's up?" He like, I'm like, "Nigga, what you said? Nigga, I'm with you, nigga." I said, "Okay." I said, "Girl, you don't want to go with me, nigga, because, nigga, if you ain't," he said, "Nigga, I got mine. What we on?" On 6-0. I swear to God, with my life, with my daughter. My daughter, my little brother, rest in peace. Yeah. And I looked at this nigga, and I'm like, what's he killing all gone, bro?
So it goes here. A Big U tells a story when Young Buck put in work with him in their own 60s.
We on some bullshit. I'm like, nigga, we ain't coming back down this hill. And they said, "Nigga, I'm going with you on 6-0. I said, and then we go up the hill, and homie, we had to say, we turn around, we come on back, we split this nigga left, and the homie was like, "Cut that nigga butt, bro, what's this?" And we was too charged. We was too charged. Yeah. And you by the time you get out of it, you get away from shit, you can go assess the situation. And
Bro, just self-snitching all over the place. This is the trailer.
So many ways to die in L.A. when this cocaine hit, it was treacherous. You had to watch out for your team, the other team, the robbers, the police. I was living by, a code. And that code was, get them before they get you.
That was easy.
My impression of Big U, that when you heard about him, you didn't want to cross him. And he had a reputation for being a really tough person. When it first came on my radar,
Tony Moreno, retired LAPD gang enforcer.
He was wanted for murder. That was my first experience of being in the county jail. That was 4800. Cell block 4800 was where they put all Crips from certain sets, because the Crips had started getting so strong, they had wanted to start separating the Crips inside the jail.
There are way more Crips than Bloods.
There were 250 Crips teeming at the gates. Barbarians, for sure. Right at the gates, literally. Trying to get it who? Each other.
I was 18 when I got there. I'll never forget it when you opened the door at 4800, I saw you here. You see a gust of wind. Whoosh. And then all you hear is a bunch of men. It sounds like an insane asylum. Damn, nigga, did I make it to hell? When you look down the tier, you see shit throwing over the tier. You see mother's hands out the boards. And then you thinking like, you 18 and you ready for it. And at my age, I felt like I wanted to go to 4800. Because I felt that's where you had to go to prove yourself.
Certain individuals that was from our neighborhood went to the county jail, module 4800. They were like some of the ultimate dudes. They all had big names. And so you want to be as tough as the next guy.
4800 was crazy. Every day you get up, you're going to have a fight.
And this is obviously you here, guys. And this is crazy because, honestly, I guarantee y'all, man, the FBI was watching all this shit, bro. All this shit. Because the reason why this is important is because it's going to establish hierarchy for them, right? Because number one is going to confirm he's a gang member. Number two is going to confirm his status in a gang, and it's going to confirm that he is willing to utilize violence and other means to perpetrate the status of the gang. Shout out to Santos R. Gifted a subscription. I appreciate that, my friend. Appreciate that greatly.
Until you prove yourself. Them niggas wasn't moving right in 4800. They was either recruiting niggas, raping niggas, and doing shit like that. 4800 wasn't cool to me.
When I first saw you in 4800, you was holding somebody's head like this, and you was pounding on them. It was pounding.
Boom. Admitting that he's a violent criminal. Can you listen to Ye World War III, bro? Please, love it, and it fits the whole theme of the show, bro. This is, bro. That's gonna get hit with a copyright immediately, man. So,
No, 3 days later. No, but no, you was pounding on him. I mean, dude couldn't even fight back, didn't want to fight back. He just gave in. I liked how he represented himself. He didn't go at them. They came at him. If all the...
just, anyway. So, yeah, now you guys could get an idea, right? Okay. Let's see here. So we know that he's known as a fighter, right? He says he was known as a fighter for the Rollin 60s. We literally just saw that clip just now. Okay, throughout the 1980s, Henley fostered a fierce and earned a reputation for violence, which included multiple charges of first-degree murder, as well as a charge for attempted murder of a peace officer. According to these statements, Henley believed that by 1987, he had cemented his reputation as a tough person who should not be crossed. Henley recounted serving time in county jail, where he beat up other inmates for the purpose of establishing a pecking order. Boom, we just watched that clip just now. Henley was also earning money through the drug trade in other cities such as Minneapolis, where he realized he had influence over other Rollin 60s gang members. When Henley was 22 years old, he claimed to stop selling drugs and transition to a different racket. He believed his moniker, Big U, was so big and ominous, every time I go through a door, I really was a beast. That was the mentality. Despite having such power within the Rollin 60s, Henley did not have a reliable source of income outside of the drug trade. Henley subsequently connected with the hip-hop artist Kenneth Green, a.k.a. Papa LQ, and became his manager. In a docuseries, Papa LQ recounted that Henley was in tune with both the community and gang culture. Henley also became the manager of hip-hop artist Ricardo Emanuel Brown, a.k.a. Kurupt, a self-admitted Rollin 60s gang member. Real quick so you guys see who they're talking about here. Bam. This guy right here. This is him. Ricardo Emanuel Brown, born November 23rd, 1972, better known by his stage name Kurupt, is an American rapper and record producer born and raised in Philadelphia. He formed Dog Pound in 1992 along with Daz Dillinger. The rap duo here has released 8 albums. Here he's right here. So I guess he managed them for a period of time. In 1991, Henley was found guilty and sentenced to 23 years in state prison for robbery, and as he admitted, he was also charged with kidnapping. While Henley was incarcerated, Henley stated that Kurupt maintained contact with Henley and ensured he was kept abreast of developments in the music industry. In 2022, on the podcast Dub C and Max C Show, Henley described himself as an enforcer in prison and recounted knocking somebody's eyeball out their socket as well as committing stabbings. Okay, let's see here. You guys see where we're going here with this?
Behind that, right? So I'm like, okay, food for thought. And then March 3rd, I woke up to a text.
Is this it?
You already had street fame, but it's a different type of thing. Now you open season.
Right.
Welcome
to the internet.
Welcome. I just seen a couple people say they want to take a fade with you.
Yeah.
You know,
Welcome.
You know what I mean? All kind of, you know what I mean? So how you dealing with that, man?
Man, it's crazy because I remember when I came home and I got into the management, I used to have to coach the people I was dealing with. Man, you got to just take that. That come with the territory. Now I be trying to have people find out where dudes at. Where they, you know, like, where we gonna catch this dude at? And then I got to go on later to find out the same dudes are talking all the shit. Yeah. It's the same ones that's volunteering to tell you, I'm gonna call the police.
Ooh.
So then I'm like, okay, I get it. Because they'll talk crazy about me and to me, but then in the next interview, they're talking about how they gonna call the police when they get seen.
Yeah.
One or two of them will just take that case.
Yeah. Yeah.
I aim to break a jaw. I ain't gonna do a lot. I mean, no,
I'd have to take you off the ledge a couple nights myself.
For real.
You know what I'm saying?
Real.
Like, nah, man, this how I go, man.
It ain't
you know
worth
what
it,
man.
Bruh. So let's see if we can find the part where he threatened this shit.
Once came to an interview, do an interview, and then he shut.
Because you know you started off slow.
We want to make sure you didn't leave, that you came back. Oh, y'all let me win.
Yeah, I got to take off. You didn't see the game? You know,
Y'all believe that?
Yeah, well, we can run back another clip.
No, we ain't gonna play no more clips, man.
All right, man.
It's showing about bowling, man.
I know. Let's get into the show, man. So, you know, I brought you here, man, first of all, because I done had to toss you off the ledge a couple nights myself.
For real.
The image or the character that some people, your name was a myth for years. A lot of people don't even know what you did. You probably did so many things that you didn't do. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, what's better, fear or love?
Well, me? I think it's love because it's fear and love. The love is and went to a different level with it and doing it for a lot of people. But to be honest with you, CJ Mack was the ones I was getting the calls from because they was really coaching my sons while I was gone. And I reversed it because I mean, what we gonna do? And I'm like, I feel offended for my community because it's always been years where we could have used help.
Right.
And I've been doing this for 18 years.
Right.
Don't call me after 18 years and say, what, man, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? And we got a lot of kids out here and a lot of young men and a lot of girls who need help and who still need help.
Right.
Because if we reach one and teach one,
come on now,
then at the same time, they don't become the people that's robbing us, breaking in our houses and drug addicts and all this stuff.
Right.
But we neglected that.
Yeah.
We become.
Yeah.
He paying Big U.
them out.
So it's
without coming down to really see the work that you're doing.
Isn't it crazy, guys, that like on paper this sounds great? Like, oh man, he's really trying to help the community, but now we know it was all fucking cap, bro.
So I want to say this. The name of his organization is called Developing Options, correct? And what exactly are you doing with Developing Options?
At this point, we're doing so many different things. We have gang intervention. We do homeless repair, or trying to get the homeless off the streets.
That's really big.
We do reunification with families because what people don't know, the Crenshaw district is overwhelmingly 60% or up to 46 kids might be going to Crenshaw to
That's
take off
excellent,
or
I love
going
that.
to Inglewood. That's dangerous.
Yeah. We've been knowing each other for the longest and been riding with each other, and we know that we can get on there and do some ignorant shit. We get on there and go crazy, have people on there just arguing, going back and forth and getting down. I mean, I know the clickbait game, you know, I know how it goes, but I wanted to show a real side of the individuals out here that a lot of people sometimes have the wrong view of, and that's one of the reasons why we want to have you on the show. I called you up a long time ago, and I told you, I said, man, I see what's going on. You was like, what? I don't know if you remember. I said, man, who working your social media for you? You said, Dub, I ain't lying. People be sending me the stuff. People be sending me stuff. I said, that ain't you on there. He said, it's me. People be sending it to me. I said, I'm proud of you because I know of you, and I know what you've been through, and I got a chance to meet you when you first touched down, and you came in and we was chopping it up, and I got a chance to the world. We can buy things, we can do this, we can do that, but I don't know if it's
Rollin. How'd that turn out
for you?
Regular.
What do you mean regular?
Regular. I won.
You won.
Regular. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I do.
You know why, right?
We don't want you Rick Ross us, man.
You know what I'm saying? Walk all out the studio, man. We
Rick
beat you
Ross
down.
came to an interview, and then he shut.
Because you know you started off slow.
We wanted to make sure you didn't leave, that you came back.
Oh, y'all let me win.
Yeah, I kind of took off. You didn't see the game? You know, I kind of took off and said, oh, you think it was a real winner. Did I throw the game or not?
CJ.
You was runner up, something like that.
Runner, something like that.
You was probably like third, fourth
I heard
place.
the owner.
Hold on. They put like different parts of this shit. Part 2, part 3. Bro, these niggas, man.
Go back to the Dubs.
Like relationships.
Right.
And, you know, like I said, before I met Nip, he was cutting his bones in the neighborhood, 17, 18 years old. You know, about then, that's when you have to start fulfilling your obligations to the block.
Yeah.
So when I came around, he was just not getting to the point where he was committing to the hood.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Got the name Lil Thundercat about it. Man, we got turned down by so many people because they were saying he looked too much like Snoop. His voice went right. He says, Jay Prince, I'm not Jay Prince, I'm a big Jay Prince.
Yeah.
Right. Because I come from a different era, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's all love. And he understood that.
Right.
You know what I mean? He always understood that it's all love. Like his family, ain't nobody big homie gonna really come to hurt them.
Yeah.
That's not how it's supposed to happen.
Right.
If I'm your big homie and I'm a big homie to a lot of people, I'm supposed to come and understand it.
Right.
With the fact, you know, we gonna understand this, but if you not linked in,
you wouldn't understand.
You wouldn't understand.
You wouldn't understand.
So you ain't gonna see.
Yo, chat, isn't it crazy to watch him in these interviews, like kind of put out a facade of being like a peaceful, nice guy, but in reality he was over here beating niggas up and doing all this crazy shit?
So how did you feel, man, with all the rumors, people spreading and saying that you got something to do with his demise? And how did that make you feel, knowing the relationship that you guys had? And knowing that everybody else don't know what they're talking about, how did that make you feel, man?
It really bothered me, but it didn't bother me as much as it bothered me with my own homeboys, instead of my own homeboys killing it. Because you know how dudes can, instead of dudes like, man, that's the most ridiculous shit. No, like, well, you know, man, they had their beef, but still, though, you know.
Right.
Dude, you already know we ain't been beefing in 10 years.
Right.
Like, the incident happened 7 years prior to him getting killed. Like, that's what's crazy.
Right.
But I had to start understanding the internet, too, though. It was my lesson. It was my lesson to understand it now. Thumbs rule the internet.
Still to this day.
Thumbs rule the internet.
Still to this day.
Like, believe it or not, I seen an interview the other day.
Right.
We were just all standing on the corner together. Like, but then I'm like I said, and I really think none of us was really not.
I hated seeing this thing going around with the homie, rest in peace, Mike,
rest in
man.
peace.
I learned.
Got a bill.
I go watch. I'm like, one thing I don't do is I don't know nothing. When I go into a deal, I'm blank. I'm a blank sheet. I want to learn all of it. One thing that I did learn is they just don't give a fuck about who you are. They really don't want you. when Nip got killed, the value of the project went from here to there.
Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that
like, like crazy.
Right.
But they had seen value in it before that, so I'm gonna give them that. But we got robbed, but we had to take it.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna never put on no dress.
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow little instructions though.
Yeah.
Colorless people to tell our story. It's us telling our story by us, and we told it how we want to tell it.
Right.
With, we're taking how we want to.
Right.
That was the greatness of it.
Right.
But I want to say this though. I'm gonna end with this. We are a people who social media has helped also.
Yes.
He did this interview in 2022.
Social media hasn't leveled an hour that you go to church, and you got you in 1 hour.
Right.
You know.
All right. Well, either way, he admitted this in the interview. In 2004, Henley was released from prison, and the docuseries hip-hop artist Calvin Broadus Jr., a.k.a. Snoop Dogg, characterized Henley as institutionalized. You say the wrong thing, you get fucked up. He was short-tempered and serious about the shit he was on. Something about him I liked because I felt like he was a leader. Henley claimed that he was focused on healing his community, and he would return home from... When he returned home from prison, according to Henley, his primary objective was to affect change and lift his community to a better place instead of destroying it. So look, they use a Snoop Dogg quote here. So basically, guys, in all this info here, you guys can see they're basically pulling his quotes from documentaries. So they watched all his shit. Henley's own words, though, show the falsity of his claim reformation. For example, on December 31st, 2022, on an intercepted call, see, so they put all this stuff where he talked about being positive and all this other shit, right? And we listened to it a little bit, right? Oh, yeah, you know, I'm trying to do this and I'm trying to do that for the community, right? But look, they intercepted his phone call on December 21st, 2022. Henley explains his motivation for committing murders on behalf of the Big U enterprise, stating, quote, "What you guys see on the internet, y'all keep hearing other people who don't have nothing to talk about but sell. Let me explain something to you. If I would have had a problem with any man, color, creed, king, or kind, the issue would have been resolved and he wouldn't be here or I wouldn't be here. It ain't no kid nothing. And it damn near nobody who been in this motherfucker longer than me can stand against me and me be who I am. If I had a problem with any man and this wouldn't be so funny to me, I'm still who they say I am." Similarly, on October 23rd, 2023, on an intercepted call, Henley discussed gang politics with a co-conspirator and stated, "I'm retired, nigga, activist. I'll pull up on your block right now, nigga, and show up and show out, nigga. That's what happened to the last niggas that thought I was retired." Bro, they got...
Fatality.
Man, that's why the wiretaps are dangerous, bro. See, he goes on these interviews, right? Pretend he's all positive.
Meditation to something positive and then go back to the world and do what you're going to do.
Yeah. Well, man, you know what? Our time's about up for the day, man. We got to pay some of these bills, but I do want to say I'm extremely proud of you. Your hustle right now is unmatched. It's
all cap, bro. All fucking cap.
Sonic boom.
Because what he says on interviews versus what y'all hear on the phone lines is different. According to the docuseries, as Henley transitioned to life in Los Angeles following incarceration, he returned to the hip-hop industry. Kurupt connected Henley with Suge Knight, the former chief executive of Death Row Records. Henley recounted that Suge Knight assisted him financially when he was released from prison. Henley referred to himself as the Blue Suge Knight. As you guys know, Suge Knight was a blood, a high-ranking blood, which let's go ahead and put, show you guys, put a face to name. Some of you guys might not be familiar. Here he is. Here's Suge Knight. All right. American record executive, former NFL player, and convicted felon who's the co-founder and former CEO of Death Row Records. Knight was a central figure in gangster rap's commercial success in the 1990s. Right? And he was a blood gang member. I think it was Pyru, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, it was Northside's Mob Pyrus. Okay. Let's keep going. That's why he said the Blue Suge Knight, because Suge Knight was a blood. As of 2004, was widely regarded as the leader of their own 60s. Because of this reputation, Henley was well positioned to ultimately form and lead the Big U enterprise. In approximately 2008, Henley formed a relationship with hip-hop artist Hermes Joseph Esgedem, a.k.a. Nipsey Hussle. After several years, Henley temporarily left the industry after he had a falling out with Nipsey Hussle related to equipment at Henley's shop. Henley recounted in the docuseries that Nipsey Hussle made a diss song about Henley, but that Henley is a scrapper, not a rapper. Henley stated, that even after they settled their differences, he picked up Nipsey Hussle one morning so that Nipsey Hussle could get disciplined for the diss song. However, Nipsey Hussle's brother intervened and told Henley that Nipsey Hussle was not going anywhere. LAPD reports documented that violence erupted, and when LAPD officers arrived on the scene, a firearm was present and discharged. In 2019, Nipsey Hussle was murdered by a member of the Rollin 60s. Based on my training experience, I know that blue refers to the color associated with the Crip gangs in Los Angeles rather than the blood gang that Suge Knight associated with. Okay, so this is what I was telling you guys about. Based on my investigation, I believe that this provides background and corroborates the Big U Enterprises structure. Suge Knight openly hired members of the Mob Piru Bloods to work for Death Row Records, just as Henley hires Rollin 60s to work for his purported charities and companies. Just as Henley operates on fear and threats, Suge Knight's criminal history is replete with criminal threats of violence and death. Suge Knight is currently incarcerated for purposely driving his car over two men, killing one. In a recent interview, Henley stated that outside of Suge Knight, Henley is the only person who has done more for the community, and that Henley has bailed out Suge Knight and paid for his lawyer. Okay, here we go, the check-in. This is very common in Los Angeles. We're going to talk about this. Henley and the Big U Enterprise are widely known for requiring a check-in for out-of-town entertainers or gang members in Los Angeles. As Henley described in the docuseries, if I don't answer the phone, it could be death for someone else. Everywhere, there's someone like me, and you can't put a monetary value on his touch in hip-hop. After more than 3 decades as a Rollin 60s member and several years managing famous hip-hop artists, Henley was widely regarded as an official original gangster or OG. In a docuseries, record producer Andre Young, a.k.a. Dr. Dre, explained that it is very helpful to have an OG who can clear the streets. Within this operating environment, Henley instituted the concept of the check-in when hip-hop artists and other celebrities visit Los Angeles. Let's see if I can find a clip of this for you niggas. And this is something that is very real, chat. Very fucking real. This is a big reason why I don't spend a lot of time in LA when I'm there. I'm not checking on nobody. I'm not no fucking gangster dude. So, but this is why I don't be in there. I don't be in LA like that. I fucking hate this city. This right here is one of the reasons why I dislike Los Angeles so much. Let's see here.
I went from condos to bus routes.
That situation that I also talked to Rafi about when he was here, the situation that happened with PNB Rock at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. When
and you guys remember PNB Rock got murdered a couple years ago in Los Angeles. I actually covered that case as well.
It come down to that situation and everything like that. What are your thoughts on what happened to PNB?
Here's Big U right here.
I mean, it could happen to everybody. Just to be honest with you, I spoke on that. It's about greed. You know what I mean? Greed, envy. Same thing I did. I mean, I did that. I was on the other side of. I grew up and I lived on the other side of what PNB Rock was, and we in our lost mentality, we didn't see it like I see it now, as an adult. So I would be remiss to speak of it, of how it was, because remiss to speak of it now, to speak to a kid, because I was that kid before. I was that person younger. And then when you hear the politics of it, you hear that the father may have had something to do with it. And that's foreign to me. That part is foreign to me, because you're telling your offspring to go do something, and it's not sending them to war, it's sending them to go rob something. But I mean,
if I'm not mistaken, I think it was a father and son that got arrested for the PNB Rock shit.
LA.
Yeah.
When I go to Chicago, I respect Chicago. Wholeheartedly. I check in.
Okay, boom. See, now you could hear him talking about the whole checking in process now in other cities.
When I go to Atlanta, I check in. When I go places, I check in. And I don't think nobody is safe. I know dudes right now from LA who are actual gang members who have been robbed for their jewelry, who real killers. Like, who really real killers. Like, if he ever find out who did that, he gonna knock everybody down.
And this whole checking in process, guys, it's a extortion fucking racket, basically, is what it is, where you go in as an entertainer, you check in with someone who has gang ties and will ensure your protection while you're in town. And if you don't check in with them, well, you're amenable to robbery or some other type of violent crime as a victim.
You understand what I'm saying? You just caught slipping.
You know, that's how it is. You know what I mean? And you try your best not to be slipping. And if you have the means not to, why do it? Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's just about.
Guarantee you they talked about this shit, and this app is probably going to be used as evidence as well. His knowledge of the check-in process and how it works in other places.
Sometimes it's about respect.
Like the video, by the way, ninjas. We got 1.6K likes. We should have 2,000 easily. We got 4,000 plus of you guys in here watching the show on YouTube and on Rumble, and we got a bunch of you guys on Twitter as well. We got 15K on Twitter. So, guys, like the stream.
Respecting, you know, yourself and then trying to get home. Yeah. So I mean, you know, I hear a lot of back and forth on that, but I mean, I don't know that it's a perfect answer other than me myself. I check in. Yeah. And in certain places, I'm gonna tell a dude that they check in with me. Now I don't think you should go there now. Yeah. I mean, he might want to go to the other one.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned that because it seemed like.
Boom! Just confessed to the whole check-in process.
That was easy. Anybody that I speak to or that's from LA kind of like have an understanding when it come down to, you know, the checking in situation, you know, no matter who I speak to, no matter who sit down at this table. But it seemed like a lot of outsiders have a different understanding of that when it come down to speaking on that. So can you kind of like go into that a little bit more in depth and let people understand what you mean by that when you say checking in?
When I say that, I mean exactly what I said. Yeah. There ain't no sugarcoating, there ain't no nothing in. It ain't not one human being that's not going.
Bro, FBI watching this shit like, yeah, buddy.
Don't check in.
If I was the case agent, this video will be saved. This shit is gonna be going as evidence.
Let me give you on a bigger scale. The United States of America and all these countries have what is called airspace. Yeah. If you invade their airspace with a plane, they consider that an act of war. If you want to come in,
this nigga, bro, this nigga trying to compare airspace to gang checking in.
Near airspace, you're gonna check in. You can choose not to, and it's gonna be a problem. If dudes come and you move it in a certain way, if you choose not to check in, you suffer the consequences. You feel like you got something that's bigger than what's there. And I just, because I do it, it's foreign to me to hear people speak how I'm not gonna check in, but then that's the ignorant dude, because that's the dude who wants the internet fame. Any real dude that's ever really been in LA, he checked in. Any real dude that's ever been in Atlanta, he checked in.
Yeah, Atlanta's one of the most, Los Angeles is one of the most notorious cities when it comes to this whole fucking checking in shit, bro. Because it is 100% gang politics, man. Omega Alpha says, did you see that Conor McGregor calls for full support of them boys and urging world leaders to support the nation? Seeing Colby Cuckington not doing the interview and now this UFC is cooked. Yeah, bro, they're stupid, bro. Well, you guys know who runs UFC, right? You guys don't know who runs UFC?
If you moving and you getting money, you gonna check in because you need to know the right places to be and places not to be. That's a businessman. Yeah. So I mean, but shit, some people feel like I am who I am.
I had to show him that I was made.
Bruh, shit is crazy, man. Here you go, ninjas. This is the guy, right, that owns Ariel Zev Emanuel. His American businessman is CEO of Endeavor, an entertainment and media agency, as well as CEO and executive chairman of TKO Group Holdings, which owns the UFC and WWE. He was a founding partner of the Endeavor Talent Agency. You check their early life every single time. And then, interestingly enough, his father, let's see here. Yeah, his father was who? Benjamin M. Emanuel, pediatrician, was active in the Irgun. What's the Irgun? Oh, shit. It was a paramilitary organization alongside Haganah, and it's a terrorist organization. Yeah, that's who owns the UFC, motherfuckers. That's who owns the UFC, man. Anyway, back to the regularly scheduled programming. Okay, as Henley described in the docuseries, if I don't answer, okay, so we're talking about the thing, and then Dr. Dre talking about the check-in. Let me see if I can find a clip of Dr. Dre talking about the check-in. Dr. Dre, check-in. Let's see. Oh, they just posted this Law and Crime Network. Anyway, in the docuseries Record Producer, okay, we got that one. Cool. Okay, how the check-in works. The check-in is a term used when someone travels outside of their home city to another city. During that travel, the individual must check in or meet with the local street representative of said city to pay a tax or fee for permission both to move about freely and to have an event or conduct business in that other city without the risk of harassment or danger from criminal elements. While Henley and other supporters attempt to persuade the public that the check-in provides safety and security for those who do so, as set forth herein, Henley and the Big U enterprise also manufacture the very danger they purport to protect against. That's true. According to Henley's, this is like the same thing with like extortion. When the mafia, they'd be like, oh yeah, you got to pay us a fee so that we protect you. But protect from who? Oh, from us. But wait, that doesn't make sense. That's exactly what they're doing here. According to Henley's statements in the docuseries, as corroborated by our investigation, which is hilarious that they used the docuseries against them, bro. Some visiting hip-hop artists and other individuals pay Henley a fee to check in if they are not from Los Angeles. In the docuseries, James Atney, bro, let me see if I can get this shit, man. See if I could get a copy of this shit somewhere. This is the trailer. This is FX Networks. Here, let me see if I can search this shit in here.
Seriously, you never had an orgasm?
Let me see if I can find this shit in here somewhere. It's called Hip Hop something. Is this it?
They used to do battle rap up there, and that's what.
Okay. There's different clips here. Hold on. Let's see.
The only way to do anything on a professional level was if a drug dealer was backing you. There's no other way. There was no bank.
Big U, Bimmy, Tebatney, Trick, Haitian Jack.
These people are the soul of hip-hop because they are the living embodiment of the streets.
Music became hustle for me, and hip-hop became a way out.
I got enough to go around.
It's on Hulu and Fox now? All right, hold on, Ninja. Let me see if I can get this shit. Episode 1, episode... Damn, these... Bro, how many... Hold on, cash rules everything around me. Okay, nope. Because I'm looking at... This is the shit on Hulu right here that I'm looking at, chat. I'm trying to figure out which episode was him. Is it? All right. Fuck it. Let me go ahead and make an account here real fast. Here, I'll play a little bit of this interview while I do this shit, chat.
She's telling me the mother get on the phone and start filling in the blanks and tells me don't say anything. They're going to get him at the end of March, top of April. So at that point in time, whether I fuck with him or not saying anything is the police program.
Hey, by the way, I'm wondering, like, you know, the Fed sat on a wiretap for 2 years on him. And I'm wondering, did that kid have like some significance, or was it like a lot of community support? Because they look like either they wanted Big U badly or...
Big U was working. He had the New Jersey 60s. He was taking them down. If you got a dude in the middle of 2, 3 operations, one, they're going to say, look, bro, he's not going anywhere. He's asleep. He don't even know y'all coming for that. So the whole time they're building their case. Do you know they monitored him and fed him extortion money up until March 14th?
That's one of the craziest details. The detail that they gave somebody money
so
to
it
pay
made sense why they were coming to end of March, top of April, because they were getting as much as they could. Every time he accepted the federal $1,000, right? And by the way, I told y'all dude broke. Anybody 58 years old extorting a dude for a stack and 500 pockets is hurt. This is a fact.
He accepted 500 one time as a payment.
I mean, over the couple years of the Grip program, he got $2.5 million, and they said he was just taking money out. It's no way he's broke. They showed properties that was worth.
Did you see him begging for help? Do you think he attorneyed up before he turned himself in? If or if he would have, he would have known it's not Wack at 600. He had no idea what his paperwork read. How we got his paperwork reading when he talking about turning himself in, and he don't know what's in his paperwork.
Yeah, but I think that was a smoke signal to the streets that you guys are snitches at Big Henley.
Snitches where?
Well, no, that's him.
He didn't know we had the paperwork?
No. When I watched that Big U message, I was just like, yeah, I don't know if I want to be around Wack in LA for the next couple months.
Snitches where?
No, because if a decorated street guy is going down, and his last video is like, just to let you know, when I was getting arrested, this guy was with the cops.
Stop. Didn't I tell you he's a dummy? Rewind. Listen, they hit his house, they say 4:35 in the morning. He said when they was raided, they just kept asking us about Wack. Dummy, you was never there when they raided. It's cat.
That's what I'm saying. It's a smoke signal to put a target.
How the hell are they asking you guys about Wack and you're not home when they raided?
Well, somebody could be home, but still,
nobody was home. His whole family was in that van.
So you don't think that they were trying to put a target on?
And then he said 600 was with him when they raided. It's obvious 600's in the street, filming a house.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about telling the truth. It's about.
He really pulls up after it already happened.
Way after. Yeah, it was like 3 hours after.
And he also accused you guys of basically putting a case on him, which is insane to think that the feds would just pick you guys up because 600 made a bunch of Instagram reels.
Well, but that's why my theory's right. He just wants to put a target on their back.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That's just, hey, listen.
It's just brain dead that he thinks anyone would fall for that.
So what happened to the investigation in 2021? What happened to Vay, who said, I drove Big U from LA. We got a call that the kid dissed Big U in the song. I drove Big U from here to a studio to an Airbnb over. He killed him and threw him in the ditch over here.
Are we ever going to hear that song?
Well, I don't know.
The Big U diss song?
Never was out.
The song thing doesn't quite make sense to me.
It's a weird concept,
The song thing doesn't quite make sense.
I don't know. I never heard the song.
They're saying that the kid apparently recorded a song that was dissing Big U, but then he was signed to Big U and was there for free to record at a professional studio.
But he was kind of mad at Big U, so he made a diss song about him, and then Big U heard it, so he drives to Vegas, gets in an argument with him, ends up killing him.
But he ride with Big U to Vegas?
No.
They got in an argument at an argument/altercation at the studio. That's why they deleted the footage.
Yeah.
They then go somewhere else, and by the way, they did pretty good forensic work on that because where they found him, they tracked the time that you would normally take. It was after midnight, so it
I
usually
called
takes
50 minutes. The paperwork said 48.
Yeah, it
was 2 minutes off.
Wow.
It was pretty much accurate. They got the forensic from the blood to say, hey, he wasn't killed here, because the first cops that pulled up, they said, oh, he was killed on the side of the road. And they're like, no. Look at the gravel, the dirt. He was pulled over here, and essentially he died somewhere else, and they matched it to the use GPS, which is
it's like if you would kill someone over that, you probably are just killing people all the time.
No, they didn't. Like, fix that. What Big U did is he went to one location.
Oh, he turned his phone off.
The platinum producer turned it off, waited so it wasn't tracked. This where the dummy went wrong. This where the dummy went wrong at. He went and did everything he did. Instead of keeping the phone off and not turning it on to the next day, soon as he got done with the body, he went back to the producer's studio and turned it on. That's how they was able to triangulate.
Yeah, and
the
apparently
time.
he was dripping.
He should have left it off,
or like just wet somehow.
He should have left the phone off.
And he told him, yo,
but he's a dick-wing. He always been a dummy.
Yo, telling somebody at the recording studio, I just came from the gym at like 3 in the morning. 3 in the morning is crazy. Like, yo.
Shit, the deadlift, man.
Oh man.
What did he say? The dude said, yeah, man, this would end it. This would kill me. Yeah. It's diabolical, and I'm honored that a dude 58 years old who's looking at life in the feds. Mind is on Wack 100 and the 100 side of Clubhouse. He gave it up. He said, you 100 side people, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Big shout out.
Look, this big shout out. And he said, he ended it and said what?
That you're trying to take his program.
No,
he's trying to lose that.
He said, whoever in my neighborhood takes my contracts, I know you're working for Wack. Wack's been denouncing the program. Like, bro, I've been denouncing the grid program.
Reading the indictment, right?
He says,
your favorite
I didn't do
homeboy.
nothing wrong.
Top 5.
Hey, reading the indictment, because I've heard you on Clubhouse, and there was a whole while where you were talking about Big U a lot, and I've always heard when people asked you if you would ever do anything to him, you said, listen, I know his family, I would never wish anything bad on him. When you read the indictment, he's telling people like, yo, somebody need to break this nigga's jaw, somebody need to whip his ass.
Okay, watch
and
this.
it's almost threatening violence a lot to you. Were you shocked by that?
No, I wasn't. He know not to fuck with me. Watch this. Every week, he sent him over there to pick up 1,000, right? I tell people where I'm at every week.
Yeah.
He knew where my spot's at every week. Bro, listen, Big U don't do none of that. He's a big body, had influence on other bodies. He himself don't do none of that.
But you think he killed this kid?
No.
In Vegas?
Sylvester Robinson. They said he killed the kid, the driver.
Well, I mean, also...
The driver said that someone else, not Big U, killed him, but
no,
Big U
he
was
said
with
Big
him?
U killed him.
Oh, okay.
The dude that was with him put the murder on him. The dude that was going to pick up the extortion money.
It's
in the paperwork.
Wait, say again the way you said it.
I'm getting the top 5 call, too.
Huh?
We're getting top 5 call.
Y'all don't talk to dude, bro. I don't fuck with dude. Dude's a troll.
I'm just going to say doing a pod.
Wait, so what was it you said?
What?
Sorry, guys. This fucking bro, Hulu is fucking garbage, man. This shit sucks with navigating. No wonder nobody watches this bullshit, bro. I made an account. I'm trying to go and watch this shit. I'm getting all these fucking ads. What the hell's the point of being on this shit? This shit is trash, bro. What the fuck, man? Bruh.
He's basically saying that the most of the proof about if Big U killed this
specific person
comes from this witness who's basically
you're driving me, right?
Yeah.
And we're on the way. Yeah, this bitch ass nigga dissed me in the song. Boom, boom, boom. We get over there. You see everything that's going on.
He's a key witness.
He's there. They tested his DNA to see if you helped drag the body. They tested Sylvester. But you know what they had Sylvester on? You were the one being sent to pick up the extortion money over 2-3 years. Like, we got you on 100 cases of extortion. They like 50-something years, 57. He ain't never did a day in jail. Then we're going to give you 30 years. Or if you don't talk to him, who was you with him? Nobody knew what time he left LA to go to Vegas. And he went, they the one that singled out. They went from here to here, to there, and here. Sylvester gave him that. That's why that DNA, how they have it, same way they had it on Tory, right? That's how they presented it on Tory.
Hold on, ninjas. I'm getting the ad-free version so we can play this shit.
It could, and then I played the content where the lady saying, don't say anything. The police don't want nobody to say nothing. Then what would they have been saying to me? And I didn't say nothing.
Well, why couldn't you tell them privately?
I did.
He did, though.
I texted his wife.
All right, but you leave it privately, and if they don't want to move on,
They didn't respond.
Like,
why go publicly with it, though?
Yeah, you go publicly.
Why go public with it?
I'm getting the no ad version for you ninjas.
For one word, it's content.
Yo, Wack, man, I don't know why niggas smoke.
Hold on. Wait, hold on, Trap. Just to make sure, because the homie wasn't here. Okay. LJ, the night when I jumped out in the underground parking lot, when I was dolo.
You want to take the seat?
No. Hold on. Where were you at? I was never by myself. The fact that the so-called gangster thought I was by myself let you know how gangster he ain't. I had 3 people. Boom, boom, boom. But my first line of defense is me. So if I could deal with it the way I'm going to deal with it, great. But when it would have started, do you know what happens when you're running into it? You're ambushing yourself. You can't run back my way. So he thought I was what? By myself.
Hey, that's what it said.
If I know I got a team right there, you think I'm going to be acting as if I'm in fear? I have a team right there that he don't know. Yeah, he thought he said I was by myself. You heard what I told him. Get to it. But he didn't know my team was right behind him. He had no idea, right? He lays a bad leader. He led his people into an ambush.
Hey, we're going to squash you and Drake beef, man. I
don't got no... the fact that Drake...
Did you talk to him about it?
Until Drake... Bro, did he say I'm the police? I ain't never said that. Well, that's what Adam said.
Oh, that's Adam. Adam's gossiping.
I didn't say that exactly. Drake suggested that he was curious what the plan was for the audio of him being involved in a hit.
Did I ever say that? Did I ever say Drake was involved in a hit? Did I ever even... I never mentioned nothing like that. I said Drake needs to get away from this dude before he fuck around and have him in some bullshit.
Top 5's a good guy.
No, he ain't.
What?
He's a little coward, my nigga.
And why you going on Charleston White about the 16-year-old snitching video, man? Like, bro, you been telling us he's a snitch.
No. What we went in on... No.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
No. Check this out. We got the paperwork. We got the content.
We got the whole...
And this is what's going on. Did you know that every time, for one, he had a movement, kill the cops, kill the white people, rape the white women, all this, right?
He said that was a character.
But yet, when his homeboys did that, he told them, this is what I don't like. For 33 years, Charleston White appears in their motherfucking hearing to parole and says, I'm in fear of my life, don't let them go. Right now today, every time they go to board. Them 2 brothers that's been in there 33 years. He goes, every time they go up to board, they will let him go. The only thing stopping him is him. He goes to board and says, I'm in fear of my life, don't let him go.
Well, Charleston said he also thought on Bricc Baby too, right?
He said he the reason the feds on Bricc Baby.
And he capping.
That's bullshit.
That's bullshit. He capping.
They got way more shit than that. How we feeling about
All right, for some odd reason, guys, I'm trying to play this fucking shit on Hulu, and it won't play for some odd reason, and I don't know why. Look at this shit, bro. This shit is trash. Look, I hit play. Niggas don't want to play. What the fuck, man? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. But when I hit play, nothing happens, ninjas. Let me try refreshing this shit.
The following is intended only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.
Look at this shit. Just stops. What the fuck, man? Bro, Hulu trash, bro. Hulu truly is trash. All right. Because I want to get that clip in there for you ninjas where he talks about this shit, but I can't even get it. Disable some extensions? What extensions? I don't know what the hell y'all talking about, bro. Whatever. Okay. In the docuseries, James Atney, a.k.a. Bimmy, and Steve Lobel, the CEO of A2Z Entertainment, stressed that it is important to know the right people such as Henley when visiting places like Los Angeles. However, as podcaster Livingston Allen, okay, damn, they put DJ Academics in this shit, explained in the docuseries, the check-in is analogous to a commission for the gang or neighborhood where an OG is from. Christian Anthony Mathis, a.k.a. Trick, explained in the docuseries that he enforces a check-in in Detroit, Michigan. Trick added, "Come without permission. I don't want to hear shit from you. Shit you got to say. I created these laws, so I enforce them. All we coming for is our portion." Trick further explained that he instituted a no-fly zone in Detroit in which artists could not perform in the city unless Trick was paid. Without paying commission to an OG's organization, such as the Big U Enterprise, visitors to Los Angeles are at risk of violence. Henley also provided examples of individuals who do not check in with him until it's too late, such as the rap artist Taekwon Terrell Bowman, a.k.a. Quando Rondo, whom Henley discussed in another interview and who was later targeted in a murder for hire plot where his associate was killed. You guys, you know who did that? That was fucking, that was Lil Durk.
Welcome, punch!
It's blocking because of OBS? Probably. It probably is because of OBS. When defending this practice in interviews, Henley has stated that it is no different than when a Learjet flies over United States airspace. They want to know who you are. Henley said his practice, when we heard this too, when in the interview, that interview I showed you guys. They want to know who you are. Henley said his practice is no different, which I believe indicates that he purports to and controls Los Angeles through the Big U Enterprise. How Henley and the Big U Enterprise respond to failures to check in. This is important. In 2022, the FBI interviewed a cooperating witness who told the FBI about one of these check-ins. Fuck Hulu, man. Bitch ass niggas. Confidential witness 1 said that he knew Henley, who was a Rollin 60s member. CW1, I'll just say witness, okay? Also stated Henley led a money-making gang that was distinct in the Rollin 60s, referring to the Big U Enterprise. According to a witness, rap artists, athletes, and other individuals needed to pay Henley a fee when they visited Los Angeles. Witness believed the fees that Henley collected were extortion payments. Witness then recounted that a large buy-in dice game occurred in Los Angeles in June 2019. The game involved the professional boxer AB, AB's associates, and several prominent NBA players. According to Witness 1, AB and his associates fixed the game and cheated the NBA players out of millions of dollars using teased dice. Following that game, Henley directed a group of Big U Enterprise associates to rough up AB, who did not check in with Henley, and to get the money back from him on behalf of the cheated NBA players. Multiple members of the Rollin 60s ultimately arrived, and Henley used them to press AB. CW said that Henley was involved with the incident because Henley was involved in and or would approve of any dice games or similar events, such as parties involving large sums of money and prominent NBA players and celebrities in Los Angeles. Multiple persons involved in the incident who have since been interviewed, including former NBA players, confirmed that Henley was paid $100,000 to negotiating this debt. However, each was later approached by associates of AB and told they still owed the money. Now, let me see. Are they talking about Adrien Broner? Yeah, it's got to be Adrien Broner. Let's look this up. Right, chat? Yep, this is it. This has got to be it.
This afternoon, the alleged leader of the Rolling 60s Crips gang made his first appearance in federal court. In fact, we just got this sketch in from the courtroom. The judge ordered Eugene Henley Jr. to remain in federal custody at least until his detention hearing, which is now scheduled for March 31st.
Well, I work on breaking down the whole 107-page Big U charging document, or
this nigga look crazy
that everyone's looking at. Here's the Adrien Broner part. So here's some footage of Yella Beezy, who was just indicted yesterday for murder for hire on Mo 3.
This is the game. Yeah, I had it right.
Prince Jr., who was a dice game, was where Offset lost his life. And Track Boy Freddy, who's doing like, what is he doing, 10 years in the feds right now, and Adrien Broner. They're all.
Let me get over here about this. Every time this nigga in the room, I'm losing money now. What the fuck going on, man? Hey, man, I done lost some bank, so if y'all don't see me next week, it's because I'm getting that bitch back, nigga. I ain't bullshitting. Uh-oh.
Nigga shit as usual.
Yeah, 15. Yeah. 2. Yeah. Pick up 3, bro. Yeah. Let's take you on hold.
Shooting dice and Adrien Broner is mentioned in the Big U indictment as a guy that worked $6.5 million out of NBA players with trick dice, and then Big U had to be called in to get it back. CW1 recounted a large buy-in dice game occurring in LA in June 2019. The game involved professional boxer AB, Adrien Broner.
Which is what we just read right here.
Broner is known to be a big dice shooter, and several prominent NBA players. According to the confidential witness, Adrien Broner and his associates fixed a game and cheated the NBA players out of millions of dollars using teased dice. Following the game, Henley directed a group of Big U Enterprise associates to rough up AB, who did not check in with Henley, and to get the money back from him on behalf of the cheated NBA players. Multiple members of the Rollin 60s ultimately arrived, and Henley used them to press AB. CW1 said Henley was involved with the incident because Henley was involved in and or would approve of any dice games or similar events such as parties involving large sums of money. Multiple persons involved in the incident who have since been interviewed, including former NBA players, confirmed that Henley was paid $100,000.
And guys, do me a favor, man. Like the video, guys. We got 1.7K, y'all. Like the video, man. Let's get the shit up a bit more.
For negotiating this debt. However, each was later approached by associates of AB and told they still owe the money. AB, whoever that is, and I'm not saying it's Adrien Broner because it don't say that in here. Adrien Broner is a boxer known to shoot dice, but I ain't saying
it's got to be AB.
Adrien Broner because I don't know that. But whoever AB is, ain't he from Cleveland? Home of Don King, the gangster, who killed 2 men and was he may be next. I'm sorry, AB may be next.
And these are the pictures of the people involved.
On a hit parade, you running a multi-million-dollar fixed dice game, having to give it back to some gang members come, and then going back to the NBA players and saying, "Oh no, you still this is wild." And exposed and someone around. I was.
So we were right. It was AB. All right. Following that game, Henley directed a group. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Witness 1 was aware of other instances where NBA players or other celebrities would need to work with and get approval in advance from Henley to ensure their safety at events in Los Angeles, such as parties, gambling games, or advertising shoots. Witness 1 said that these celebrities would have to seek and or pay Henley for protection and approval or face retaliation from the Big U Enterprise. So here we go. This is a footnote here in the investigation. I'm aware through interviews with NBA players that Henley was then paid a commission by some of the NBA players in order to threaten AB and negotiate the debt down or away. Goddamn. Okay. At the outset of the investigation, victim 1 was identified as an extortion victim. Victim 1 is described further below. From April 14th. Now, just so you guys know, victim 1 is not CW1. This is a different individual. Okay? Victim 1 is described further below. From April 14, 2022 until April 15, 2022, Victim 1 conducted a consensually monitored meeting with Henley and other unidentified individuals. Oh, shit. Punch! What does this mean? Basically, guys, long story short, this means that this guy met with Big Henley with a fucking wire on. That's what this means. Okay? Let's see what happened. During the meeting, Henley told Victim 1 and others that he got into it with AB after AB cheated a current NBA All-Star out of $1.5 million and a former NBA All-Star out of $5 million. Henley also said that he charged the players $100,000 so that he could get their money back from AB. A confidential informant involved with the cheating scheme corroborated this information that AB was confronted for failing to check in with Henley regarding the game. So why is this important, guys? Because, so first they got this confidential witness, right? That tells them about this gambling debt with AB. Then they get a victim to go meet with Henley and confirm it with a video recording, cooked. So now they got 2 witnesses that corroborate it, and then on top of that, they got recorded evidence that proves that Big U did in fact extort these niggas during this period of time. So 2 witnesses and a recording, cooked. They got him dead to rights now on that one. Supposedly legitimate businesses and charities used by the Big U Enterprise. Henley, now we're going to get into, so we covered the check-in part. Now we're in the legit businesses and all the cap. Henley and Myron formed the independent record label Unique Music in 1996. In 2004, Henley formed Developing Options, for which Henley is CEO and Martin is Chief Financial Officer. Okay, let me pull up this. Let's get some faces to the names. Okay. All right, so who is it? We got, who was it again? Okay. Martin is the Chief Financial Officer. Which one is Martin? Is he on here? No, I guess not. All right. Okay, let's go back. Victim one has, just so you guys know, so victim one, right, has a criminal history that includes arrest for narcotics conspiracy and distribution in violation of Title 21, boom, respectively, for which is a pending sentencing, robbery, and violation of California Penal Code. Victim one is likely to receive cooperation credit based on this case in his unrelated pending drug case from the United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of Ohio. Okay, so this right here pretty much proves who victim one is, but they have to do this, guys. So you guys are probably wondering, Myron, why are they putting this footnote here? So whenever you use a witness in a case, guys, right, to cooperate, you have to disclose that person's background to see if they're a credible witness, and then on top of that, if they're going to go ahead and get a benefit. So more than likely, if this goes to trial, victim one is going to have to testify. But they're putting here his background, okay? Like what charges he's had in the past. So now we know that this guy is under indictment out of the Southern District of Ohio for some shit. So this right here will let you know who, more than likely. You could probably piece it back to who it is. But they have to put that footnote in there. And he wore a wire to go talk to him. So that information is going to be there anyway. Okay. So Developing Options does business as many other entities, including the Crenshaw Rams youth football team, which is designed to give underprivileged children a safe outlet in sports with a chance to build skills for the future, including athletic scholarships. According to its website, Developing Options use advocacy, education, resources, training, and development and sports to achieve its objectives. In the docuseries, Henley indicated that Developing Options was a platform he used to help individuals get to college instead of going to jail. Sorry, bear with me, guys. By the way, we got 1.7K likes, guys. We should be at 2,000. Come on, ninjas. We got 2,500 plus y'all watching on YouTube alone. How does fund and what it claims to do for the community? Since approximately 2015, Developing Options has been the recipient of an annual $550,000 as part of the GRYD program overseen by the city of Los Angeles. Okay, here we go. This is where the fraud is going to more than likely come in, because you would get a fund for this. From July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2023, Developing Options was allotted $2,352,000 from the city of Los Angeles. From that, Henley has drawn hundreds of thousands of dollars purported in salary. The GRYD program has an extensive mandatory handbook that is appended to each contract that the Developing Options, like every other GRYD contractor, must comply with. The detailed and extensive handbook has many requirements that include extensive criminal background checks, compliance, training, and approval of employees' attendance at meetings, logging activity and liaisoning with local law enforcement, among other requirements. Based on a review of documents in the course of this investigation, Developing Options appears to have failed to comply with some or potentially all of those requirements. So in other words, dude got a bunch of money from the city of Los Angeles through fraud. Henley further solicits donations to Developing Options from celebrities, companies, foundations, and other entities which the victim's donors believe will fulfill a charitable purpose, but often instead are embezzled into Henley's personal bank account. Damn. As discussed in further detail below, Henley, Robinson, and Martin, and other Big U enterprise co-conspirators, utilized Developing Options as a platform to conduct both violent crimes and financial crimes under the guise of gang intervention work. Yeah, this nigga fried, bro. Yo, when they got you on financial shit like this, bro, the records are indisputable. They have all this shit documented. Money going into his bank account, whatever. Air fried, bro. Air fried. Henley also fraudulently applied for federal pandemic relief loans for his entities, including developing options, unique music, and other businesses. The loans and advances he successfully obtained are discussed further below. Similarly, Henley and Martin helped one of their employees at Developing Options, Blanton, fraudulently apply for a mortgage by manipulating his income records. Oh, man. Ooh, God. This is not good, chat. This is not good for this guy, bro, at all. Here, let me see if I can make this a bit bigger for you ninjas. Okay. The Big U enterprise is committed to financially enriching its members and associates by stealing or cheating its victims out of money or property. For example, when subpoenaed for such information, Developing Options provided no document certifying or signifying compliance with the GRYD handbook or any of its contractual obligations. All right, now we're getting into racketeering activity and murdering of RW. All right, this is going to get into the murder now. I'm going to take a quick piss, guys. We're at 1.8K likes. Let's get to 2,000. Guys, like the video? Like the video, my ninjas? Okay, like the video. I'm going to drop the YouTube link for you guys here. Hold on. Dropping it on Casa Club and on Rumble. I'm going to take a quick piss, ninjas. Give me 1 sec. We've been going now for what? Almost 4 hours. Like the goddamn video, bro. Give me 1 sec, ninjas. Piss right next door. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way. I'm going to be definitely putting, when this is done, guys, I'm going to put timestamps up so you guys could go ahead and go through the entire indictment. Shout out to my guy Jacob or Biggie Smalls, whoever it is that's going to be doing timestamps on this. So, yeah. All right. Now we're going to get into the murdering, okay? Racketeering activity of murdering RW. As set forth below, there's probable cause to believe that Henley murdered victim RW on January 25th, 2021, and dragged his body into the desert in North Las Vegas. On that morning, North Las Vegas Police Department detectives discovered the body of RW lying in the desert near the Apex landfill. RW had been shot multiple times, and his body had been dragged and left in a ditch not far from Interstate 15. Let's go ahead and pull this up real quick. Boom, this got to be it, Ray. Is this it? Man found dead in I-15?
Your top stories. A man is found dead in a car on I-15 in North Las Vegas, and another man is arrested on suspicion of open murder. North Las Vegas police say the man was found suffering from multiple gunshot wounds on I-15 South near Cheyenne on Sunday morning. Nevada Highway Patrol blocked off lanes for the investigation.
Is this it? No, that might not be it. Hold on. Okay. What the fuck? Bruh. I'm trying to see if I could find the, this is an ad here on this shit. I'm trying to find the particular.
Authorities say a Crips gang leader in Los Angeles is wanted on federal RICO charges. Authorities say Eugene Henley Jr., known as Big U, ran a criminal enterprise that committed a series of racketeering crimes, including extortion, human trafficking, fraud, and the 2021 murder of an aspiring rapper. Henley is a music entertainment entrepreneur known for helping Nipsey Hussle launch his music career. Multiple others have been arrested in connection to the RICO case.
All right. This is like their command center that they had. I'm trying to find something on the murder though. This was, what day was this? Let's go back to the document. This was on January 20. Okay, January 25th, 2021. All right. Bruh. Nope, that's not it. Trying to find it here. Is it? Okay, the I saw quite backed up for a mile before Gene. Okay, so this was. And just so you guys know, like this area, Las Vegas, bro, is surrounded by desert. Literally nothing out there. Literally nothing out there. So, I mean, I'm not surprised that he went and dumped the body over there. All right, let's go back to the criminal complaint. Okay, let's see here. Hours before his homicide, RW was at the studio of Witness 2 with Henley. The PD investigation revealed that RW is one of Henley's recording artists and was at the studio as a guest of Henley recording for Unique Music, the independent record label that Henley and Martin co-founded. According to a studio witness, Witness 1, who was employed as security for the recording studio, Henley was one of the last people seen with RW prior to RW's homicide. Witness 1 also stated that Robinson drove Henley to Las Vegas from Los Angeles in a dark gray Lexus, and that Witness 1 in his security capacity encountered Henley and Robinson when they arrived at the studio and had words with them because he did not know who they were. Witness 1 statements to the PD at the outside of the murder investigation have been corroborated by other witnesses and cell phone location data, among other evidence. Further investigation revealed motive, opportunity, obstruction, inculpatory statements, and more from Henley and other members and associates of the Big U enterprise. It goes here, while Witness 1 has no criminal convictions, he has misappropriated money from his employers and has a civil money judgment entered against him that he paid back. Damn, bro, everybody's a crook around this guy, Henley guy. All right, the murder connection of the Big U enterprise. On January 20, 2021, i.e. 5 days before the murder and 3 days before Henley and Robinson drove from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, RW recorded a diss, short for disrespect, song that PD later obtained. In it, RW rapped about the person who had the money, that RW would be shot in the face for thinking shit funny, and referred of a .38 revolver with no trace. Based on my knowledge of this investigation and conversations with others, I believe that in this diss song, RW was dissing Henley, Big U, referring to Henley as the bro that makes some money, and that RW may get shot in the face for thinking his lackadaisical use of the studio and general representation by Unique Music is funny. RW was shot days later in the face, apparently with a revolver like a .38 that left no shell casings. It is unknown whether Henley heard these lyrics prior to the murder. Wow. So the way that he dissed Big U about shooting him was how he ended up dead. Wow. The effectiveness of the Big U enterprise is premised on Henley's stature as the most feared man in Los Angeles. As such, ensuring that no one disrespects Henley and that any such perceived disrespect is met with reprehensible violence is a core tenet of the Big U enterprise. And even more so when that disrespect is displayed publicly, like in front of extortion victims. As Henley himself stated on an intercepted call in 2023, can't no nigga beef with me, nigga, because if he do, I'ma kill him, period. I am going to murder him. Yeah, this nigga's cooked. Bro, we need to change Big U's name to Big L. Because bro has been self-snitching on himself this entire fucking time. Yo, they got him on Wire Intercepts talking about this shit, bro. Bro. All right, let's keep going. As Robinson explained in a surreptitious recording, when Henley got out, he said, "I'm the toughest nigga, and here's my body of work to prove it." It's Robinson explained. Hold on. Robinson. Here we go. It's got to be this guy, Sylvester Robinson Vey. This dude right here. This is who I think they're talking about. This nigga right here. All right. As Robinson explained in a surreptitious recording, when Henley got out, he said, "I'm the toughest nigga, and here's my body of work to prove it. And you know, I'm the only nigga still killing niggas today. You niggas retired. I didn't. They understand that." Bro, what a dumbass. And when they say surreptitious recording, more than likely he admitted this, he said this when someone was wearing a wire, chat. That's what they mean when they say surreptitious recording. So they got this on audio. Because the Big U Enterprise's existence relies and thrives on fear of violence, because, yeah, I think Robinson was the one that went with him, right? Let me double check here. Yep, Henley and Robinson, yep. So you got Henley on recording saying he kills people, and then you got Robinson on a recording saying they kill people. They got these niggas, bro. God damn, bro. Both of them on recording saying that they kill people. So they got him on a T3 and they got this dude in a wire. Like in a recorded, a consensually recorded situation, like an informant where a wire, and then they got Henley, aka Big U, on a wiretap. Because the Big U's enterprise existence thrives on fear of violence, perception is paramount. As Witness 2 explained, Henley, through the Big U Enterprise's entity, Unique Music, was using Witness 2's expensive, valuable studio to record the Big U Enterprise artist RW for free, based on the fear and power dynamic imposed over Witness 2 by the Big U Witness Enterprise for years. So basically, these dudes were using a music studio, not paying for it. And it's because Witness 2 was terrified. And by taking a lackadaisical approach to the studio time, the Big U Enterprise had secured for free, RW was wasting that time. I believe the RW was wasting the time, thereby disparaging Henley's name and the Big U Enterprise reputation, and potentially flouting that disrespect with the lyrics of the diss song, led to a dispute between Henley and RW. The dispute was so serious that Henley and Robinson drove from Los Angeles to Las Vegas to confront RW, and that dispute then turned deadly. Through our investigation, no investigator, family member, witness, or other third party has ever identified any individuals that would have motive or opportunity to murder RW, except Henley, aka Big U. As discussed herein, Henley's motive for murdering RW was in the interest of the Big U Enterprise. So see, guys, I explained to you guys before how they're able to take murders and make them federal. That's how they're able to do it. Basically, they're able to tie this murder to the Big U Enterprise, and the Big U Enterprise maintaining power, structure, fear, intimidation, etc. That is what allowed them to bring this murder into their racketeering case. Okay, Henley's cell phone location corroborates his involvement in RW's murder. Damn, okay. I've reviewed cell phone location information obtained via search warrants by North Las Vegas for 2 phones associated with Henley for the time before, during, and after the murder. So guys, this is where you could do search warrants on cell site, right? So what ends up happening a lot of times if you want to pin somebody down somewhere, right? One of the ways that you can do it is you could do a search warrant for geolocation data of the phone, historical pings, right? Also known as historical pings. And when you do this, what it'll do is it'll show the towers that the phone was hitting off of during certain days. And this is really good because what it allows you to do is it allows you to establish where someone was at a certain time, okay? So this is really big on murder investigations when you want to put someone at a place or a time where you use this data and you can effectively say with really close proximity, because sometimes it comes down to the meter, that's how close it goes, to where someone was. And that's what they ended up going here. And it looks like they had warrants done by North Las Vegas. Remember, because the murder case originally was being done by North Las Vegas. So North Las Vegas found the body, opened up a homicide investigation. The FBI figures out that Big U might have killed somebody. So they link up with North Las Vegas, get together. Hey, can we use these warrants that you guys used in your murder investigation? Yes. So they turn over the search warrants to the FBI, and they work the case together, and that's how they were able to bring this murder investigation that was originally a state case, like I told you guys before, and make it a federal one. Because the detectives, the homicide detectives, had already been working this case. That's why they had search warrants already, chat. Okay, give me ones if that makes sense for you guys. Give me ones if that makes sense. I know I went a little fast there, but North Las Vegas already had to open a murder investigation, and then the FBI came in and brought them into their investigation because it was connected. They found out after the fact that it was connected. Give me ones if this makes sense. Because I really want you guys to be able to understand this stuff and how federal cases work. This is how you watch Hulu on Myron video in Chrome. Go to settings, advanced system, and toggle off. Use graphic acceleration when available. Also, what's the minimum for you to read chat? I got you. I read it just now. Issy Wealthy says, pull up the video of Schoolboy Q talking about checking in. Also, do you guys need any help editing your social? Yeah, he posted on X, got taken down. LOL. Someone reposted on YouTube. I don't know if it would get copyrighted. It's up to you, though. Thanks anyway. Everyone, Andrew, drop the link. Drop the link and I'll play it, bro. Drop the link and I'll play it. A1. His brother is Emanuel, former mayor of Chicago. Dana Rain from the One Mafia to another, or should I say checked in? Myron, check Luce Cannon interview on No Jumper. He snitches all on there. All right. Okay, so I reviewed the cell phone location information obtained via search warrants from the North Las Vegas Police Department for 2 phones associated with Henley for the time before, during, and after the murder. According to Witness 1, Witness 2, and one of RW's friends who was visiting him in Las Vegas the day he was murdered, as well as analysis of Henley's phones, Henley and Robinson arrived in Las Vegas on January 23rd, 2021. The night before the murder, Henley's phone location data and witnesses showed that he arrived at an Airbnb on Round Rock Drive in Las Vegas, Nevada. The Airbnb RW was staying in prior to the homicide, the Airbnb. In the middle of the night, Henley, through unique music, was paying for the Airbnb. Surveillance footage from in front of the Airbnb showed a dark gray or silver sedan arriving at the Airbnb and leaving shortly after. The surveillance video also showed Henley at the Airbnb. Oh, they got this nigga dead to rights, bro. On January 24, 2021, the night of the murder, at approximately 7:04 p.m., Henley arrived at the studio, according to witnesses. At approximately 8 p.m. or 9 p.m., RW arrived at the studio and recorded a song from approximately 11 p.m. until midnight. On January 25, 2021, at approximately 12:37 a.m., Henley left the studio, and a dark gray Lexus in which he and Robinson had driven to the studio was no longer at the studio. At approximately 12:58 a.m., Henley's phones stopped reporting location data of any kind, with the latest data recorded within the vicinity of the studio. So he probably put his phones on airplane mode before he did something. At approximately 1:13 a.m., surveillance footage at the Airbnb again revealed a dark gray or silver sedan arriving to the Airbnb. RW exited the passenger side of the vehicle and entered the Airbnb. A few minutes later, at approximately 1:20 a.m., RW exited the Airbnb with a suitcase, put the suitcase in the trunk, and got in the dark gray or silver sedan, which departed. The Airbnb, though, was rented for another day, and RW was not set to leave until a flight scheduled the following day. Both of Henley's phones did not begin reporting location data again until approximately 2:15 a.m. Based on investigative test drives and research, the drive from the studio to the Airbnb would take roughly 17 minutes. After Henley's phone stopped reporting location data when they left the vicinity of the studio, the dark sedan arrived with RW at the Airbnb 15 minutes later, which is consistent with the traffic patterns after midnight. The drive from the Airbnb to the location where RW's body was found, and then the location where Henley's phones began reporting again, would take roughly 42 minutes. The time from when RW left the Airbnb to when Henley's phones began reporting again is 48 minutes, approximate time for the drive, murder, and moving of the body, particularly in the middle of the night without traffic. Holy shit, man. Bro.
Welcome, Paul!
launch. So basically, they looked at the surveillance footage, they looked at the phone data, then they did the drives themselves, and everything matches up. Everything matches up. Oh, wow. In a 2021 Drink Champs interview, Henley discussed the difficulty of getting away with crimes in the modern age because of the phone and its location tells all. Bro! Yo, this nigga Big U is cooked. They even pulled up an interview where he talked about this shit. Yo! Hold on, man. Let's see here. Big U Drink Champs. Bro, the FBI... Yo, man.
I didn't know how much you deserve to be in Def Jam. Like,
That shit, we go to New York. And Haitian Jack.
and Haitian Jack, goddamn it. So salute, this is to y'all, goddamn. Salute.
Yeah, we Def Raw, but we ain't got no beef with them.
Yeah, these niggas are retarded. Bro, the audio is trash. Dude's got these open mics.
Right. And Kurupt was on his way out the door right behind Dre at the time. So,
yo, can one of you guys give me the timestamp for this shit? I don't want to go through fucking 3 hours of this bullshit. I'm trying to find the timestamp where he admits this shit.
No, I would have lost $100,000 bet to that.
Right now, you got a hit.
He said, I got the girl for you. Work with Nick. He did a
Heard the vehicle, turn around. Homie. The way that panned out with them, they came.
And how, but what I'm saying is, so Crips came in '69. That's when he created Crips.
Right.
And then it kind of just took off. And then in '79, when we was young, it's getting more to the West Coast, to the west side of LA.
Right.
And then now you start getting numbers. Because there was Crips first, and there wasn't numbers. Then as you start getting more gangs, you go further, now dudes start claiming like H-Ray, Rollin 60, 107, 90, Crips, and it just started moving like that. So we started beef with H-Ray gangs in '79. That call.
Thank you, Andrew. It goes, here's the link, and I appreciate what you do. Bro, thanks a lot. You are real when you have open minds to many red pills. This 50 is nothing compared to what you deserve. Good shit, bro. Thank you so much, A1 Andrew. And by the way, guys, on Myron Gaines X on this channel, if you donate 50 or more, you get a Don DeMarco. So I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you very much. I got the link here, so I will go ahead and pull this up for you guys as well. Thanks, bro. I might get hit with a copyright on this shit, but we'll see what happens.
She wanna happen.
Oh, nigga, why'd you give me... Hold on. Oh, it's like the actual song?
All the Crips just really started fighting each other. And then you had to either split a neighborhood car or you was a gangster. So it was like, so LA split, and this is a story that hasn't never been told. So either if you were in neighborhood, that meant that we didn't do, all even numbers, I mean. We don't do nothing in trades, we don't do one. So if you 7-1, we feel like you was a gangster. If you was H-rate, you was a gangster. If you was any of them numbers, so if you came, he was like,
he's going into gang talk here. This is actually really good for like the FBI. I'd be watching this shit too.
You was on 63rd in Queens, we gonna be like, oh no, you the enemy. You know what I'm saying? So it went by that bottom number. And so broke it down. So it's like the rolling 20s, like Snoop was a rolling 20, we rolling 60s, rolling 40s, rolling, and then all the way to the 100s. And so, but if you took on another set, you might not even realize that you might not even realize that. So as we started, what was gangbanging, so look, in my mind it's 4 levels of gangbanging. I mean, of cripping. So it's the gangbanger, the nigga who's banging on you every day. What set you from? Nigga, where you from? The gang, ready to gun you down, young niggas. That lasts about 5 years. Then it's the gang, you know, like he's gaming, but he ain't really in it. He's from the hood, but he ain't banging no more. But he still representing the hood. He on the block, he getting his money on the block, and he know 1 or 2 dudes from other sets from jail. Right. Then the next level is a nigga who just, he not in the hood like that no more. Got a family doing what he doing, but he gonna pull up, and he's still rocking, but he ain't, he got a bunch of niggas he own another life. Then that's me. That's the nigga who's totally 100% out the shit. Right. I got a bunch of niggas, but I can go influence the hood. Right. I can go, you know what I'm saying, and do the things. And so they look at us. That's me, S-Mac, Big D, L-Bone, all those niggas who
still like this our babies. Like, nigga, we gonna tell you how the block gonna go, because we ain't never shitted on the block. We ain't got no spoils on the block. You know what I mean? Like, nigga, this still our block. You can't be no nigga that just came on the block 2 years and tell us what the fuck to do. No, nigga, because I still got these hammers.
Now, Neighbourhood is the New York hat, right?
Yeah, that's
the reason why we always.
And that's the reason why
we knew
when
who
niggas
y'all
say
was.
don't
Every
check
time
in.
we landed and we had that New York hat, we fuck up. We from New York for real. we ain't set driven. Nigga, this is a real New York hat. We're actually fans of Yankees, brother.
But that's checking in though, because I hear dudes say it all the time. Like dudes come from other states and they want to represent their city. Right. Like if you come from Florida, you come from here.
All right, 2:35. Thank you so much, bro. You saved us a bunch of time. 2:35. Let me go to this shit. Boom. I mean, he's talking about the gang culture, which is good. That's all going to be evidence against them too.
We was going. They was going. Her pops was going. But and then, like I say, we told the story, and we wanted to tell the story of the history of hip hop and the history of how it got.
Thank you, YME.
To where we are, and the unique thing is, because of the way we are right now, we'll never have these stories. Because the camera ain't gonna let it, the one on the street corner. The phone ain't gonna let it, the one that's telling everything. And it's just not, these stories will become what the mafia stories were.
Because, and I'm so dumbed down on reality TV.
I'm so glad
they dumb me down big time.
Listen,
on
I'm so
reality
glad
TV.
that y'all telling y'all stories, because guess what will happen? If y'all didn't tell y'all stories, someone else would tell y'all stories before y'all.
But people have to tell it. That's the thing that at first I gave them people. I was like, I'm not doing this shit. I was like, I'm not going back and forth because they want to say what they want to say to you. And with Rashidi and Joe, like I really do, even though I fire him.
You know what's crazy, guys? They'll bring these guys in that are all fucking criminals, talk to them, but niggas will be scared to talk to me, bro. Isn't that crazy? Because of my political views. You could be a murderer, a criminal, an extortionist, right? A drug dealer. You can shoot people, all that shit. Go on here on Drink Champs. But someone like me, nah, bro, you too offensive, you racist, you anti-Semitic. That shit wild, bro. Try it 110? All right.
So then I'm moving along, and now I'm looking for the real niggas in hip hop. I see a lot of niggas that could be gay, a lot of niggas that could be whatever that is, you know. And but I don't find that. Sugar's gone. That's my phone. Sugar's gone. Doing 4 years. He still had, he come on 5 months after I come on. But when I was home, it was a whole lot of weird shit. So I was kind of like standoffish in this shit. So I fucked with my dog for a while, with Sugar. And here go here.
I see y'all playing ping pong.
We did. I fucked with him for like 3 years. Then I wouldn't gotten in.
Just throw it out there, bust your ass in ping pong. Just throw it out there. So
you playing the day after this?
I did. I see the game. Just throw it out there. Bust Big U.
You know what I'm saying? So like, watch this. So now here go y'all. Y'all still had the beef from the west to the east. Because even when I was finna come out here with Kurupt to New York with Kurupt and Miami, it was still niggas who was tripping off of Kurupt them for what was that shit, kicking the building over New York. When he never even meant to diss y'all.
I know. He said
you knew that.
He said no, I didn't know that till after. We know that's my best own friend.
I know that. That's how I know you.
But back then,
y'all thought it was a beef.
We thought it was a
same way Pac was. Right. So y'all niggas, now take you back to the Pac of the song. I'm finna make you Pac now.
All right, let's go back to the criminal claim. But yeah, isn't that shit crazy though, bro? We'll talk to criminals and murderers, but we won't talk to you because of your political views. All right. One of Henley's phones then made a call to Robinson, who Witness 1 reported was still at the studio, which is corroborated by Robinson's phone location data. According to Witness 1, Robinson asked Witness 1 if he had seen Henley, which Witness 1 found out since Robinson was Henley's driver and bodyguard. At approximately 2:30 a.m. or 3 a.m., Henley returned to the studio alone in a dark gray Lexus and spoke with Witness 1, who reported that Henley appeared to be drenched in either sweat or water. Henley told Witness 1 that he was coming back from the gym. Yeah, okay. RW's body was found hours later at approximately 9 a.m. One of the detectives investigating the murder believed RW died at that location near the side of the road on I-15 after he observed the roadway contained a distinct patch of blood which trailed down the hill from the roadway into the desert along with the drag marks. Henley's phone location data showed that he departed Las Vegas to return to Los Angeles approximately 10 a.m. So they got witnesses, they got video cameras, and they got the phone data that shows that he was there in Vegas when this guy got killed. Officers and medical professionals responded to the scene of RW's murder, and subsequent autopsy found that RW died from multiple gunshot wounds. The responders noted that RW was not dressed for the weather, which was cold and inclement on the night of the murder. DNA was collected from RW's ankle sock area, consistent with the direction that RW was dragged into the desert off the highway. The DNA profile obtained was not complete, likely due to the aforementioned inclement weather on the night of the murder. Analysis of Henley's DNA profile was inconclusive, such that he could not be excluded as a contributor of the DNA. That's good. So that means basically they could not conclude that he was, it was inconclusive such that he could not be excluded as a contributor of the DNA. So Henley's DNA was on him, potentially. Robinson, on the other hand, was excluded as a potential contributor of the DNA found on RW. So Henley arranges for recording equipment from the studio to be removed and surveillance video to be destroyed. Witness 1 told detectives that D.S., Henley's associate, removed video recording equipment from the studio a couple days after the homicide, including destruction of surveillance video data that could have shown RW and Henley at the studio shortly before RW's murder. Witness 2 told the FBI that Henley ordered Witness 1 and Witness 2 to leave the premises, take a walk, prior to the removal of the video recording equipment. Witness 1 explained that the 3 relatively new surveillance and working DVR devices had been removed from the studio and all the security cameras were disabled. Yep, this nigga. Crazy, bro. Cooked, absolutely cooked, bro. Guys, we're at 1.9K. Let's hit 2K likes, bro. Let's get that engagement up, ninjas. Witness 1 stated that the replacement DVRs were installed, but that they did not work. Witness 3, who had previously installed the DVR equipment at the recording studio, also spoke with the FBI. According to Witness 3, on January 31st, 2021, Witness 3 went to the studio to fix video cameras that were not working at the studio. After Witness 2 called Witness 3 to fix them, Witness 3 analyzed the equipment and concluded the DVR system was unplugged or turned off. According to Witness 1, Diaz then sent his money to purchase new DVR equipment for the studio. I believe that there is probable cause to conclude that footage from the DVR system would have shown an altercation between Henley and RW on the night of January 24, 2021, and at minimum, Henley and RW leaving the studio together shortly before RW's murder. So they got 3 witnesses, fucking all kinds of evidence, man. Interviews of family witnesses and Big U Enterprise associates. On January 27, 2021, detectives spoke with RW's family, which was the first time his family learned that RW had died, so they didn't even know he was dead. On January 28, 2021, and detectives again spoke with RW's family. Generally, his family confirmed that RW lived in California and worked as a musician. He was recently working with the music producer Henley, who was also from California, and Henley booked RW's Airbnb and travel. RW's family explained, remember guys, RW is the victim here, explained that RW was close with Henley and trusted him. Henley coached RW in football since RW was young. RW lived with Henley for a time while in high school. At some point, Henley believed RW had worn a chain that belonged to Henley's son to school without permission, and RW was kicked out of Henley's home. Okay, I gotta figure out who RW is, bro. Do any of you guys know who this guy is? What's his name? Chat? Does anyone know the rapper's name, chat? Yeah, RW, the victim. Does anyone know who he is? I could look it up, but I'd rather you guys just quickly get it for me, if you guys don't mind, so I can keep reading the complaint. Rayshawn Williams? All right, let's look this up, ninjas. Oh, yeah, I probably won't be able to see this shit.
News developing overnight here. A suspected street gang leader has turned himself into authorities. He's accused of killing an aspiring rapper here in North Las Vegas more than 4 years ago. This is a criminal complaint filed in Los Angeles. Names 58-year-old Eugene Henley Jr. as a longtime leader of the Rollin 60s neighborhood Crips in Los Angeles. He's also known as Big U. Well, prosecutors say the victim, 21-year-old Rayshawn Williams, was signed to Henley's music label. Henley allegedly paid for the rapper to record at a local Las Vegas studio, but they fought over the price. So instead, Williams recorded a diss track about Henley. Prosecutors claim Henley then confronted the rapper, drove him to North Las Vegas, killed him, and dumped his body in a ditch back in January 2021. That's northeast of the Speedway.
Let's get this up nice and big here. So, okay. Las Vegas Motor. Is this where they have, chat? Is this where, is this where they have EDC? This area, chat? Anybody from Vegas, if you guys can confirm for me. I think this is where they do EDC. The Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
There. Authorities in Los Angeles actually spoke about this arrest yesterday and had this to say about Henley's record.
Today's arrests are the result of outstanding investigative work by law enforcement partners from LAPD, U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, and my office, who's worked tirelessly to find the evidence necessary to charge those who are alleged to bring.
Okay, that's where they have EDC. Okay. Yeah, because I've been to EDC in Vegas before. And I remember it was out there in the middle of fucking nowhere. That makes sense.
Harm to our communities, as you've heard previously.
Bro, killing somebody over studio prices, bro. Come on, man.
RICO charges against Mr. Henley and his associates reflect a pattern of...
Niggas are stupid. All right. So, PM, RW's aunt added that she called Henley on January 27, 2021 after learning RW had been killed. Henley claimed he had not seen or heard from RW and did not know his whereabouts. We know that was cap right there.
Not the cap.
PM confronted Henley about arranging the trip for RW to record in Las Vegas, and then Henley admitted he had done so. PM had overheard Henley speaking with someone named KF, whom investigators later interviewed, about RW's travel arrangement. In a later interview during the pendency of this investigation, PM said that Henley would call her on a weekly basis prior to the murder, but after that call on January 27, 2021, PM never heard again from Henley. And PM, remember, guys, is the aunt of the victim. Las Vegas PD also learned that CA, a friend of RW, spent the weekend in Las Vegas and visit RW's Airbnb. According to CA, at about 2 a.m. on Sunday morning, January 24, 2021, Henley came to the Airbnb and asked RW why he did not show up to the music studio the day prior. RW claimed he did not have a ride to the studio. CA reported that it was odd that Henley actually took the time to show up at the Airbnb in Las Vegas to confront RW. Sorry, guys. CA and his family left for California Sunday afternoon, January 24th at about 2 p.m., and the CA did not hear from RW since. Throughout the entire investigation, the family members and friends who have been involved have pointed to Henley as a person they believe to be responsible for RW's murder. Within days, multiple people were sending Instagram messages to Henley demanding answers for what happened to RW, all of which went without response. I wonder how they know that. Guarantee you they probably got search warrants on Big U's Instagram. Oh, yep, bam, there we go. How do I fucking know, bro? I didn't even read it. North Las Vegas Police Department searched RW's Instagram. RW's final Instagram message to Henley regarding the price of a song was sent on January 24, 2021 at 1:57 p.m. Henley did not respond until January 26, 2021 at 8:14 a.m. Almost 24 hours Henley left to Las Vegas following RW's murder. In the meantime, the evidence shows that Henley had seen RW at the studio the night of January 24, 2021 after RW has sent that Instagram message. Henley presumably would have discussed the price of the song at that time, if at all. Thus, it appears that Big U sent the message on January 26, 2021 in an attempt to plead ignorance that RW was murdered and to avoid suspicion from law enforcement of his involvement in the murder. In other words, he sent a DM to someone he killed. On February 3rd, 2021, PD conducted a recorded interview of KF, the person RW's aunt heard Henley talking to about RW's travel arrangement on January 27, 2021, as discussed above. KF was the account manager for Unique Music and handled the artist's travel needs and expenses. KF used KF's mother's Uber account to coordinate rides for RW while RW was in Vegas. KF confirmed he worked directly for Henley and had arranged for RW's flight to Las Vegas. Okay, so this is the guy that arranged all of the victims' stuff. Good person to interview. There's a channel run by them boys refuting Candace Owens' video with Phil, labeling her video sinister, dangerous lies. Someone should call them out. Bro, of course them boys are going to lie about that shit, bro. Niggas are mad, man. Candace exposing them. We all know the USS Liberty who did that shit, bro. All right. KF also arranged living accommodations for RW at the Airbnb for the week of January 19, 2021 through January 26, 2021. Additionally, KF explained that part of his job was to arrange for transportation via Uber to and from the studio for RW, who left the 2 controllers and a jacket at the Airbnb that the Airbnb owner had contacted AF about. KF used an Airbnb application on his phone to make the reservation, but the account originally belonged to a friend named HT. In reviewing the audio of this interview, it is clear that KF hesitated when answering several questions and appeared to be elusive about several answers. KF claimed he did not have a phone number for Henley and had no way to get in touch with him. That's a lie. How the fuck are you arranging for artists and not have the number of the guy that's the boss? KF eventually provided Henley's phone number, but still claimed he did not know how to get in touch with him and did not know when he could see him again. KF also claimed he did not know the address of the recording studio in Las Vegas, even though KF was the person tasked with making the transportation arrangements for RW to get in the studio. So you guys can see here, the person that booked all this stuff, right, for RW is basically, you know, lying to the investigator saying he don't know all this shit, but you're the one that arranged everything, bro. KF then stated he merely provided Cash App transfers to RW so that RW could book the Uber rides before backtracking and stating he did order Uber rides for him. Yeah, see, which one is it, bro? You giving them the money or you giving them the Ubers? See? Dude is capping.
Not the cap.
Similarly, KF claimed that he did not know the name of the music studio or the engineer RW was scheduled to work with. See, now he's lying because he knows that Henley's going to whoop his ass probably. KF advised that RW Made Music was supposed to make 1 song per day in Las Vegas. KF said RW did not go to the studio on January 19, 2021, was supposed to go every day. After that, probably did not go every day. On one day, RW did not go and said he would double up the following day. RW texted KF and said he was enjoying himself and was doing well. When KF called him, he did not answer. KF texted him, but at a certain point, the text message went green instead of blue. Oh, shit. The last time KF received the text message from RW was at 11:58. And as you guys know, when you use an iPhone, if the message goes green, that means the phone is like not active. So he said he received the text message from RW that was at 11:58 p.m. on January 24, 2021, less than 2 hours before his death. When the FBI attempted to interview KF, he told them he did not want to speak with them. So he talked with the homicide investigators, but he didn't want to talk to the FBI. Soon after the interview of KF, Las Vegas investigators located HT, whose account was used by KF to book RW's Airbnb. She explained that she did not authorize the use of her Airbnb account, was very upset about it. She explained that her godbrother, KF, used the Airbnb account to book a room in Las Vegas and then learned someone had been killed during that stay. HT later explained that KF used her account to book the room but used his credit card. So basically, guys, look, I'm going to simplify this shit for you. Inconsistencies, Airbnb, surveillance footage, phone records, witnesses, they got him dead to rights for the murder too. They got him for the murder. Now they're going to go over the Title III intercepts. All right? In 2023, after North Las Vegas PD attempted to interview parties about the murder, Henley and his associates made several inculpatory calls regarding the murder, which were intercepted by law enforcement pursuant to Title III wiretap. First, PD went to Henley's home at Henley's 62nd Street premises when he was not there. And that is right. Was this one? Oh, I guess it's not one of the ones that they did a search warrant on. After leaving a business card and informing Henley's wife, SH, that they were following the 2-year anniversary of RW's homicide, we're new to the case and we're just talking to everyone who was close to RW, SH called Henley from Henley's father's phone. Who's SH again? Oh, okay, this is Henley's wife. Okay. SH, okay. SH had not done this before during the entirety of the wiretap. Henley answered, "What's up, Dad?" Further showing the anomalous nature of the call. SH then explained that the detectives came by their home and were looking for him and talking to others. Henley asked how many officers, but was otherwise extremely circumspect. In the hundreds of hours of calls captured that I have listened to, Henley's voice was notably and conspicuously different on this call. Make sure I have this right. Hold on. We're new to the case and we're just talking to everyone. Okay. SH called. Hold on. Okay, so SH is Henley's wife. That's a weird way to greet your wife. What's up, Dad? But whatever. All right, so he was nervous. SH also lied to police, stating that Henley only lived at Henley's 62nd Street premise sometimes. In actuality, the FBI observed on surveillance and in months of cell site location data that Henley was there most nights unless he was traveling. After the call, Henley did not return home for 2 weeks. Wow. Again, something he had not done during the entirety of the surveillance on cell site location data received by law enforcement. Moreover, so now that detectives were talking to his wife, he starts to get nervous, chat. Moreover, that night, victim 1 paid an extortion fee to Robinson. Remember that guy that recorded the phone call? Or sorry, the meet before? He paid him. Moreover, that night, victim 1 paid an extortion fee to Robinson, who was driving Henley's Mercedes. And Robinson, as you guys know, is this dude right here. Sylvester Robinson, a.k.a. Vay. Again, Robinson driving Henley's Mercedes was something that had not occurred before during the course of the investigation. Based on my training experience, I believe that Henley, now returning home for 2 weeks and having one of his associates driving his car, were attempts by Henley to avoid law enforcement regarding RW's murder. So you guys can see here, once these Vegas detectives, came back saying like, hey, we got some questions or whatever, he started getting nervous years after. On or about February 14, 2023, at approximately 12:05 p.m., Henley called Martin. During an intercepted call, Henley told Martin he wanted to meet with him at Martin's auto shop to discuss the police investigation into RW's murder. The following is a transcription of a portion of the conversation. Okay, let's see who is Henley called Martin. Okay, Martin is this guy right here, chat. Probably this guy right here. Mark Martin Anthony. Unless there's someone else with the last name Martin. Yeah, it's got to be this dude. Mark Martin Anthony Bearclaw. All right. This is Henley. This is Big U here. He goes, 5 detectives went by my house this morning from Las Vegas, and they wanted to talk to me. You hear me? Martin says, yeah. UI means unintelligible. Probably let you know, there was asking about RW and told static and call cuts out. 2-year anniversary. The 2-year anniversary was they wanted to follow up and talk to everybody who was close. And where you at? And obviously, guys, the police did this, right? This is smart that they did this. So, this is what they did. And I could already, I'm reading the affidavit. I know why they did this. I'm about to give y'all some sauce right now. I want you guys to hit 2,100 likes. I'm about to give you guys something interesting that I'm catching on from reading this affidavit that I don't think anyone else would catch. Because I've done this before when I did a Title III. And this is the beauty of having someone on that's actually done this shit versus someone just reading it. I need you guys to get me to 2,100 likes, and I'll share something very important that I just noticed just now. $2,100 likes, ninjas. $2,100 ninjas. 2,100? Because I know why they did this. I know why they did this. We hit 2.1K? Wow, we got 2,000 likes, only 2 dislikes. Shout out to you ninjas, man. I know we hit 2K, but let's go to 2.1, guys. Let's go to 2.1. We got a bunch of y'all watching. About to share something real big right now. I think I've only talked I don't know if I've talked about this before. But only someone that's done a wiretap and done this type of work before will be able to explain this shit to y'all ninjas. So let's hit 2.1. 2.1K likes on YouTube, bro. All right, we hit 2.1. Let's go. All right. All right. So I want to draw you guys' attention to this, right? So they got a wiretap going on, right? In 2023. Mind you, the murder happened almost 2 years prior. But what did they do? The detectives go to his home and ask him questions about the murder, saying, hey, look, bro, we're new to the case. It's a 2-year anniversary. We just want to follow up, right? Now, why did they do this? Number one, it's the same detectives that did the case originally, but why are they doing this? They're doing this because they have a wiretap going on. The FBI, because at this point, North Las Vegas Police Department and the FBI are working together. So they go and they do the interview on the premise that they're just doing a murder investigation. Hey, we're following up. It's been 2 years. It's the anniversary, right? But what Big U doesn't know is that the FBI has his phone tapped. This is a technique called tickling the wire, okay? I've never seen anyone talk about this shit before. So, you know, you guys are getting it exclusive here. Tickling the wire is when you're on a wiretap and you're trying to get certain information. So what you'll do is you'll maybe instigate conversation. And you instigate this conversation by following up from an investigative manner or scaring the criminals. Because what ends up happening when you scare the criminals is they'll start making phone calls. They don't know they're wiretapped. Right? Or they might think they're wiretapped, but they're going to make phone calls or communicate. Hey, we need to meet. Hey, we need to talk. Hey, we need to do this. Right? And that's exactly what happened here. He thinks he got away scot-free. Homicide detectives from Las Vegas show up to LA. That's a big deal because they're from another fucking state to ask questions. He's like, what the fuck? His wife calls him. He disappears for 2 weeks. He lets his buddies go ahead and do the criminal activities for him. His wife lies on his behalf. Oh, he's not here or he doesn't sleep here often. But the FBI already knew because they had been watching him. That's where he sleeps every night. He didn't go home for 2 weeks. So he's nervous. Then he calls his guy. Hey, we need to talk. Right? Now, this is great because they're getting evidence showing that his behavior has changed. And when bad guys are nervous, guys, that's when they make mistakes and they say stupid shit and they fuck up. When they're nervous is when they make mistakes, which is what the police need. All right? So this is a technique called tickling the wire. Like I would do this often, right? When I was on a drug case, right? And I have my wiretap going on in a drug case. What I would do is I would be like, we would do like a drug buy, right? While we're on the wire. So we would like, let's say we're wiretapping someone's phone. I'd have the undercover call. Hey, we want to, do a deal, whatever. And then when he calls him and says, hey, I want to do a deal, that bad guy calls his connect. Hey, I need XYZ. When can I meet you? Boom. So then now I know he's going to go meet with his plug. I go on surveillance. I go see him. He meets with his plug. I identify his plug. Then I see everyone that he calls. So after he meets with his plug, gets the drugs, he meets with the undercover. We've watched that deal. Then after he does the deal, he calls his plug and he calls anybody else that he owes money to. I'm going to identify all these people that he calls on the phone. So that's called tickling the wire. I basically set up a drug deal, tickle the wire, and then bam, now I'm able to see what the fuck is going on. Give me ones in the chat if that makes sense. Give me ones in the chat. You guys are getting exclusive over here, man. The debrief. You ain't gonna get sauce like this nowhere else, ninjas. This channel's called That Country Guys. Video is titled The Sinister Reason Why This Lie Is So Dangerous. There's a channel run by them boys. Oh, okay, I see what you mean from before. Give me ones if that makes sense, guys. And twos if it doesn't. Well, let's get back to it. Very smart that the FBI did this. I've done it before myself. Can that be entrapment? No. because they're doing crimes they would have otherwise been predisposed to do. Guys, the number one, the way to defeat entrapment is, were they going to commit the crime either way? If they were already predisposed to commit the crime, it's not entrapment. Law enforcement can assist them with doing the crime. Law enforcement can be involved in the crime. But the way to defeat entrapment is, would they have done it had law enforcement not been there? If the answer is yes, it doesn't matter. That's how you defeat entrapment. All right, let's see here. Let's get back to it. So here's a phone call, right? And I guarantee you those detectives weren't new. They just did that to, cut to as a ruse. To University, it was, they wanted to follow up and talk to everybody who was close. And where you at? Martin says, I'm at the shop. All right, I'm pulling up on you. All right. So obviously, they met out to talk about the murder. Based on other intercepts, I know that Henley believed the FBI may have been intercepting his telephone calls. Therefore, I believe Henley wanted to talk to Martin in person regarding the murder in order to avoid speaking on a telephone line that may be intercepted by law enforcement. Following the call to Martin, Henley immediately placed multiple calls to DS. The person reportedly removed the video surveillance footage from the studio. The first few calls were not answered. Then Henley told DS he needed to meet with him. The following is a transcription of a portion of the conversation. Henley, where you at? DS, at the house. Ready to jump in the shower. What you want? I need to pull up on you. I'm right here at the house. Henley, I'm going to pull up on you. DS, how long are you going to be? You ain't about to go nowhere, are you? Henley said that. DS says, nah, I'm unintelligible. Henley, okay. DS, I'll just jump in the shower, though, just to be ready, though. Henley, okay. All right, for sure. So, boom. Didn't say shit on the phone, went right to the house. And this is important, guys, because this shows, what is he doing? Is he trying to destroy evidence? Obviously, his whole, flow has changed. As discussed above, DS reportedly removed video surveillance footage, surveillance evidence of Henley and RW's presence at the studio hours before the homicide, namely all the security cameras and DVRs from the studio. On February 16, 2023, Henley was on the phone with DS. Henley told DS he was traveling to Las Vegas the following day where Witness 2 was located. PD had begun interviews of witnesses regarding RW's murder, and I believe that Henley may have been going to Las Vegas to confront witnesses to see if he had talked to law enforcement. On February 21st, 2023, Henley received a phone call from his son. Henley's son told Henley that PD called him about RW and suggested that detectives had spoken to SH and Henley already. Remember, SH is his wife. Henley told his son that nobody had spoken to the detectives and directed him not to talk to anyone anymore about RW. The same day, Henley called SH to tell her that the detectives had called their son about RW, and that was said. Henley told SH to call LD. LD is the mother of KF, Henley's employee who booked victim RW's travel. Okay, KF is the guy. Okay, so KF is the guy that booked everything. Remember that? And he lied to investigators in question, but on FaceTime. Henley told SH to be careful about what she said over the phone. SH said he had nothing to worry about. When the FBI approached LD about this, LD hired a lawyer who told law enforcement that her client had no memory of this and had nothing to do with it, of course. During the course of the Title III interceptions, I listened to multiple calls which Henley directed those who want to discuss illegal activity to contact him on FaceTime or WhatsApp. I believe that Henley did so because those applications are encrypted, and Henley suspected that his phones were wiretapped at various times. That's important. That's all evidence. The same day, Henley called Martin and told him he had been trying to reach him. Martin, again, guys, don't forget, is this nigga right here. Mark Martin Anthony, a.k.a. Bear Claw, right? Later the same day, Henley called Martin to confirm that he was at Martin's auto shop. Henley told Martin he was on his way to meet with Martin at his auto shop. Still later, Henley called Robinson. Robinson was at one of Henley's homes, and Henley said he was heading to meet Robinson. Robinson, don't forget, guys, is this dude right? Where is he at? This guy, Sylvester Robinson. These two right here. Based on my training experience and knowledge of the investigation, I believe Henley was contacting Big U Enterprise members and associates, specifically those with knowledge of RW's murder, to ensure that any statements to law enforcement were either suppressed or consistent with one another. And that's important that they got this stuff on a wiretap, because they basically have him like telling everyone to shut the hell up. Robbery in violation of the Hobbs Act and racketeering activity. Okay, so Hobbs Act. Let's go over this real quick. This is a very important thing. The Hobbs Act, 18 U.S.C. 1951, is a federal law that prohibits obstructing, delaying, or affecting interstate or foreign commerce by robbery or extortion or attempts or conspiracy to do so, and also prohibits the use or threat of violence to further these crimes. Enacted in 1946, the Hobbs Act was originally designed to combat racketeering and labor management disputes, but it's now used in a broader range of cases, including public corruption, commercial disputes, and cases involving violent criminals and street gangs. According to witnesses, including Victim 1, and corroborated repeatedly by wiretap and recorded meetings with Big U Enterprise members, the Big U Enterprise sets up and executes robberies throughout Los Angeles. Normally, Henley provides the target and location while the robbery is committed by the Big U Enterprise or Big U Enterprise direction using the Rollin 60s or other associates. The Big U Enterprise, as well as the individuals who personally commit the robberies, will take a cut and then often sell the robbery proceeds or give the robbery proceeds back to a victim as a power grab and to instill fear of future robberies or violence. Okay? So now they're going to start going into how he conducts robbery. So they covered the murder, check-ins, financial crimes. Now we're on the robberies. One such robbery occurred on July 5th, 2021 at an unlicensed marijuana dispensary in Los Angeles where Victim 1 worked. Okay, guys, if I'm not mistaken, someone help me out here. Didn't the No Jumper guys talk about this dispensary robbery? I'm almost certain this one was actually mentioned. Let me see here. I think this nigga, Bricc Baby and Luce Cannon, I think. Right, chat? I think this was mentioned. It was Luce Cannon? Okay.
So obviously the big gigantic news that I probably should have started with is the fact that...
Okay, let me go ahead and double duplicate this real quick.
So obviously the big...
You guys said it was...
But you and I obviously both friends with Bricc Baby. You did the first ever Big U interview, I do believe. That was a really, really big deal when it first happened. I guess...
Was this it, chat? Oh, this got to be it.
You know, you're doing something, you kind of listen to somebody talk, but you doing some other shit. And this dude did some shit, made me drop some shit. I misplaced a little, I was putting together my remote control car. I done misplaced a piece, I still can't find it. And
let me see if I can get the actual No Jumper. Is this it? Or they probably took it down, actually.
You know, you're doing something, you kind of listen to somebody talk, but you doing some other shit. And this dude did some shit, made me drop some shit. I misplaced a little, I was putting together my remote control car. I done misplaced a piece, I still can't find it. And I told him, and you know me, Adam, if I get some information or some content, I'm gonna fry your ass up. I said, nephew, this content, I can't present. You gotta present it because you ain't lied to me yet. Because he's behind a lot that you seen, you just should know it was him. We're gonna tell you off camera.
You guys can see here, I think this is Luce Cannon right here, right? Yeah, here he is. Tremaine Williams, Luce Cannon, that's him. So, he ended up getting arrested for this shit. Nigga self-snitched on himself, bro. L.
He's behind a lot.
Did Wack 100 work for No Jumper? Just curious. Did Wack 100 work for No Jumper before?
So
yeah, you got to elaborate on this.
I got you, because at the end of the day, it's like dealing with, like, you know, when you're in hood politics and stuff like that. And well, let me go back where it first started, right? So I ended up whipping Molly Ma ass, right? Put it on camera. Guy named Big U. It's cool. They used to be brothers, right?
That's talk about Big U and Molly Ma.
No, Big U Molly Mall and you.
Yes.
Molly Mall, who you're friends with?
Yeah, that's my brother.
Right. Yeah, they used to be. They all.
He put us on the phone together.
Still my brother.
Yeah. Molly Mall is a good dude. He's just a scammer. So you know.
Molly's not a scammer.
Allegedly.
Molly Mall is a scammer. Okay.
You and Molly Mall
But
is
they
good.
cool. They still
No,
good.
me and Molly Mall is good.
He talks the truth.
Molly's
Regardless
not
if
a
they like
fucking
it or not.
scammer. You know what? This is what I'm saying.
Look,
All the business I've ever did with Molly, he always delivered.
No, have you ever seen Molly Mall produce a song?
He has the producers.
No.
Pooh Bear, nigga.
Pooh Bear is a writer. Pooh Bear.
My joint.
And stuff like that. I was just fucked up. So I don't know why I played with you like that.
I don't know that, Molly.
So Big U told Molly Mall some shit, and then when Big U told Molly Mall some shit, he told you. Molly Mall told you.
Definitely told me.
And then you called Big U, and when you called Big U, he got mad because
they get out. Ain't no saying nothing. Action.
Oh, they beat his ass. Okay.
Said you called Wack and told Wack.
Of course.
Are you woke now?
Yeah.
You know why he's putting it out there, right?
Of course.
You got to get that credit from that 7-7 street contract.
Of course. Nigga get like 20 guns, and when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. Dropped off to 50,000, and so me and the homies we go back.
Oh, you didn't even mention it.
I didn't mention it. And
let me rewind.
Nigga, where my money at? And he was like, oh, I needed it for bills. I needed it for. I'm like, what? Like, cause that's some weird shit. And then he stopped answering the phone because I'm trying to pull up on him. Like, bro, you got to come and see me. And then it's like we were doing a TV show like a while back, right? And I'm on a phone. He FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, 6 I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey, and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone, and I was like, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got? Or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it. And that's what fucked me up because my cousin is Nipsey baby mama. You get what I'm saying? So it was like, I could have probably stopped it or it had it.
Stop what? Fuck you mean? That fuck you talking about?
No, because listen. So after I talked to Nipsey, and I was like, yeah, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that. I'll see you later or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey. And so I'm like,
wait. You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
Yeah.
You panic, call Nip. Nip answered the phone.
Yep. And
you
we
like
were just talking on regular. So it's like at the end of the day, I didn't even think about it because
you don't even warn him that you got that call from dude.
No, because their relationship was so fucked up. It'd be like they'd be hot 1 minute, then.
Myron, y'all need a collab with Anton Daniels? No. Bro talked hella shit about us for no reason, bro. No thanks.
They be cold the next minute, and then they be lukewarm like you
and
just
30 minutes after you get off the phone with Nip, he get killed.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm gonna play that back one more time, y'all.
Oh, from Big U.
Is Nipsey baby mama. You get what I'm saying? So.
And I think No Jumper took this video down. Big U and them told him to take this video down.
It was like, it was like, I'm like, bro, you got to come and see me. And then it's like, we were doing a TV show like a while back, right? And I'm on a phone. He FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, 6 I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey, and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone. And I was like, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got? Or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it. And that's what fucked me up because my cousin is Nipsey baby mama. You get what I'm saying? So it was like, I could have probably stopped it or it had it.
Stop what? Fuck you mean? That fuck you talking about?
No, because listen. So after I talked to Nipsey and I was like, yeah, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that. I'll see you later or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey. And so I'm like,
wait. Yeah, that's grimy. Cause all let me tell you something, bro. I don't know how true this is or not.
We don't give a fuck what you think, nigga. All right, so all right, so we're gonna keep going reading. So yeah, he basically fucked up this dude and snitched on himself, I guess. All right. Okay, so basically, such robbery occurred July 5th, 2021, marijuana dispensary, blah, blah, blah. Leading up to the robbery, the Big U enterprise had been extorting victim one for years. The victim one had been paying the Big U enterprise up to $25,000 per month when victim one was at the top of his earning capacity. Shortly before the robbery, however, victim one had ceased paying extortion to the Big U enterprise. Victim one did not believe it was necessary or that he was receiving any benefit from the payments. On the day of the robbery, approximately 11 of the Big U's enterprise members and associates, including Robinson and Williams, both of whom victim one knew well, So Robinson and Williams, these dudes right here. So Williams, this dude right here, and Robinson, this dude, Sylvester. So they basically showed up at the dispensary, right? Get the shit out of here. As well as Rollin 60s members rushed into the dispensary armed with firearms and without masks. They demanded belongings of anyone inside and stole cash and marijuana from the store before fleeing. At one point, they demanded a Rolex watch from one of the co-owners, but at Robinson's direction, they ended up letting him keep it. According to Victim 1, while still at the dispensary, the robbers put Victim 1 on the phone with Henley, who invited Victim 1 to Henley's home. C. Taylor versus United States, 579 U.S. Okay, this is basically, to satisfy the Hobbs Act commerce element, it is enough for a defendant to knowingly stole or attempt to steal drugs or drug proceeds for, as a matter of law, the markets for illegal drugs is commerce over which the United States has jurisdiction. See? So, boom, that's how they made it federal, because they stole drugs. You steal drugs, automatically interstate commerce. That's how easy it is, bro, to make this shit federal. That's how easy it is. According to Victim 1, when Victim 1 arrived at Henley's Arlington premises, which is I think gonna be this crib right, this one right here. This one right here. Boom. Arlington Ave. This is where they met. Right? Robinson Williams and other robbers were there, as were the proceeds of the robbery. Inside, Henley told Victim 1, that's how you rob yourself. Henley then demanded $10,000 for Victim 1 to ensure other robberies did not occur. Henley also directed Victim 1 to identify other businesses or dispensaries that could be similarly robbed and assured Victim 1 that Big U Enterprise would compensate him for identifying any robberies. Henley then provided a portion of the robbery proceeds back to Victim 1. So they basically robbed him, told him, here's some of your money back, but you fucked up. You should have paid your extortion fees. Williams later admitted to this robbery and the aftermath on a podcast, which is this one right here that we're talking about. Let's fast forward it real quick.
And FaceTime him and said, hey, good, whatever. I mean, that dude, no way in the world.
Like 6'4", 6'5", shit, he gets like 5'5", 5'6". You get what I'm saying? Like frails. Like he get hot.
So it was already some friction there.
Yeah, it was already friction because of like some.
Hold on.
For that, when they had a fight, you know.
When some niggas chatty.
Yeah, they had a fight like a week before that. When they had a fight, you know, Shitty ain't known for fighting.
Yeah, not at all.
He known
not
for doing the other things. So at the end of the day, it's like Nipsey beat him up. Nipsey is what's like 6'4", 6'5". Shitty is like 5'5", 5'6". You get what I'm saying? Like frails. Like he get hot.
So it was already some friction there.
Yeah, it was already friction because of like some police telling shit and.
Now let me ask you something, bro, because you know they gon'. I know you. So you don't say nothing. You kind of like me in a way. You don't say nothing unless.
But the homies know. So it's like.
Now you know this nigga, Wack 100. Is the biggest teller nigga I'd never seen in my entire life. When I first got on Clubhouse, and we had that shit popping during the pandemic, me and my dog Slimmy, Wack 100 came in our room and he started talking about all kind of shit. I was like,
oh, I'm fucking with the police or whatever like that, trying to smooth your background out. So I'm like on 6 I'm gonna expose your buster ass, neighborhood crip. And if a nigga take it any type of way, they could get at me or I'll pull up and get at them. It's like.
So you pretty much saying he called you, told you Nip got killed. You called Nip in a panic. He answered the phone. When you hear his voice, you like, well, Nip ain't dead, but you don't warn him what he said. 30 minutes later, you get a call after the fact, Nip dead.
Yeah.
That's some snake shit right there.
But where? He like,
I'm straight. I don't want to hang with none of you niggas.
Hold on. This is not what it is, man. It's got to be this
Outside
one,
of
bro.
that, the feds picked you up 2 times, right? You said the feds have picked you up on numerous occasions, right?
What part? What part? Yeah. Okay, so look.
So
we're going to elaborate and we're going to respond to that. No. Because at the end of the day, it's like this, right? Because when the same time they came and picked your ass up, right? They came and got Big Useless, right? And then, you know, they rolled on me.
Yeah.
You are now
This nigga continuous content creation up there.
And then, you know, they rolled on me.
Yeah.
So you already know the answer.
I don't know that they wrote on you. I'm telling you. I'm saying
we dealing with
2 separate times.
Okay,
I hear you.
Okay, wait, hold on.
You're talking
to
them.
Okay, so
look at this fat ass degenerate nigga smoking weed and looking like shit, bro. Bro, this is why I hate hip hop, man. It's filled with degenerates, bro. This nigga all coughing and shit on the fucking on his stream and shit, bro. These niggas are losers, man. Fat as fuck.
Outside of that,
you do. The fans knew what both of y'all.
Man, we don't give a fuck about your
like put give me in context.
God damn, bro. these low IQ motherfuckers, bro.
That's crazy. Oh, my mama.
The same time they came and picked your ass up, right? They came and got Big Useless, right? And then, you know, they wrote on me.
Yeah.
So you already know the answer.
I don't know that they wrote on you. I'm telling you. I'm saying
we dealing with
two separate times.
Okay,
I hear you.
okay,
I hear
wait,
you.
hold on.
You're talking
No,
you,
look,
to them.
Okay, so listen.
You can't just say you know.
Okay, no. So this is a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
Bricc Baby hit me. Well, like
I know.
hold on. No, you
on the play.
Yeah, on the play, right?
Yeah.
And then some dogs eat somebody, right? So they contact Bricc. They was like, Bricc, we need our shit back. Can you get it from this individual, right?
Yeah.
Which is me. Bricc hit me and was like, man, they ordered you up. I said, nigga, you about to be ordered up. You get what I'm saying? That was the conversation.
Yeah.
What happened? You get what I'm saying? Our interaction when getting to know each other.
Please take notes. Bricc Baby tried to clarify they was telling the world, which is crazy to me. However, notice they sitting at the table with two Peckerwoods explaining this type of shit too. That's crazy. Oh, my mama. For what purpose? And they just silent, soaking it up. Luce gonna try to like relate as he usually does, but look at Adam just soaking it up. He's not real.
What I do, and I found out what he do. You get what I'm saying? So, next question.
They was on them hot ass phones. So when Bricc found out what you do, and he found out what you do, the fans knew what both of y'all did. That's doo-doo, slow tart.
Meanwhile, none of us
know or need to know.
Yeah. So it was basically when I called, I say to play, but he know what I'm on. You get what I'm saying? Because we argued, I think, when he said I'm about to get ordered up, because I think we had some words.
Yeah, we had some words and stuff like that.
What?
But you probably thought he was coming from a different place.
What I'm saying is, because, all right,
two birds in one stone, put it that way.
If I get his number from Big Bro, cuz, or however I reach you, I'm like, get me in contact with cuz, boom. So when cuz, I'm like, cuz, they trying to, you know what I mean? I don't know that cuz moving like this, so when I tap in, he's like, man, that's what cuz do. I'm like, oh, yeah. And they basically telling cuz the same shit. I'm like, oh, that's why they want me to go get it from cuz, because can't nobody else get it from cuz. I'm like, this one.
Thanks, Matraca, W. Myron Gaines.
You ain't gonna be able to get back without you gotta come with some cash. You get what I'm saying? But either way it go. I get what you're saying. Yeah. All right.
So I get what you're saying. A lot of people get what you're saying. Some don't. I don't believe Adam actually gets it. Luce might not get it. But however, the other people involved are not gonna have any problem filling in the blanks for the authorities who also get what you said. This is crazy. To imagine Luce Coochie Lips to try to expose Big U for running plays and getting access to things and then doubling back. Now he on here telling on himself. That's crazy. Man, you can't, man, where do they make these type of niggas at? Where the factory at? We need to buy.
All right. Idiots. All right. So on the No Jumper podcast, after stating that Williams was Henley's right-hand man, Williams explained, so basically he'll manipulate things. We'll go and do something, and then the same niggas we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later, like we're trying to count everything. And we'd be like, how the fuck? Williams then said that Henley would state, well, we're just going to give like 40,000 back. Wack 100, who was a rival counterpart of Henley for the Bloods, was also on the podcast and stated, you know why he wanted to give the dude back the 40, right? Because he was going to make the dude give him 20 for getting it back. Okay, is that the right interview I pulled up, chat? I don't think that's the right one, man. Bro, let me get the right one, because I know...
What had to happen in order for you guys to be willing to sit?
Nope, this ain't it.
Wack 100.
Yo, listen, I was asleep. People calling me.
Luce Cannon, when they was reading.
Chat, which one is it, bro? Chat, which one is it, bro? Was this it?
Whole conversation of you and Big U about him telling you Nipsey is dead, and you calling Nipsey and he's still alive, and then 30 minutes later,
This is the interview, right, chat? This is it. I'm almost certain this is it.
he's dead is on this show, coming out February 14th. Yeah.
February
14th. On was it Urban Fix?
Yeah.
Whole conversation of you.
Chat, it was this interview, right?
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. Another No Jumper, like another.
Listen, I know y'all thinking about the footage that's going around, what happened at No Jumper. Y'all have to understand this, right? I don't run fake plays. I don't run the imaginary content that y'all be thinking that somebody's gonna just.
All right, so because here's the thing, bro. I'm trying to find that part, but I can't find it. I know that's the interview, but that's not the part. Like, the interview isn't there in full because they fucking took it down. Because I'm almost certain that Big U and them sent Adam22 cease and desist. I'm almost certain they did. That's why you can't find it in full no more.
Yeah, man. Nigga out here in Houston, man. And 6, I got a diamond Charleston White head.
Look at the self-snitching compilation.
It could be more.
I started Gutter Hills. Nigga, I was at Slap Rock Spot when 7-Eleven started, nigga. Hey, nigga, I got more murders than you got squabbles in the hood, nigga. Dead homies. Nigga got more skulls than you got squabbles in the set. Shit, I got more skulls than you got squabbles. That's on my 4 babies, nigga. That's on my 4 babies, nigga.
What a dumbass.
Nigga, about getting extorted, ho. On the hood, shut up. Come around the gangland, you gotta pay, nigga. Shut up, nigga. And a nigga play ball. The only reason I ain't come outside and kill one of you niggas, cause I was in front of these white niggas. Dead homies, nigga. Me and the homies would have crashed, nigga. On 6-0, nigga, keep on running content on my name, nigga. I'm putting Kill Squad in the street. Nigga, on 6-0. Y'all forgot I had chili, nigga.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, talk about fucking self-snitching.
Nigga out here in Houston, man. And 6, I got a diamond Charleston White head.
Got a dime on Charleston Whitehead, bro.
It could be more.
I started Gutter.
Bruh. These niggas, man. Bro.
Man, listen to this shit, blood. This nigga gotta be the fucking police. Listen what he say.
Oh yeah, I caught a case on campus at like 17. I just turned 18, matter of fact, and I got caught with like 35 pounds of weed.
What?
Oh, sure. Yeah, and the male girl told on me. I ain't gonna.
Then who'd you tell on, nigga? Cause you back out here.
Real? Yeah.
You got caught with 35 pounds of weed. Somebody told on you. Then how the fuck you get out?
I got it mailed to her house. So. Oh, okay.
Cause whatever the fuck he is cannot be trusted.
Oh man.
My God, bro. Okay. I'm trying to find this shit real quick, bro. Hold on. This ain't it. Hold on. Because I know it's the one with Wack 100, but they took that shit down, man. Because I'm almost certain that Big U sent a cease and desist to No Jumper after that shit went live and they talked about this marijuana dispensary robbery. What the fuck, bro? All right, man.
Run and try to set somebody up and pay somebody to take a whooping. It don't work like that with me. I'm raw, I'm authentic. I'm real. I am sometimes too real. See, when y'all be clout chasing and acting like y'all really want a problem, I'm gonna give it to you. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna give it to you.
Niggas in the comment section said this is Rico Evidence. Facts.
Sweetie! This is what happens when people clout chase. So let's go from the beginning. We were doing the Adam and Wack show. Adam is leaving the building. Adam FaceTime Wack. Hey, Wack, it's 2 people that's, wandering around the parking lot. You know who they are? And Wack was like, no, I don't know who they are. So I'm like, oh, I don't know, but let me go out and holler at them. So I walk out, right? I walk out with the dude, and he was like, man, I got a problem with Wack. I'm like, you got a problem with Wack about what? Yeah, I just got a problem with him. I'm like, you do? So I called Wack over there. Wack, come over here. Dude was like, man, you running this type of content and stuff like that. And Wack was like, what content? Wack pulled out his phone. Once Wack pulled out his phone, he was like, oh, this content? And then the dude was like, everything is not content. I said, you right. So y'all see the results. Smack. Let's get to it, right?
Oh shit, the Rumble number's going up. What the fuck? I must be on the front page, probably.
So, how far do y'all expect me to go? if somebody's clout chasing. I want to really understand this, right? Understand your mental.
Hey, let's go. We on the front page of Rumble, niggas. Let's go. We're on the front page of Rumble, man. We're in the picks. That's why it's going up. Let's fucking go, baby.
Right? Because if me and Wack was on the other foot, y'all be saying, oh, this is what they get. This is what they got. They clout chasing. They thought they was untouchable and stuff. But then when it goes the way it's going to go, oh, it's fake. It's a fake play. This is fake. How? Why? Because y'all wouldn't have the heart to do it? Or y'all not like this? And y'all expect nobody else to be like, listen, bro. I told you, I was big useless enforcer. I kept him safe. I kept a...
Good job. Niggas really fucking out here. Here we get into the evidence, niggas. I was big use, aka big useless enforcer.
A lot of people safe. Dead homies. Like, I'm not going to...
Now this makes sense with the marijuana dispensary robbery that we got over here. Right? Now it makes sense.
I don't seem like I'm the toughest. Y'all be saying like, he don't look like a killer, but what a killer look like? Because I stand on everything I say. Because I'm not a marshmallow, sugar plum, soft sugar cookie, mayonnaise, yogurt, cottage cheese. Soft. This is what they are. They are Hawaiian rolls. Soft. They not like that. A peeled banana.
Did he just say peeled banana? What a fitting moment.
Soft. A peeled orange. Soft. See, it be maple leaf with them. So I'm gonna show you a little clip. But you have to really understand, I can't show you everything because everything is not meant to show. But it shows you enough to let y'all understand, keep playing with me. Keep playing with Wack. Keep playing with 600. Listen, we don't play around. We move militant. We don't move like how y'all move. What you thinking, like, oh, you gonna have 5, 10 people? No, I'm gonna have 30, 40, 50 all the time. You want a head of fate? I'm gonna give you that. I love to fight. I'm gonna give you the head of fate. After I knock you out, then don't be mad when the homies pounce. When we see sheep, we gonna pounce.
Bruh.
So why y'all get mad? This is an example of stop cloud chasing. This is not what you want. I can't help it if I'm the realest in LA on the West Coast. I can't help that. I can't help it what I say.
Bro, this dude is self-snitching all over the place, man.
Bomba
Hey. And what
I'm an enforcer for Big U.
Bomba
It's real.
I'm the realest in LA.
Bomba
What, you mad at me? Oh, you thought I was a buster? I'm gonna turn down something? I ain't turning down nothing. That's why you see me wear t-shirts. Dead homies. We ain't gonna do this, this fairy tale stuff and like make believe and y'all thinking that. Yeah, like these YouTubers get it messed up. I'm not one of them. Sorry, sweetheart.
Okay, buddy.
I'm not you.
Okay.
Y'all always be acting like, There's no going. I'm not going for it. It could have went a lot worse.
You want to get in?
But it didn't. So, sweetie!
Angie's back. You want to say what's up to anybody?
No.
No? Nothing? Okay. She's going to play some Grand Theft Auto. Say hello to you guys.
How's it going? Hello. They're saying best timing. What were you saying?
What was that?
They're saying best timing. What were you saying before I...
Oh, I was making fun of this nigga for being an idiot. He's self-snitching on himself. This guy. So, yeah.
Hey, sweetie! Here y'all go.
This guy that got picked up on a Rico for gang shit, robbing a dispensary, and now he's admitting to his crimes on the internet before. And you look at the comments here, it says Rico Evidence. Like, bro, this is so true. Rico Evidence. So.
You're still in the case?
Yeah, I'm still covering it, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a long complaint. Look, it's 107 pages. I'm halfway through. I mean, I'm not going to read all 107, but I've been, like, skimming through it. Because I know the forfeiture stuff at the bottom and everything. We won't need to go through that, but, yeah. And this happens all the time. What was that?
No, it still smells pretty bad in here. I left the door open.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, guys, I burned some food the other day, and it's Angie's working on getting the smell out. I literally like burned some shit in the microwave, man.
It smells really bad. It smells like a dead person here.
It's not dead. It's like burnt food basically is what it is. All right, where am I here? Okay. 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 So this is a podcast, right? So Williams then said, the guy we just looked at, that Henley would state, well, we're just going to give like $40K back. Wack 100, who's the rival counterpart of Henley's for the Bloods, was also on the podcast and stated, you know why he wanted to give the dude back the 40, right? Because he was going to make the dude give him 20 for getting it back. Williams then agreed, of course. He did that to two famous rappers. Williams then detailed demanding $50,000 from the celebrity rapper RR, or they would kill the celebrity rapper MM. Williams then said RR dropped off to $50K, and Henley stopped answering the phone, and then did not share any of the proceeds with Williams. According to further No Jumper and Vlad TV segments, Henley then served a cease and desist order on No Jumper, and this podcast episode was removed from the platform, although a recording of the episode remained available elsewhere online. So that's why we can't find this shit on YouTube nowhere, because he literally gave them a cease and desist because of the shit, because it revealed the dispensary robbery, okay, or it gave evidence for it. But it didn't matter because you can still find it in other places. Can somebody give me a link? Can one of you guys do me a solid and give me a link somewhere so I can pull it up? I would appreciate that. Well, you need it?
Why do you move that?
Oh, so I can look at Twitter.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at the Twitter thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. You can twist it back. So Williams' recounting of this robbery occurred years after the robbery of Victim 1's dispensary and years after Victim 1 had already recounted and documented the robbery for the FBI. So, yeah, chat, if one of you guys could get it for me, it's probably up on Spotify or some shit, I'm sure. By the way, we got 7,500 of you guys watching right now, man. So shout out to all you guys. We're on the front page of Rumble under picks, which is great. So shout out to all you guys. That's why the number is like tripled like that. We're literally on the front page of Rumble. Let's see here. Williams' recounting of this robbery occurred. Okay, boom. All right, so now we're going to get into Williams continues to commit and discuss robberies and other violent acts. So look at this shit, bro. They're literally using this dude Williams. Remember, this is Luce Cannon. Now they're going to show how he self-snitched on himself like a dumbass. All right. Lately, Williams has claimed in multiple interviews that he is no longer affiliated with Big U, whom he refers to as Big Useless. And you guys saw this in an interview right here. Referred to him as Big Useless.
Marshmallow, sugar. I don't seem like I'm the tough. Oh, it's fake. It's a fake play. This is fake. Smack. Let's get to it, right? So, how far do y'all expect me to go if somebody's clout chasing? I want to really understand this, right? This is what they get. This is what they got. It's going to go. Oh, it's fake. It's a fake play. This is fake. I like this. And y'all expect nobody else to be like, listen, bro. I told you, I was Big Useless Enforcer.
Boom. Right there. Admitted. I was Big Useless Enforcer. Or Big Uterus. However, Williams continues to discuss former Big U enterprise business to discuss and threaten violent assaults and robberies and to actually commit the same. For example, on January 3rd, 2025, outside of the No Jumper podcast filming station in Los Angeles, Williams struck a victim in the head multiple times with a firearm and pointed the firearm at the back of his head while two other suspects removed valuables from the victim, including jewelry, cash, and a cell phone in excess value of $5,000. And actually, this is it right here. This is the assault. They blocked it. But that's the assault that they're referring to. The victim lost consciousness during the incident, which was captured on video and posted to social media, apparently to stoke fear and boast of Williams' penchant for violence. Let me see if I can. I think I have the video here. Let me see if I can send it. Give me one sec, guys. I think I have the video here somewhere. I think I have it. Is this it? Oh, yeah, this is it. Okay. Give me one sec, ninjas. Let me send it to myself so I can show it to you, ninjas. All right. a sec, ninjas. I'll play it for you guys. I think I have it right here. All right. Here is the... Bro, these criminals are idiots, bro. So that's them outside the No Jumper studio. Boom, he punches him right there, knocks him down, and just assaulting him. So, and that's Williams right there, pretty much, I think. You got, look, you see his right hand, there's a gun right there. Bro, these niggas are crazy, bro. Got the gun right there, put it to the back of his head.
Don't do that.
And you can hear Wack 100 there, right?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I got this video actually from a buddy of mine. But yeah, man. And then these dudes wonder why they end up in jail, man. Like fucking idiots. Complete idiots. Here, let me... Anyway, so they robbed him. The victim lost consciousness during the incident, which was captured on video and posted to social media, apparently to stoke fear and boast of Williams' penchant for violence. After the incident, Williams posted a 7-minute video on his YouTube channel discussing the beating, stating that he used to be big, useless as enforcer, and that he loves to fight. And that's in this video right here, which we're watching. This is the video that he's talking about, right? And that the incident could have went a lot worse. Williams' post also played a portion of the assault, which we just showed, and I showed you guys it in full. See, and these niggas wonder why they go to jail, bro. Similarly, on February 25th, 2025, Williams posted a video on his YouTube channel in which he threatened anyone that is at odds with him to do something bad to you, your mama, your daddy, anybody. In that same video, Williams walked through the checking in process and walked through the fact that he could rob any celebrity. He would rob any celebrity who did not check in. Okay, let's find this video. February 25th, they said. Let's see. Let's see, this is February what? February 23rd. The complaint says February 25th. So we're close, chat. We're close. Okay, so it's gotta be this one.
Okay, look.
Yep, February 25th. All right. More self-snitching. It goes, Williams posted a video on YouTube channel in which he threatened anyone that is at odds of him to do something bad to you, your mama, your daddy, anybody. In that same video, Williams walked through the check-in process. All right, let's go.
We're going to speak about the back door. And at No Jumper with 607 Unk, Puka Butts, and Flacco and everybody, right? So we taking you back to where 607 Unk did something with the CC dude, right? And when he did something with CC, it was basically saying that, oh, somebody got a restraining order.
Now, I'll tell you guys this, man. As someone that used to put niggas like this in jail, this just makes life so easy. Self-snitching like this. Confessing to crimes. Like a moron.
Did some police stuff.
Especially when you're a gang member.
And we telling them, like, bro, why are you saying things that Puka Butts, you know he was trolling. You know he wasn't speaking about...
And, yo, guys, we got, what? 8,000 plus of you guys in here, man. So, guys, do me a favor. Like the video. Channel's growing, both on Rumble and on YouTube. Some of the Rumble ninjas, if you guys don't mind opening up a tab, I see that we're on the front page of Rumble right now, which is why a lot of you guys are coming in, probably out of interest. Welcome to the channel. #1 political and, true crime channel for sure. Myron Gaines X. So make sure to subscribe to it.
He was just playing around. When y'all was doing like the baby oil, all that homosexual activities that y'all was doing in the busting the pussy open, the stuff that y'all used to. And 607, you talking about that you got millions of dollars and you make money and we have a mutual friend, Guccio, right? So Guccio would tell you that Luce Cannon, Wack 100, we real dudes, we real street dudes. So it don't matter how much money we got. It's certain things that you shouldn't do. You shouldn't make statements and say on your mama that Bricc Baby sent you the paperwork, right? Because that's not true.
All right, I just dropped the link for you guys on Rumble and on X and on Castle Club. Do me a favor, guys. Come on over to YouTube, open the tab, like the video. Really appreciate it. Get the engagement up on this.
You shouldn't say things that gets on the internet and try to downplay somebody's reputation for clicks and likes. This is where it comes and becomes a violation. So let me school you. Let me educate you on this. Sweetie! Sweetie! You not like that. You a buttercup. You the ugliest person on the internet. Like, you live in an apartment that you lie about with rats and roaches. Yes. The dirtiest spot in the world. The moissanite jewelry that you got on is fake. You not rich. You not balling. We was going to teach you a very important lesson. Stop doing that. You know why? Because the person that you so-called got the keys to his house backdoored you. Gave us the time, the location, and everything. Goofy.
Damn. Admitting to his crimes.
See, this is what you're not understanding. This is West Coast politics. We ain't going to St. Louis and popping in and talking about somebody from St. Louis or anything like that. No, because we respect that. We respect every city and state because there's real killers everywhere. We love by a lot of people. And see, you try to do certain things to make you feel tough and go viral. Well, sweetheart, you putting jackets on people. That's not going viral. Out in California, you could get killed for certain things that you're doing. We out in the streets every day. We going to events and doing hostings and performing and stuff like that all the time, every weekend. So the things that you do, don't put a jacket on somebody's back by trying to get clicks and views, sweetheart. You're ugly. Be mad at your mama and daddy for creating something that looks like that. Like, you're like definitely the ugliest person on the internet. Probably the ugliest person I've seen in my whole entire life. And you talk to gang and listen, my mama, like, bro, we would do something bad to you, your mama, your daddy, anybody. Like, you gotta stop trolling. You gotta stop playing these games. Understand this. When you ran out of no jumper, how you know we was there? Flacco told me, there was our agreement, because I told Flacco, leave that building because I respect you. And Flacco said, Luce, please give him a pass. I would have liked to just let him slide. I said, Flacco, when you get in front of him, let me know because we're going to be outside.
Bruh.
Flacco gave you the phone. And I seen it in your eyes that it wasn't like that. You wasn't like that. You was just trolling. But trolling could cost you your life. Sweetie, we have to understand this. And I'm talking to you. Mr. Ugly, man, you're like a character, like one of the super villains that's just like the ugliest person and make people believe he's big bad, but nobody believes you. You look dirty. Look like you don't take no baths. You goofy. You look like a black version of that dude on Bart Simpson. You with like goofy. You look like the Joker on playing cards. Like, bro, you is ugly. Soft as mayonnaise. Soft as melted butter. Soft as Hawaiian rolls. Soft as Thanksgiving dressing. You is the softest person. You a pillow top mattress. Therapeutic. Waterbed, old school. Soft. Just jiggling. You softer than real ass. You is not like
I ain't gonna lie, this shit is kind of funny, but this nigga just incriminating himself all over the place, bro.
that. You is one of the goofiest person I ever met. This is a learning lesson. When Bricc Baby, aka Puka Butts, got up and it registered in your mind like, oh, you don't want to set me up. You don't want to do this, did that. You told Luce and them where I'm gonna be at. I don't know, but you kind of got it. See, Bricc don't want me on his ass. So Bricc is going to do a favor for me because he know he want to be on my good side. So, sweetie, you have to understand. Sweetie! Understand this, ugly. Please, stop popping it. I can't say gonna get a girl and relax and stuff. Like, you too ugly for that. That's why I know, like, y'all be doing this homosexual stuff. Like, this is crazy. But it's okay. I got homosexual friends, but they tell me they're not in the closet. We work together. We get money together. My best friend, she a girl, and she's gay. I love her to death. But listen, please, buttercup, s'more, marshmallow that's burnt and it's sticky, melted chocolate, softer than cake batter that's already whipped up. You is not like that. I never seen two sides of black in my life. Don't say I'm racist, but because I'm black. So I'm just telling you, you're a different kind of shade of black. Listen, you is midnight. You is darker than a Michelin tire. Bro, do not like that. When I was talking to you a while ago, I thought your tongue farted. I said, excuse me, I didn't know to give you toilet paper or toothpaste. And that's bad. You ugly, your breath stink, all that's like, sweetheart, get it right.
This guy. Anyway, so he admits there, and he talks about the check-in process, right? Including at the Airbnb, a restaurant, car wash, or anywhere. Williams also said that he was with Henley when rapper Rakim Hashim Allen, a.k.a. PNB Rock, was robbed and killed, that they told him to comply and that they would get the jewelry later. Williams also walked through the kidnapping of a famous rapper that Williams and Henley committed together, and then discussed several Big U Enterprise associates being good in Los Angeles because they have checked in. Some of those mentioned were developing options donors and former NBA players who have provided hundreds of thousands of dollars as purported gifts to Henley personally. So this was February 25th, posted a video on his YouTube channel in which he threatened anyone to do something. In that same video, Williams walked through the check-in process. So this video, guys, that we're using here is going to be a government exhibit against him. That's why you don't get on the internet, man. These dudes are stupid. According to Williams' statements in a publicly available video online, he kidnapped the victim, put him in the trunk of his car, and drove him to Henley's home. Bro. In February 2025, Williams also took part in a filmed conversation with multiple people on YouTube in which Williams told another participant that you will lose your life, and then Williams found him, was going to do something bad to him. Bro. Further evidence of Big U's enterprise involvement in robberies. Throughout this investigation, and by the way, we got what? We got over 10,000 you guys watching, bro. Let's go. The OSS is growing, baby. The OSS is growing, guys. A lot of you guys like this stuff. I appreciate it. Happy to have you guys here. Welcome to the stream. If you're new here, we do this every Sunday, 5 p.m., do true crime stuff where I break down stuff like this on my former law enforcement background. And then Monday through Friday, 5 p.m., we do a political and cultural commentary. Right, if it's a big case, then I'll break it down. But this one, we waited until Sunday. So shout out to all you guys. Do me a favor to all the ninjas watching on Rumble. Open up a tab on YouTube, guys, even though, you know, Rumble is superior, which I will say Rumble is fucking way superior to fucking YouTube. But like the video, guys, because that's how we grow the channel, if you guys don't mind. To my ninjas watching on Twitter, we got 21K views on there. We got 8,000 on Rumble, 8,500 on Rumble. And then another 2,500 on YouTube. We got 10,000 plus watching live, man. Shout out to you guys, man. We're going to keep grinding. I'm going live every day, 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. The only day that we're off is Saturday. And we're being real fucking consistent, man. Giving you guys political commentary, cultural commentary, news, true crime shit. Breaking down criminal complaints like this because you guys know I actually used to do this shit. So let's keep going. Chat is lit. Shout out to all you guys. We got the Rumble chat, X chat, YouTube chat. Yeah. Okay. Throughout this investigation, the FBI obtained many recordings of the Big U Enterprise members and associates discussing robberies that they were committing or planning to commit. For example, on August 6, 2021, on a recorded call, Robinson told victim 1, and remember, guys, Robinson is this dummy right here. Where's he at? Sylvester Robinson Vey. On a recorded call, Robinson told victim 1, trying to lick somebody, that ain't even hard. All this shit is just, this ain't working, man. I'm like, man, I'm in the wrong business, homie. In my training experience and investigations to this case, lick is consistently used as slang for robbery. Similarly, on June 22nd, 2022, on another recorded call, Robinson told victim 1 that Henley had been, remember guys, Henley is Big U, had been asking Robinson if they needed to do a takeover, which I know based on my training experience and participation in investigation to mean a takeover robbery of victim 1 at his marijuana dispensary, again, because victim 1 had not paid his extortion payments. Remember, guys, victim 1 is the guy that also wore a wire against Henley, where Henley admitted that, you know, he had done criminal activity in front of him. So on July 9, 2022, Henley, Big U, told victim 1, we got to rob someone. You with that bullshit? On July 31st, 2022, Henley told victim 1 that Henley needed $30,000 to pay his developing options staff and was considering a robbery and increased extortions to obtain the funds. Remember, guys, developing options is his non-for-profit that he has where he helps people play football, etc. But he had gained that money through fraud. Henley was also intercepted on a phone call telling an auto shop owner that Henley knew how much he had paid the shop owner because the payment was proceeds of a robbery. What a dumbass. In another T3 wiretap interception, I also heard Henley planning a robbery of individuals that had stolen equipment from a celebrity rapper. Using an Apple AirTag that was purportedly with the equipment, Henley, Martin, and others obtained firearms and began to stage the robbery to get back the equipment. However, when they arrived, the police also arrived, having been called by the celebrity rapper. I witnessed the staging of the robbery on surveillance before it was called off. On November 11, 2022, on another intercepted call, and you guys remember they had the CCTV footage, they were wiretapping that. So they were seeing the CCTV footage as it was happening. On November 11, 2022, on another intercepted call, Mitchell, discussed above, and Henley coordinated how Mitchell would give Henley the proceeds from a robbery that Mitchell committed. And who's Mitchell again? Was he indicted in this? I don't know if he was indicted in this. Oh yeah, that's Bricc Baby. I'm sorry. Yeah, Bricc Baby was indicted in this, yeah. So Bricc Baby basically said, coordinated how Bricc Baby would give Henley the proceeds from a robbery that Bricc Baby committed. Henley and Bricc Baby were talking, well, Big U and, I'll just say so you guys know. Henley is Big U, Mitchell is Bricc Baby. Big U and Bricc were talking about how much money should go to Big U. Then in multiple other intercepted calls and text messages, Big U talked with Blanton and Robinson to help Henley collect from Brick's associate. Talking about Bricc, Blanton said they robbed a nigga for some shit. They made a nigga call his plug, and then they booked him. Talking about further splitting the proceeds, Big U told Blanton, I'm going to grab half of that, whatever he got from them. Who's Blanton again? Blanton is this guy. Where is he? Hey, shut up. Blanton is, where is he at? Right here, Frederick Blanton. This is him. Chat, above here. I'm going to grab half that, whatever he got them. I'm going to give it to Vay, and Vay can bring the rest to you. And Vay, as you guys know, is this dude right here. Sylvester Robinson. That's Vay. And they listen to all this on phone calls. Vay is Robinson's moniker. Okay. On a subsequent call, I heard Henley, Big U, counting out the money and saying that it ain't nothing but 2 to 3 racks. Blanton responded, Bricc Baby said it was posed to be between 5 to 7, man. Got to make that call to Bricc, man. On April 11, 2023, Henley and Blanton again discussed an individual who was supposed to be robbed in the near future. Now, extortion in violation of the Hobbs Act and racketeering activity. A significant portion of Big U's enterprise conduct consists of various extortion schemes in Los Angeles. In addition to the check-in, the Big U enterprise extorts both legitimate and illegitimate businesses alike, though it tends to focus on the lower-hanging fruit of illegitimate or gray market businesses. One of its extortion victims, Victim 1, was a promoter and marketer who profited from club promotions, operating in interstate commerce, and worked for illegal or quasi-illegal marijuana dispensaries. As shown in the recorded conversations and control payments, Henley and Robinson were quite open in their threats of violence and intimidation if the victims did not pay the Big U enterprise. As stated above, the July 5th, 2021 robbery was key to their scheme of extorting Victim 1, that once Victim 1 stopped paying extortion fees to the Big U enterprise, they robbed them to reinstate their control. At one point, Victim 1 asked in a recording, Victim 1 is absolutely going to testify against these niggas, by the way. Holy shit, man. They've used them a lot in this affidavit. At one point, Victim 1 asked in a recording what he was paying for, and Robinson explained that it was like a retainer, and that if and when Victim 1 was robbed, Victim 1 would not have to pay extra money to the Big U enterprise for the return of his property. That's crazy. Niggas paying to basically get robbed and get robbed less. Of course, as discussed above, it was Big U enterprise members and associates who were the ones who had robbed Victim 1. And they did charge Victim 1 for giving his things back by not returning the entirety of the property they themselves stole and demanding more money and targets to rob. The evidence supporting Big U's enterprise extortion activities includes 1. Consensual recordings made by Victim 1 of phone calls, meetings, and controlled extortion payments. So literally, they recorded and monitored all the times Victim 1 met with Big U, and they gave him money to pay. Statements describing being a victim of the extortion scheme from Victim 1. Title 3 wiretap calls discussing extortion and payments. And 4, threats made to other individuals on Title 3 intercept calls showing the modus operandi of the Big U enterprise extortion racket. Bro, I'm going to tell you right now, this nigga's cooked, bro. Absolutely cooked. They have wiretaps. They got a victim that's going to testify against them clearly. This victim one guy's been all over this affidavit, and they got recorded phone calls. It's over. Examples of some of the extortion-related recordings obtained during this investigation include control payments with FBI involvement are bolden. July 9, 2021, 4 days after the Big U enterprise robbed victim one is discussed above, consensually monitored call with victim one in which Robinson tasked victim one with identifying additional robbery victims for Henley and Robinson, where victim one will receive a 25% and noting that Henley was discussing that victim one owed Henley money, having only paid a portion of what victim one owed. Cooked.
Welcome. Punch!
September 2nd, 2021, consensually recorded call in which Henley, aka Big U, stated that any payments that victim one receives from another person Henley is extorting must be paid to Big U.
Bomba.
September 3rd, 2021, consensually recorded call in which Robinson told victim one that Robinson needed to tell Henley, Big U, something about the amount of money that victim one will be paying to Henley, and victim one said he could pay $501,000.
Bomba.
September 15th, consensually recorded call in which Robinson asked victim one what he asked for Henley, and Robinson discussed how much victim one can pay, but ultimately promised to cover for victim one and allow him to pay the following day rather than face Henley's anger.
Bomba.
September 20, 2021, consensually recorded call in which Henley and victim one discussed how much money will go from an event to Henley, the Rollin 60s, Robinson, and victim one. Henley, aka Big U, stated that he wanted his money. Later in the day, victim one and Robinson discussed how victim one was being taxed by Robinson and Henley. And remember, guys, Robinson, this dude right here, Vay, is Henley's right-hand guy. So he's doing a lot of these phone calls for him. September 23rd, consensually monitored call in which Henley discussed how another extortion victim, i.e. DC, was not paying Henley what was owed because DC was conducting business in Los Angeles.
Bomba.
October 19, 2021, consensually recorded call in which Henley stated that he was taking over the account referring to DC and that he would be taking every fifth table that is sold at DC's club. Wow. October 22nd, 2021, consensually recorded call in which Henley asked victim one why he was on the phone with him when he was coming to pick up his money right now. They then discussed how much will be paid electronically and how much in cash later that day. Robinson provided victim one with the number to pay an associate Tubbs for Henley. Bro. Wow. November 10, 2021, consensually recorded call in which Henley told victim one to get a cannabis shop up and running for him to pay some rent.
Bomba.
November 29th, 2021. Consensually recorded call in which Robinson told victim one to give Henley a weekly salary of $1,000. Robinson further advised that victim one gets in trouble when promising larger amounts. Robinson also asked victim one where DC lived because he and Henley were trying to fuck DC up based on his non-payment referenced above.
Bomba.
Bruh. So he was paying, victim one was paying Henley $1,000 a week, so $4K a month. The FBI provided $500 cash for the meeting, and victim one paid that money to Henley. Boom. So that's evidence right there. The government money paying to him. December 11, 2021, consensually recorded call in which Robinson asked how much money victim one had for Henley, and that, well, I think he's going to want at least $1,000. December 17, 2021, consensually recorded call in which Robinson asked victim one how much he will have. They discussed both cash and electronic payments. The following day, they continued a similar discussion regarding $1,000 to $2,000 in payment. January 20th, 2022, consensually recorded call in which Robinson arranged a meeting that was also recorded. The FBI provided $1,000 in cash that victim one paid to Robinson for Henley. In the discussion, victim one discussed how Henley took the entire $30,000 from Deja Vu, which is discussed further below in connection with Henley, Robinson, and Martin extorting $30,000 on December 2nd, 2021. Robinson explained to victim one that he has taken way more than that and discussed Henley's spending after receiving payments. Bro, they got this nigga dead to rights, man. February 17, 2022, a consensually recorded call in which victim one requested an extension from Robinson regarding a payment. Robinson told victim one that he had been holding Henley off and that Henley had been asking for victim one's payment. The FBI provided $1,000 in cash that victim one paid to Robinson on camera for Henley. February 19, 2022, consensually recorded call in which Henley called victim one and said, "Bring me, I need $1,500 real quick." Victim one told Henley that he had just paid Robinson $1,000 2 days prior. April 3rd, 2022, consensually recorded call in which Robinson told victim one that Henley was increasing victim one's taxes up to $3,500. April 9th, consensually recorded call in which Robinson told victim one that other individuals were paying the Big U enterprise $2,500 to $3,000 so that Henley could purchase a $30,000 necklace for his wife's birthday. Bro, look at this, man. All these days, guys, these are all the recorded things that they have. The last one, March 29, 2023, victim 1 paid Robinson $1,500. FBI provided money on camera. Robinson said that he was going to tell Henley that victim 1 only paid him $1,000. And then look at all of these different events that they have. Paid him $2,000 from FBI money. Paid him $2,000 FBI money. January 1st, 2022. Like, all these different events that they have documented and recorded of extortion payments. Bro, he is cooked. He is cooked. By the way, we got 12,000 of you guys watching, man. Shout out to all you guys, man. About 1,300 of you guys watching right now. 13K. 13K of you guys in here, man. Shout out to you guys, man. Don't forget, follow me on X, guys. Myron Gaines X. I'm live streaming on X as well. Live streaming on X, YouTube, Rumble. Yeah, bro, he is cooked, man. Absolutely cooked. Okay. Additionally, Henley, Robinson, and Martin extorted victim 2 at Deja Vu, an international adult entertainment club at a location in Los Angeles on December 2nd, 2021, which Robinson and victim 1 later discussed on the consensual recorded call on January 20, 2022, discussed above. Yeah, victim 1 is going to be their star witness, guys. As corroborated by recordings and interviews with victim 1, as well as public social media posts, Henley organized a birthday party at Deja Vu for himself and negotiated that he would receive roughly 33% of bar proceeds from that night. So look at this, bro. So this guy literally throws a party for himself and says, oh yeah, by the way, I'm taking 33% of the bar proceeds. Henley also promised that famous rappers would attend. He later then demanded the full profits from the night, and they threatened extreme violence if he was not paid the entire amount. So he wanted all the money. Specifically on December 2nd, 2021, on another consensual recorded call, Henley called victim 1 to discuss the extortion payment related to Henley's birthday party at Deja Vu. Victim 1 previously promoted Deja Vu and had initially connected victim 2, the new promoter, with Henley about having Henley's birthday party there. Victim 2 had agreed to pay Henley $30,000 in exchange for celebrity rappers, including Cameron Jabril Thomas, a.k.a. Wiz Khalifa, and Clifford Joseph Harris, a.k.a. T.I., as well as other famous guests, to accompany Henley to Deja Vu for his birthday on December 2nd, 2021. Deja Vu promoted the event on social media using Wiz Khalifa's image, which would bring in more customers who wanted to party with those famous celebrities. The following is a transcription of a portion of the conversation between victim 1 and Henley the day of the party. Let me make sure I didn't miss any chats from you guys. Carterman92 said, shout out to about 10K watching. The channel's been growing by about 1,000 subs every few days, and views are way up. You started about 180K in January, so keep cooking. The beatings will continue to reach top WOSS. I appreciate that, my friend. Appreciate that, Carter, man. Myron, thanks for a detailed response to my boundary super chat yesterday. Just want to clarify your position on boundaries that you said yesterday. Couldn't fit it here. Wrote a short paragraph in the link below. I don't know if I have time to look at that, bro. Them boys at it again. He says, Jessica Abra, a district attorney found dead who persecuted a criminal who was giving multiple Israelis legal entry to the United States. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that, too. That's wild, man. Let me look here, make sure I didn't miss any of you guys. Chicago Council Club Thriving, shout out to you guys. Josie says, Angie put vinegar in a bowl and heat it up in the microwave until it boils. Leave it in there for a few hours. It should get rid of the smell.
Put vinegar in a bowl and heat it up in the microwave until it boils.
Leave it in there for a few hours. It should get rid of the smell. I think that's for the microwave smell.
Yeah, I guess. I'll try.
All right.
We don't have vinegar, so I'll have to.
Yeah, we can get some from the store. W, America's Worst Chef Myron. Another reason women need to cook, bro. I know, man. L, Chef Myron. Niggas was about to cook, burn his kitchen like Charizard. Now Angie got to clean it. Bro, I didn't even cook, man. I just put some food in the microwave and I put it there too long.
Hold on.
I didn't even cook. What the freak? What language is this?
I have to say something. That's how bad. That's how bad he is in the kitchen. That he didn't even cook and he burned the whole house.
You know what's funny? Here's the thing. What ended up happening, guys, was I actually was making the event. So I put the food there in the thing, right? I put the food there. I put 2 minutes, but accidentally I guess I put 20 minutes. And I was in here making the event for this Rico case. I was making the event for this Rico case. And I was in here like getting the stream ready, and I just saw smoke. I was like, what the fuck? And I got up and the whole place was smoking, bro. So yeah, not too happy about that, but yeah. Anyway. All right, so here's the transcription. So victim 1 says, I was trying to get you about 20,000. Henley said 30,000. I sold it for 30, the whole thing for 30, and I got to get all the people. Henley, 30,000, because this shit is viral and it's all over the city. Got me into it with my wife and everybody else, and that's the number you told me. Victim 1. But if Wiz don't come, Henley yelling at the victim, nigga, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'll tear that bitch up. It won't be a club there no more. You don't tell me if Wiz don't come, nigga. But Unc, it's what I sold. That's victim 1. Henley says, I wouldn't give a fuck you knew T.I. weren't never coming. And T.I. said he was getting the motherfucking drop. So that's on Vay if he ain't get it. That's on you and Vay. I don't want to hear nothing. You ain't going to use my name all over this motherfucker, and you need to bring me the money now. Victim 1, I'm getting it from Tubbs, and them later on in like 2 to 3 hours. They're going to let me borrow some money. Big U. Matter of fact, I'm going to have my niece and come and get it. Later in the call, Victim 1 and Henley discussed various business details related to booking the event at the club and the revenue Victim 2 was expected to earn from the event. Henley described his expectations for the event and said there were going to be 5,006 O's, or rolling 60s, in this motherfucker that's going to be pulling up. And if we got to tear that motherfucker up, we going to tear it up. So be ready for that. Be ready for that. Bring me my money. The night of December 2nd, 2021, Henley, Robinson, Martin, and countless Big U Enterprise associates showed up at the Deja Vu. Wiz Khalifa, T.I., and other promised guests did not arrive as promised. Victim 1 watched as Robinson... Oh, can you turn that down? They can hear. Okay. Victim 1 watched as Robinson, Martin, and other associates took Victim 2 into a back room and extorted $30,000 from him before returning to the main room to party. Not only had they demanded a flat payment of $30,000, but also 30% of all proceeds from the party that night was advertised going to developing options. God damn, bro. So they took $30K from him and 30% of everything. So here we go. Transportation of individuals in interstate commerce with intent that the individuals engage in prostitution in violation of the Mann Act and racketeering activity. So now we're going to get into the sex trafficking. Like, bro, this guy has done so much shit. We got a murder. We got robbery. We got extortion. We got violence. We got financial fraud. Bro, this is crazy how much this guy has been involved in. In November 2022, Henley paid F-Lash $1,000 to transport 3 women, and this is F-Lash, by the way. F-Lagie, whatever the fuck her name is. Where's she at? This woman right here, Armani F-Lagie. This chick is a part of the sex trafficking ring. Let's see if I can make this shit bigger. Here we go. This is her right here, chat. Second row on the right. So now we're getting into the prostitution and conspiracy. So he paid her $1,000 to transport 3 women from L.A. to Las Vegas to engage in prostitution and other crimes under Nevada law. During the Title III wiretap, the FBI intercepted calls and text messages between Henley and Afuj. Henley is Big U, remember. These communications include a call between Henley... I'm just going to call this bitch Thought. Or, yeah, I can't even pronounce this shit. F-Legie? I'm just going to call her Thought. And an unidentified male when Henley walked about a Vegas trip and told the man on the phone with them that if Fledgy, I'm just going to say Thought, go and make every bitch get naked right there, bitch get naked. Give my brother some head right now and she going to make a bitch break down, go to work, ain't no plan. Following the intercepted communications, the task force interviewed the Thought in June 2023 at her residence. In an interview, although she initially denied her involvement with pimping and pandering, the Thought ultimately admitted to promoting prostitution, noting that she was known for bringing the hoes. She said that she did not consider herself a pimp, but created environments for women to do actions and make money. The Thought told the task force, remember guys, the LAMTVG, this is the task force with FBI, with FBI, LA, Las Vegas, all the different agencies working together, right? She provided Henley with women as long as they were paid. That representation is corroborated by a series of intercepted calls from January 2023 when she said she was bringing 7 women to Henley, and after which Henley talked to the Thought and the Thought recruiter and others about her being upset when they do not get paid right away. According to her, she told her women cash before smash. Bruh.
Bomba.
When investigators confronted her with an intercepted call between her and Henley on November 10th, 2022, which is discussed below, she confirmed receiving a Zelle payment of $1,000 from Big U. She advised that the $1,000 payment was for her to close her food truck, a company. Angie, they can hear you. She advised that the $1,000 payment was for her to close her food truck, accompany him to Las Vegas to cook food and transport the women with her. This is corroborated by the intercepted messages and phone calls. At the end of the trip on November 18, 2022, Henley sent the thought a $500 payment on Zelle. At the interviews, the investigators requested that she meet them the following day at the FBI Los Angeles field office to download the contents of her cell phone. She was advised not to speak with Henley or anyone else about the interview. Okay, so she cooperated. However, subsequent intercepted communication between Henley and others, including her, show that after her interview, she met with Henley and other Big U Enterprise associates to discuss her interaction with law enforcement. Oh shit, she told them. That's why she got indicted, dumbass bitch. Here she is right here. So she ended up getting indicted for telling him about the cops. Those calls started right after the interview, with an associate calling Henley demanding to talk to him immediately about him and Manny. On that call, Henley made sure that the caller kept the thought where she was at so that Henley could meet with her about it. The next day, Big U and her talked on the phone about what happened yesterday, i.e. the day of her interview with the cops, and that and the day she apparently met with Henley. The thought asked Henley if he was okay and complained that they were just trying to paint a picture. The thought did not meet at the FBI field office the day after her interview with the task force, as she had agreed to do, and has not otherwise cooperated with law enforcement since meeting with Henley following her interview. On other later intercepted calls, Henley complained to associates about the task force meeting with her. For example, on June 29, 2023, an associate with Henley asked Henley if he received the photograph of the business card investigators left her 3 days earlier when they interviewed the caller about Henley. So now the police are starting to rein in, and he knows it. And told them they had asked about $95,000 she had deposited in her bank account per Henley's instructions. Unprompted, Henley told her they approached a woman he was having sex with and talked to her about, so he was smashing this chick, F. Flinge, and talked to her about how Henley was trying to buy girls and be a pimp. Henley said he was stressed out and that his lawyer told him to stay off the phone. The next day, on June 30th, 2023, Henley told another caller that investigators had told the thought that she was going to be charged with sex trafficking based on a recording they had of Henley telling one of his partners that the thought can find girls when they want to go out of town. Henley said, basically this Fledge girl, guys, is his connect with the hookers. Henley said, shit, so you gonna get me and say my crime is sending girls some money for sex? Is that my crime? Adult girls too? You hear me? It's not like it's some kids, not like it's a boy. We're talking about grown-ass women. All right, so now we're going to talk about fraud and violation of wire fraud and bank fraud statutes and as racketeering activity. So now we're going to talk about the financial crimes. We got 14,000 of you guys watching, bro. Welcome to the show. Got a lot of you ninjas in here. Hey, Myron, have you, I don't know if you have mentioned, but have you seen the video on X about hidden tunnels in New York them boys are a part of? Yeah, bro, we know that. Okay. Yeah, they can hear you, yeah. Okay. Fraud and violation of federal wire fraud. Okay, so now we're going to get into the fraud that he did with the banks, okay? Economic injury disaster loan program fraud. Through Unique Music, Henley, on behalf of the Big U Enterprise and the entities it controls, also committed fraud intended for COVID-19 pandemic-related disasters. According to the Secretary of State filings for Unique Music, Henley is its CEO. He also controlled the business checking account in the name of Unique Music Entertainment, Inc. with the Bank of America. In 2020, Henley defrauded the SBA of $90,000 loan through the Unique Music account under the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, EIDL program. The SBA administered EIDL to provide low-interest financing to small businesses affected by declared disasters. In or about March 2020, Congress passed the Coronavirus Aid Relief Act, CARES Act, right? Which authorizes SBA to provide EIDL loans up to $2 million to eligible small businesses. To obtain an EIDL loan, a qualifying small business was required to submit a loan application through the SBA's online web portal. And the EIDL loan application was required to provide, basically he lied, right? I'll skip through all this, guys. He basically lied. He said that the business was generating more and more money than it really did. So he falsely represented that the Unique Music had 2019 gross revenues of $500,000 and cost of goods sold of $300,000. The true financial records that were obtained through the course of this investigation show that these representations made by Henley on the application forms were false. Based on the bank records, Unique Music was operating on approximately $5,000 loss in 2019. Specifically, the total amount of money that came in was approximately $30,000, and the total amount of money that went out was approximately $35,000. Nevertheless, Henley claimed that Unique Music was operating at $200,000 profit in 2019. So that's where they got him. He lied. Right? Wire fraud through embezzlement of charitable donations. The investigation in this matter also revealed that Henley had committed wire fraud through embezzling donations to developing options. For the purpose of executing his scheme to fraud, Henley transmitted and caused the transmission of multiple checks and transfers of items by means of wire communication. So guys, wire fraud is very simple, right? If you get money, right, through fraud and it comes into your bank account, you're cooked. Basically, they got you. Wire fraud. And that's what happened because he embezzled $20,000 from a donation from a current NBA All-Star to developing options. And the developing options, you guys know, that was like his charity that he had. But ended up not really being a charity at all. He paid himself a salary from it. Oh, we get some... Hold on, do we get some people donating subs? Shout out to Alta, gifted a subscription. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. All right. So Henley, however, embezzled the entire $20,000 donation by transferring the funds into his personal checking account the day after developing options received the funds from Donor 1. Donor 1 was also heard on intercepted calls asking for confirmation of the charitable contribution. Henley embezzles $14,000 from a donation from Donor 2 to developing options. So you guys can see here, NBA All-Star Donor 1 gave him $20K, and he just took that money and put it into his personal account, which is embezzling. In early 2020, Developing Options received $24,000 from Donor 2, an award-winning music publishing company. JB, president of Donor 2, issued and signed the check dated January 31st, 2020, which declared Developing Options' bank account on February 3rd, 2020. Investigators interviewed Donor 2's custodian of records and CPA and received documentation for the following. JB believed that $24,000 donation would provide football equipment for a local not-for-profit organization and donated $24,000 as a charitable donation on his personal tax returns. Instead, Henley embezzled $14,000 of the donation by transferring the funds into his personal checking account. What a dumbass, bro. They got this boy cooked because they have all these financial records. This is where the IRS comes in, chat, because they got all of his tax records, right? So Henley embezzles $15,000 from a donation. So on November 3rd, 2021, Developing Options deposited $19K donation check from Donor 3, a popular online content platform. At the time, Donor 3 was helping Henley produce the Check-In podcast. The purpose of the payment was a donation to support the Crenshaw Rams youth football program. Donor 3 sent the donation in response to Henley's invoice on Developing Options letterhead, which FBI and IRS CIA agents obtained a copy of, saying Developing Options was going to use the donation to purchase uniforms for the Crenshaw Rams youth football program. Instead, Henley embezzled $15,000 of the donation by transferring the funds to his personal checking account. Bro, nigga's a scumbag, bro. I've confirmed that Donor 3 check from was... So they went ahead. Not only did they get all the records, guys, they went back and talked to the people that donated the money. They got him dead to rights. And all these people are probably going to testify as well, man. Henley embezzles $10,000 from a donation from Donor 4 to Developing. They got 4 donors that he stole money from. So he received $10,000 from Donor 4 intended to support the food program paid for by the Developing Options. The meal program cost $5,000 for food for the restaurant. So basically, so they sent an invoice. Developing Options received $10,000 payment from Donor 4. On March 28th, Henley transferred $10,000 to his bank account. The payment from Donor 4 was meant as a charitable donation and was not intended to be given to Henley personally. Yep. Henley embezzled $19,000 from a donation from Donor 5. Bro, how many donors did he scam? Donor 6? Donor 7? Yo. Yeah, so chat, he scammed 7 donors. $32,000 from here. $36,000 from here. Yeah, he's cooked, bro. This boy's cooked. Bank fraud. In December 2022, Blanton was purportedly working for Developing Options. Blanton is, where is this nigga? Right here, Frederick Blanton, this guy right here. and drawing a salary from developing options. He was then denied a residential mortgage loan because he could not verify a sufficient amount of income to qualify. I've reviewed the financial records showing the denial. Blanton then began working for Hines, a licensed loan officer in Central District of California. Here's Hines right here, Tiffany Hines. She got arrested for this shit. She was a loan officer. Hines then spoke with both Henley and Martin as the CEO and CFO of Developing Options, respectively, on further intercepted calls about fraudulently inflating Blanton's salary temporarily to support his loan application. Bro. On January 13, 2023, Henley and Martin did so by purporting to pay Blanton $6,500 in non-employee compensation, which comes with its own tax form for verification. However, as shown in the calls, Blanton actually paid Henley back the $6,500, so it is not true compensation, just made to look that way to mortgage lender to artificially inflate Blanton's claimed income. So they committed mortgage fraud too. Wow. So bank fraud here. Then Henley's tax crimes. Here comes the IRS. With IRS criminal investigation, I have obtained tax records related to Henley, who had filed Forms 1040 at least 2017 through 2019. Henley was issued Forms W-2 for wages earned from his employment. Henley failed to file Forms 1040 in 2020 and 2021. Henley knew he had the duty to file Forms 1040 as he had done so consecutively for 3 years prior to 2020. Despite knowing he was required to file Forms 1040 as he had done previously, Henley willfully failed to file such forms for years 2020 and 2021. Henley received compensation from Lightbox Entertainment for his work on the docuseries Hip Hop Uncovered, which was released in 2021, as well as other projects. He also received Forms 1099 reflecting income he had earned in 2019, 2020, and 2021. Henley did not report or pay any tax on approximately $80,000, which was reflected on the Form 1099 he received from Lightbox Entertainment, so they basically paid him $80K for the documentary. Henley also did not file tax returns or pay taxes on the income he earned from the docuseries in 2020 and 2021. In 2020 and 2021, Henley received Forms 1089, Lightbox Entertainment of 45 and 69 respectively. Let's see here. So basically all this is, okay. So him embezzling money. Yeah, fucked up tax records. All right. So now, other criminal activity showing how the Big U enterprise operates. In addition to the murder of RW, robbery, extortion, interstate transportation, prostitution, wire fraud, and bank fraud offenses described herein, which they already got a lot of evidence for that, the investigation has revealed additional evidence of other activity that demonstrates that the Big U enterprise constitutes enterprise under 18 U.S.C. 1961. Remember, guys, that's RICO. And that the Big U enterprise threatens and commits violent acts that allow it to operate. For example, intercepted calls include discussions of the Big U enterprise, its association with the Rollin 60s, and issues with the Big U enterprise members or associates include Rollin 60s members, perceived as not behaving properly under the dictates of the Big U enterprise. Additionally, the calls demonstrate the hierarchy of the Big U enterprise, with both Henley's own words showing his leadership and other Big U enterprise members discussing Henley and his leadership of the Big U enterprise. The calls also show Henley's commitment to demanding respect and exacting violence if it is not received, much like with the murder of RW. Further, the following criminal activity informs the fraudulent misrepresentations about the Big U enterprise entities like Developing Options and Unique's music reformations and contracts such as pandemic relief loans. Okay, here we go. Henley coerces a witness to recant statements to law enforcement implicating Big U enterprise associate. All right, let me get some water, chat. We got 15. You got it for me? Okay. I got 15,000 you guys watching right now, guys. Welcome. You guys enjoying this shit, man? Looks like you guys are. Guys, let's get up to 2,500 likes, man. We got 2,400 you guys watching. Thanks, Angie. It's warm in here. So, yeah, guys. Yeah, all right. So do me a favor, my ninjas. Like the video, guys. We've been going now for how long? 6 hours, man. 6 hours. We cooking, chat. We are cooking. We got 15,000 plus you guys watching right now. No view botting either. You guys already know. They're retarded view bot. On December 9, 2022, WM, a former professional football player in the NFL and one of Henley's associates, beat a victim over the head with a bottle at a restaurant in Los Angeles. The assault was captured on video and publicized online. Okay, let's look this up. Trying to find this shit. Who's the NFL player, chat? Chat, who's the NFL player? A former professional. Yeah, guys, who is the player? Who's the player, chat? Can one of you guys give me the player's name? Trying to figure out who the NFL player's name is. Y'all don't know? Let me see here. Maybe it's in here.
This is my last video before I turn myself in.
So this is Eugene Henley Jr. He's known for previously managing music artists like the late Nipsey Hussle. He's an entrepreneur, community activist. Pretty much he wears a lot of different hats. That's why it might come as a huge shocker when the feds named him in a sweeping RICO indictment called Operation Drawdown. I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. Now before we get into this case, I want to tell you about something really exciting at Law and Crime. We're launching a new But according to the feds, while he was playing the role of community peacemaker, really he was an active gang member for the 60s Crips. And not just an active gang member, he ran it. So the investigation was years in the making. According to his complaint back in 2021, an FBI task force launched their investigation into his alleged criminal enterprise and its association with the Rollin 60s Crips. The feds claim Big U's association with the gang has been ongoing since the 80s, where he earned the reputation of being an enforcer. But here's the thing, they claim Big U ran his enterprise separately from the Rolling 60s. For example, the indictment says Big U's enterprise purported control of Los Angeles. Individuals including professional athletes, musicians, and others who came there for business were required to check in. So what does that mean? Well, according to the feds, the check-in included payment to the Big U enterprise as well as requesting permission from Big U himself to conduct certain activities, including acts of violence that were sanctioned by the Big U enterprise. The indictment even points to an appearance Big U made on the Nothing is Something podcast where he stated if you choose not to check in, you suffer the consequences. Another example the indictment points
and we saw that in the thing.
Is the attempted murder of rapper Quando Rondo. You know, the alleged murder for hire plot that has rapper Lil Durk locked up now. According to Big U's indictment, Quando Rondo didn't check in, and as a result, his cousin was killed. Federal agents allege while Big U's enterprise has a history and reputation to control LA through violence, fear, and intimidation, Big U simultaneously attempted to create an air of legitimacy. How? By promoting himself as a reformed gang member who focused on bettering his community.
Which we know was a lie because we read the criminal complaint. He basically was taking loans and embezzling the money. Now we know it was all cap, chat.
Through his nonprofit like Developing Options, and it appears Big U was doing good for his community. It began in 2004, and essentially the organization had a mission to decrease gang activity and empower the kids that lived in LA. But here's a big problem. Federal agents allege he embezzled money meant as a charitable donation and used the nonprofit entities to fraud.
Yeah, well over $100,000 from what we saw, chat.
Fraudulently apply for government assistance and loans. So I gotta mention here, obviously when you're accused of running an enterprise, you probably can't do it alone. Big U isn't the only defendant in this indictment. The feds named Sylvester Robinson, aka Vay, Mark Martin, aka Bearclaw, who according to the Developing Options website is the vice president of the organization. The indictment...
And Bearclaw, guys, is this guy right here. Right here. Mark Anthony. I'm gonna close some of these goddamn tabs.
Also names Tremaine Williams, aka Luce Cannon, Armani Affalage, aka Monty, Frederick Blatton Jr., and Tiffany Hines. So Big U, Vay, and Bearclaw are accused of RICO conspiracy. Luce Cannon is accused of interference with commerce by robbery.
Yeah, this is the guy that we fucking had in the this is the guy that we saw in the videos.
Armani Affalage is accused of transportation of an individual in interstate commerce with
the chick that was the thought.
Intent that individual engage in prostitution. Meanwhile, Frederick Blatton Jr.
How do you pronounce her last name?
Luce Cannon is accused of interference with commerce by robbery. Armani Affalage is accused of transportation of an individual in interstate commerce with intent that that individual engage in prostitution. Meanwhile, Frederick Blanton Jr. and Tiffany Hines are accused of bank fraud. The indictment alleges Big U, Vay, Luce Cannon, and Bearclaw committed and arranged robberies to enrich the Big U enterprise. It alleges Big U, Vay, and Bearclaw extorted individuals in LA for purported protection. It also alleges Big U defrauded various companies, donors, athletes, and celebrities. So another example is Big U is accused of pocketing more than $100,000 in donations to developing options. According to the LA Times, in August of 2019,
and you guys know that was his fake charity for the football and shit like that.
NBA star Draymond Green donated $20,000 to the nonprofit.
Now we know who one of the donators was.
Big U allegedly embezzled that donation by putting it into his personal checking account. Shaq also donated $20,000 to the organization and the Crenshaw Rams youth sports team, but most of that money also went into Big U's personal account. According to FBI Special Agent Andrew Russo, the LA Mayor's office is supposed to oversee the program.
Andrew Russo, as you guys know, is the one that wrote the criminal complaint.
And they should have rejected developing options. Now, why would they reject an organization intended to do good? Well, because each contractor needs to pass a lot of requirements, like background checks, training, approval of employees, stuff like that. But according to Agent Russa, developing options failed to do that. He wrote, quote, based on my review of documents in the course of this investigation, developing options appears to have failed to comply with some or potentially all of those requirements. So that's a lot, right? But Big U is accused of more than just that, like murder and dumping a body in the desert. According to the indictment on January 20th of 2020.
Yep.
A rapper only known as RW recorded a diss record. And who was he dissing? Big U. Referring to Big U as bro, that makes some money. And that unnamed rapper may get shot in the face for thinking that his use of the studio and representation by Unique Music is funny. But the track was eerie given what happened next. Just days later, the rapper was shot in the face. But it's unclear if Big U heard the lyrics before the murder. Federal agents allege Big U was the only one with the motive to murder RW. So what exactly happened? Well, according to witnesses, RW was in Vegas, and who else was there? Big U and Vay. Investigators noted Big U's phone location data and witnesses showed he arrived to Vegas at an Airbnb. On January 24th of 2021, Big U arrived to a studio and RW was there, recording until around midnight. A little after 12:30 a.m., Big U left the studio and his phone stopped reporting his location. About 45 minutes later, surveillance video at the Airbnb showed RW exiting the passenger side of the car and entering the Airbnb. A few minutes later, he left the Airbnb with a suitcase, got back into the car, and left. All of this time, Big U's phone wasn't reporting his data. Likely it was turned off, but then it started again at 2:15 a.m. And here's the thing, RW wasn't seen again. He wasn't even...
And you guys know he admitted this in a Drink Champs that, he admitted in Drink Champs shit that, you know, they catch you with the phones.
Supposed to leave Vegas until the next day, but he never returned to the Airbnb. Instead, his body was found on the side of the road near Interstate 15. Investigators say he died from multiple gunshot wounds. They also noted he wasn't dressed for the weather. Remember, it's late January around this time.
Got 16,000 you ninjas in here, man. Shout out to you guys.
DNA collected from around his ankles pointed to RW being dragged into the desert off the highway. Witnesses told detectives an associate of Big U removed the video recording equipment from the studio a few days after the homicide, including video that would have shown RW and Big U at the studio before he was murdered. And there was probable cause to conclude that the footage from the DVR system would have shown an altercation between Big U and RW on the night of January 24th. And it seems Big U switched up on the rapper's extended family too. The victim's aunt told investigators she confronted Big U about arranging her nephew's trip out to Vegas, which Big U admitted to, according to the indictment. And Big U...
And he stopped talking to them after.
Even called her on a weekly...
Well, I think it's a criminal complaint, but...
...basis prior to the murder. Then stopped after the murder. And after she confronted him, she never heard from him again. Again, this was back in 2021. But remember how I mentioned this was a years-long investigation? By 2023, the feds were conducting a wiretap on Big U. He allegedly ordered witnesses not to speak with police about the murder. Like I mentioned, it's a lot. And when the indictment came down, federal agents claimed Big U went on the run. Then he published a series of videos to Instagram swearing by his innocence.
Well, we know that he's fucking lying because we read that criminal complaint, Chad. This dude is guilty as fuck, man. Bro, if they got you on wiretaps, you're cooked. You're absolutely cooked. And not only that, guys, they got victim one. We read through the criminal complaint. Victim one was there paying him extortion payments on video, on audio, wiretaps, listening to him. They got fucking witnesses. He's done. He's absolutely cooked.
This is my last video before I turn myself in. I'm with my family. I talk to my sons, I talk to everybody, man. I'm just saying, going to deal with this fight, see what it is. I just want y'all to know, all this stuff is quagmire. Shit's all bullcrap.
He's saying it's all bullcrap. See, and this is what criminals do a lot, right? They try to minimize and shit like that. Bro, this dude is guilty as fuck. Me reading this criminal complaint, bro, this nigga's cooked. They got wiretaps, witnesses, informants. consensually monitored meetings, purchase of evidence, POEs, because they gave him, remember guys, they gave victim one money to pay him for extortion fees. This nigga's cooked. Beyond belief. Beyond belief. Bro, he's cooked worse than the food that I burned the other day. Bro, it is over. It is fucking over, bro. I'm telling y'all, man. This nigga's air fried. Air fried. Guys, I don't think I've seen a case more airtight than this in a while.
No, I just need y'all prayer.
And me reading the criminal complaint, bro, here's the scary part, chat. This is just for probable cause. This isn't even all the evidence they got, bro. This is just what they're putting in the criminal complaint. We don't even have everything else. This is just to establish probable cause. They've got more than this, man. This nigga's done. He's getting life, bro. He's getting life. He's getting life.
Yes.
This dude is gonna die in prison, bro.
I need y'all to... I don't even know what to say. I'm on 21 years. I elevated my family. Come back. And sit in here and write and do what I need to do until I can come back home. People are supposed to help me. I hope you help me. If you can't, you don't. Don't worry about it. A lot of stuff y'all hearing is straight trash. And I appreciate the love and I appreciate people who've been helping.
I'll tell you guys right now, for me reading this criminal complaint, it's over, bro. It's over. Title 3?
I don't know. It's hard helping black people and not being hunted for doing it.
Here we go. It's hard helping black people but not being hunted. All right, bro. All right, nigga. The same black people that you extort and beat up and kill.
First Street, it might be to, I don't know if it's to the right or the left.
Reach out to anybody who can help me, y'all.
Shout out to Lightning with 20 gifted subs, bro. Appreciate you, man. Got 16,000 of you guys in here, bro. This is awesome. It's great to see you guys. I'm glad you guys were enjoying the stream.
Hear me?
Have my own family. Appreciate y'all. Go. I'm looking at this video as I come in to turn myself in, and I'm disheartened by the fact that they're trying to say that I stole something from Developing Option, or I used Developing Option as a front. Developing Option paid my bills. They paid my house note. They paid the bills for my family, the money I made from as an employee for Developing Option. I never mixed that with nothing. I didn't manipulate nobody. I didn't steal nothing.
Nigga, they got the bank records, bro. You did mix it. They got the bank records, bro.
We did PPP loans. We did 2 loans. And that's it, just like everybody else did. I didn't use no fraud. I didn't give none of fake names. And one of them we was paying back and one they forgave. You know what I mean? And the other one we attempted for and they didn't give us nothing for it. I filed my taxes and them coming around telling me I was using Developing Option as a cover. Cover for what? None of that's going to be true. None of that's going to be true. The government putting this big picture, they going to arrest 21 dudes. Some dudes I don't even talk to. I don't even know nothing about. So how the hell you going to lump me in with all them? But it's all the big picture, though. It's all the big picture. Now I'm going to be sitting in here. It's going to be years out of my life. You going to get dudes who I don't even talk to.
Guys, the reason why we got so many views right now is Rumble is because not many people stream on Sunday nights. So we are at the front page of Rumble. Yeah, I'll show you guys so you guys know what I'm talking about. See? Right here. We're on the front page on Rumble. If you go to rumble.com, we're right there on the front page. So that's why I think we got so many viewers here right now. So, hey, man. The grind don't stop, man.
What they gonna say? You ruining people's lives. I heard it's over 21 people that's been arrested. It's wrong. It is what it is. Church, let's pray for me. Pray for me, pray for my family. Look,
I didn't do nothing.
What we did, you look at what I did. I've been home 21 years. It ain't over though. That's what it's not.
Oh no, but you don't, bro, it is over. You're cooked, man.
And he had more to say, comparing his case to Young Thug's, but
yeah, Young Thug's case was a state RICO case that was weak and stupid. You have an ironclad federal case where they got you on wiretap.
Alleged music manager Wack 100 is working with the feds.
I'm looking at all these charges on the news. I'm headed back to LA. And then I'm looking at the people they arrested. How you gonna go arrest people that I don't even talk to?
That's a built-in liar right there. You know what I mean? So, is that how they gonna work the case? Everybody know I don't with Cannon. Everybody know I with Bricc Baby. So if you want to arrest certain dudes, and put them next to me, them as a dude.
Has nothing to do. See, this is why criminals are so stupid. They don't get it that, like, even the shit you did before, whether that with you or not, is irrelevant. You guys were all committing crimes in the furtherance of the Big U enterprise and their own 60s.
You gonna have to call themselves turn against me. Well, ain't no turn against me. I ain't going for that. You might as well go get 600 and Wack. These dudes been saying I did all year. So what they're doing is they go on the internet, and these dudes say that I did shit on the internet. Then when you say I did on the internet, they go investigate it. Now you raid my houses, raid my shops, raiding all this stuff. And talking about I'm committing crimes and covering up with developing option. What crimes am I committing to cover up with developing?
You guys said his son plays for the Chargers? Oh, all right. All right, let's keep going through read this shit. So basically, this NFL player hit somebody over the head with a bottle. In an intercepted call on December 23rd, 2022, Henley called the assault victim's relative, JS, and instructed him to go to the lineup, telling him to pick the wrong person. Wow. Then, on... let me... There we go. That's a bit better, right? Then on January 2nd, 2023, on a multi-way telephone call that was also intercepted, Henley said, the young nigga going to say he stole his watch out the bathroom and the former NFL player came to get his watch back and it turned into something else. He's going to apologize for stealing the former NFL player's watch. You know what I'm saying? And he thought it was somebody. He thought it was his watch. Came back to get his watch and it turned into a scuffle. They was only trying to prevent a crime. Case dismissed. Boom. On January 7th, 2023, on another intercepted call, Henley called JS again and told him that the victim needed to take the blame for the incident to avoid criminal charges for the former NFL player. Later that day, the FBI surveilled Henley, and he and JS met with the victim's father. Then on January 9th, 2023, while on an intercepted call with JS, Henley told JS to get the criminal case off them. Henley did not want the fact that the victim was not pressing charges to attribute to Henley and JS. On another intercepted call on January 9th, 2023, Henley told his son that Henley met the man who was suing the former NFL player. The next day, JS called Henley, told him he talked to his lawyer, and that Henley did not have anything to worry about. Henley makes various threats and brags about the violence to further the Big U's enterprise reputation for fear and violence, solidifying its power to extort victims. All right, we got 17,000 you guys in here, man. Shout out to, man, numbers growing. Shout out to you guys, man. Welcome to the stream. So a lot of you guys probably first time here. Welcome to Myron Gaines X, where we do political, cultural, and we also do true crime commentary on here. True crime is on the Sundays, Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. is when we do the political stuff. Keep it based over here. We're not slaves for them boys, a.k.a. the Shekel Squad. All right. There were a number of calls intercepted during the course of the investigation in which Henley bragged about violence that I believe showed the Big U Enterprise's continued intention to intimidate and control members of the community through fear and violence. These include boasts to a victim, but also general recounting to violence, threats, or violent acts that are in line with the Big U Enterprise's modus operandi. In November 2022, in multiple calls, Henley recounted sending someone to Minnesota to collect several $100,000, to which he admits to taking a cut from a current NBA All-Star. This debt is purportedly collected on behalf of someone who Henley refers to as Jew Boy. Okay. November 7th, 2022, in trying to intimidate a car shop owner into agreeing that Henley had paid the full amount of owed, Henley had only actually paid less than half. Henley recounts that he had obviously paid the entire amount because he had just done a robbery and gave all the proceeds to the car shop owner. November 15, 2022, in talking to a former NFL Pro Bowler, Henley stated that he was going to beat the shit out of witness number 2 for starting to start shit in Henley and Wack 100. 11/22, speaking to someone in jail, Henley said he always has 2 blowers on him. Yeah, oy vey, I know. Henley stated he would pay people $50 each to beat somebody up. Speaking to the same person, Henley stated he was going to charge someone in federal prison $6,000 for a phone. Henley was kind of paying people to mess up a store that refused to give him a discount. Henley told someone that they needed to hang OG Crip cuz and that he needed to be disciplined thoroughly for a violation of Crippin'. Boom, there you go. Henley again stated he needed to break Wack 100's jaw. Henley recounted being bigger than any Rollin 60s member, including Nipsey Hussle. Henley stated that if he had an issue with anyone, they would no longer be alive, bro. See, look, it's trying to look cool. Fucking himself up. Fucking himself up. Henley coached DS on how to portray himself to the media, including telling him to wear glasses to claim DS worked for developing options, even though he did not. Look, they just got all this evidence on him capping and ordering shit. Henry Robinson described other threats and violent acts of the Big U enterprise. Bro, they got this guy dead to rights, man. Identification of property or premises to be searched. Okay, and probable cause, the evidence of the various subjects' offenses will be found. So these are the different houses and the probable cause that they have to search each house. We won't go into this one as much because this is like search warrant shit, right? But yeah, this is what they're basically looking for evidence in search warrants. And keep in mind, guys, this is just evidence they have. They haven't even done the search warrants yet before they do this. They're going to find more evidence. And they did find more evidence. Remember, they found 2 kilos of meth. They found 100 fentanyl pills. They found guns. They found money. That's all going to be evidence against them, too. So he's cooked, chat. He's cooked. But we went over the affidavit for the most part, right? 70-plus pages we read through, easily.
Developing option. You know what I'm saying? I ain't committed no crimes. Ain't covered nothing with developing option.
Bro said I didn't commit no crimes. Come on, man.
Crazy. But this how they get you. They get 1 or 2 people to say something. Ain't gonna be no real evidence. Ain't gonna be no real nothing. It's gonna be a repeated thug. It's gonna be a bunch of people in jail for a bunch of different crimes that don't have nothing to do with me. They finna lock all of us up and say it's all around 60s. Watch and see. We just seen it with thug. I'm finna experience the same thing out here. I knew it was coming. Now they on there saying all this stuff to assassinate my character. All right, man, just pray for me. And again,
prayers are gonna work, bro. You cooked.
They can do any one of us. It ain't nobody safe with these dudes. If these dudes feel they want you, how they going around talking about somebody's gonna raid my house before my house get raided? How they there with the police? And y'all sitting there following them. Everybody's a part of it.
Well, we know why. They did a whole part where they did a search warrant. You know what I mean? Of this. So, 106-page affidavit. A bunch of it is probable cause to arrest them, and then they also have all this evidence that so that they can do the search warrant as well. We didn't even bother reading the search warrant shit. He's already cooked on just the probable cause for the criminal case.
100 shows, all them shows, and y'all need to, everybody who following them, promoting them, anything. Y'all wrong. Y'all ain't black. And y'all showing for our people.
Here we go, making a black thing once again.
They can put charges against anybody. So this is gonna probably be my last video. I'm gonna go turn myself in to see what's going on. They talking about I'm a fugitive. So they just raided all my houses. 600 was actually with the police when they raided my house. And he's actually got video and footage of it. So y'all know what y'all dealing with. And I just want to say this to y'all. When they raided my houses and my property, it was asking about Wack. Wack, Luce Cannon, 600, and this internet stuff. All of y'all filed.
Now he's gonna say Wack's a snitch more than likely. We got 17,000 plus of you guys in here, bro. Shout out to you guys, man. Like the video on YouTube. I'm gonna drop the link on if you're watching this on Rumble, I'm gonna drop the YouTube link if you guys don't mind. Just giving a quick like over there, man, would really help the channel. Because we want to grow this bitch on YouTube so that we can bring the people over and grow on Rumble, because honestly, fuck YouTube. But we understand that it is we need to, it's a necessary evil. So I'm going to drop the link right now on Rumble for you guys, Rumble chat. Go over there and like it for me. I really appreciate that, ninjas. We're also live on Rumble. Also my Castle Club guys.
All y'all who be sending shit around the internet, all y'all who be promoting and listening to what these niggas saying, all y'all giving these likes and hidden likes, all y'all supporting this. All y'all guilty of this. If you have something against a black man, you should handle it with a black man in the streets.
Bro, what the fuck?
Wack said 100 times he was gonna take my contracts. He working with the FBI. The FBI went to the city 3 days in a row and told the city they didn't want nobody to give me no more money. They went to all the different celebrities and told all the different...
Well, you were embezzling the money, bro. That's a fact. You were embezzling the money. They have the financial records. Also, guys, I'm going to be at University of Pennsylvania April 7th, man. Come check out. No, I fucking spelled that wrong. But come meet me, guys. I'm going to be at University, Pennsylvania State, PSU, Penn State. April 7th, man. Going to be talking about immigration, probably triggering some liberals. It's going to be a good time, man. Come hang out. And, yeah.
Celebrities don't give me no money, don't help me, don't do nothing for me. They going around scaring and intimidating everybody.
I'll drop the link for you guys in the chat right now. Uncensored America. I'm going to be live streaming it as well on here and Fresh and Fit. Get your tickets, man. It's not expensive. You can get a VIP backstage or dinner, hang out with me and shit like that. These are different ticket prices, guys. If you just want to come general, that's cool. So, yeah, man. Tickets are here. I'll drop this thing. Come meet me, man. April 7th is going to be a good time, guys. Roughly 2 weeks. Here's a link for the tickets, ninjas.
But y'all sending it around getting people in trouble. Like y'all don't understand what the FBI do to black men who try to help their community.
Bro, of course he's going to say that shit.
I ain't been nothing but a help to our community. But I guess it is what it is. This the price of being black and trying to help somebody, trying to help your community and do what you can. You just guilty because somebody else don't like you and they go on the internet and do what the they want to and y'all gonna promote it. It's crazy. But I'm going to go turn myself in though. Because I ain't did nothing. This fact is, man, they done went to my house, kicked my houses in, bust my doors down, bust my windows. They calling my son at his football practice, threatening him. You know what I mean? These dudes tagging him. What kind of is this? But y'all gonna be rolling with these dudes. And I got this last thing to say. Wack said he's gonna destroy developing option, right? So who gonna replace developing option? Which one of you in the 60s gonna call yourself coming in? Because whoever try to come in, y'all the ones that's working with Wack. Believe that. So remove me to get me out the way for somebody else to come in who gonna cooperate.
No accountability, bro.
That's what the play is. That's what the whole play is. I'm out. I'm gonna send y'all videos to put up all of them until they lock me up.
Now, Wack 100 denied that he was working with the feds. As for Big U, federal agents say he did eventually turn himself in. But by that time, they and Bear Claw were already arrested, and 18 other Rolling 60 Crips and associates were federally charged. Big U was ordered to remain behind bars pending a detention hearing in federal court at the end of the month, and no plea has been entered yet. He's expected to be arraigned on April 8th.
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna let him out, bro. There's no way. I'd be shocked.
There's so many allegations laid out in this indictment. Let's bring on Detective Eric Barnes. Eric, it's always great to see you. Now, I do want to mention to our viewers, you don't have involvement in the case, but I got to know, what's your reaction to the indictment against Big U? He's accused of murder, running a mafia-like enterprise, and that's just kind of scratching the surface.
There are so many details to unpack in this indictment. Very well.
Criminal complaint, you retards. God damn, these people are stupid.
Written, very well laid out, and definitely when you read the indictment, it definitely gives you a different picture than, what Big U is displayed over.
Bro, these niggas need to bring me in as the fucking commentator, bro. A lot of these people are fucking idiots, man. Like, real talk, man. Like, if they brought me in as a commentator for Law and Crime or Fox or whatever, bro, I'd be running circles around a lot of these people, bro, because the reality is a lot of these investigators that they bring in, they never really did cases, bro. They never really did cases. And this guy's the detective. He's not federal, so he doesn't understand how the federal system works. It's very different from the state.
For social media and across the media networks.
Yeah, and it feels that way too, especially because it seemed like he was doing so much good. Like he had the youth programs, the food drives, the mentorship. But according to the feds, on the flip side, he was still involved in, the life. What do you make of just kind of this double life that the feds allege that Big U was doing?
Well, it's been seen sometimes that people have a hard time cutting ties with some old friends and maybe even old habits that may drag them back into that lifestyle. Now, what remains to be seen is, how these alleged crimes connect back to other individuals from his community. But I think that there is so many details that you have to. It's definitely worth to look in, and just to say that maybe there's more going on than what he wanted to admit.
Yeah, and one of the things that kind of stands out in the indictment amongst other things is just kind of this fear that he allegedly invoked on people in Los Angeles, like requiring people to check in with him for protection, or even these relationships that he had with celebrities, athletes, and rappers, but then at the same time is accused of embezzling their money, including from big names like Draymond Green and Shaq. But what do you make of just, him using these relationships to kind of prop himself up, but at the same time kind of pull a double side and just kind of allegedly embezzle from them too.
I think, everything is so close knit in the world of entertainment between rap icons and music legends and also sports icons. You hear often that, rappers all want to play sports and professional athletes all want to be rappers. So I think it's all one and the same when you look in, the entertainment world, because, the money that you make gives you access to different types of people. And, some of those individuals, they still have ties to the criminal world.
Got 18,000 of you ninjas watching, man. Shout out to you guys, bro. 16K on Rumble, 2,300 on YouTube. Bro, I ain't fucking view buying. You guys see me the whole time. I'm reading fucking documents and shit like that, man. Like I said, it's the reason why, guys, is because we're on the front page of Rumble right now. So, when you open up Rumble, right? Look, I'll show you ninjas real fast. You open it up, boom, refresh the page. Here we are, 16.1. So we're right there on the front page. So a lot of people are going to see our shit. And I think we just got featured not too long ago, the front page. So
it's going to eventually show itself.
And do you think that he may have pulled the wool over their heads by kind of, acting like their friend, but at the same time allegedly pocketing their money?
The first thing that I thought about when I read the indictment was, they mentioned all these other gang members that he was associated with. And, the entertainment check is not going to be enough to support all of those people. So, I mean, if they're going to be part of the entourage, he has to find a way for them to eat. And for what it sounds like, it was criminal activity.
Yeah, and to, run an alleged Rico enterprise or what the indictment says, the Big U enterprise, obviously you're going to need a lot of people, and a lot of people that you may have known from the old life, a lot of people that you just feel more comfortable kind of, sharing more details of your life to them. But what do you make of just kind of what the feds are alleging as far as just the organization of this alleged enterprise, and just the fact that, a lot of people are also swept up in this indictment too, not just Big U?
In terms of just sheer power, they always say there's strength in numbers. But I think in terms of committing crimes, that also plays against you. There's more eyes, more ears, and more mouths that are involved in the business of whatever Big U enterprise may be. And now when you talk about RICO indictments, that means everybody that's part of the indictment is liable for every single charge that is in that indictment. So if the lower hanging fruit are the guys that had maybe the least amount of criminal culpability, now those guys are in a position where they have to do what's best for themselves.
Yeah, and speaking of that, when you're having an indictment of this sort, it seems like, the feds are going to need witnesses or cooperating witnesses, What are your thoughts on potential informants that may have been, in that organization potentially?
Anytime that a RICO indictment comes up, you have to have information from the inside at some point, and it could come from different sources. It doesn't necessarily have to be.
Well, we know Victim 1 was a huge one in that play. Victim 1 is huge. Yeah, that's going to be like the star witness for the government. Are you traveling solo to Penn State, or Fresh and Angie tag along? I'll probably bring Angie with me.
An informant that's mentioned in an indictment. It could be someone that they've dealt with in the past that's renounced the gang lifestyle, but they definitely have to have someone from the inside or someone that was in the inside at one point to kind of give insight into what was really going on.
Yeah, and I'm sure, when the feds come knocking and they're asking what happened when and where, and you're facing what could be the rest of your life in prison, I feel like it might be easy to understand why it might have been easy for, witnesses to kind of come forth and explain why this happened or what happened when, to kind of piece together more for investigators. But, I can't emphasize enough how this indictment kind of reads like a TV show or a movie, and there's so many allegations in it. But I want to talk to you about the murder of one of the rappers that was signed to Big U's music label. Now, Big U is accused of murdering him seemingly over a diss track. He allegedly took the body out to the desert, disposed of him, then allegedly threatened witnesses not to talk about the rapper's murder. Now, the rapper wasn't named in the indictment. We only know the initials being RW. But what do you make of just, him, and this was back in 2021, but what do you make just of the allegation of the murder in retaliation for this diss track? That, it's just so much that I just can't emphasize enough. It's a lot. But what do you make of it?
Well, murder is one of the predicate offenses that the Department of Justice allows you to use whenever you're indicting someone for RICO. And I think, the murder itself is, the highest charge is the in terms of most civilian eyesight, it's the worst crime that could be committed. And so when you talk about someone losing their life and inside a structure, inside an organization, and the person that is allegedly responsible for it is the top guy, it just goes as to show that this is why these organizations can't exist. You're basically untouchable within that organization because out of fear, no one else wants to be next. And so I think that with indicting so many people, prosecutors probably get more details on that murder if indeed it did occur.
And do you think that's why it took so long? This murder happened back in 2021. Do you think that's why it took so long for the indictment to come down? It's 2025 now. If they had enough back in 2021 or 2022, even 2023, why not, arrest him for murder and then continue to build the Rico case? Why wait until 2025? Is it just so that way all the ducks were in a row for them to bring these charges against him? Is it because they may have feared he may have fled? What are your thoughts on just why it took so long for them to bring about this murder charge too?
I think definitely with cases like this, because they are complex in the nature, someone that's cooperating today may not be cooperating tomorrow. And then as an investigator, you have to go back and prove the information that you get. You have to go back and corroborate it and make sure that someone's not just telling you something because it's in their benefit today. You have to actually go and find facts to support this information. And I think that when you're working on dismantling a close-knit organization, people don't want to talk about those things. One, out of fear that they may be involved and may catch a charge involved with it, but also the repercussions that may take place out in the neighborhood.
Yeah, those repercussions, including the check-in, including, there being consequences if you don't check in. If you believe what the feds are alleging in this allegations, I can understand why, a lot of people may have been fearful of Big U and just what could happen to them as a result of everything. And he's facing a lot of time behind bars now, possibly up to life in prison. But he claims he's innocent. He made those statements in a video as he was turning himself in. What are your thoughts on just, Big U claiming he's innocent, but, this is
He's cooked, bro.
A lot of allegations, and this is from the federal authorities. What are your thoughts?
I watched a press conference, and it seemed that the assistant United States attorney was very passionate and very convicting, in terms of his beliefs about the indictment. So that would lead me to believe from an outside perspective that they have some very solid evidence, enough that, they're willing to disclose so much.
Not even, bro, it's airtight. They got wiretaps. I could tell this guy didn't really read the shit. Bro, it's airtight. As we read through it together, you guys read it with me, it's airtight, bro.
And I was really surprised that Big U went live on his way to jail. I think that at this point, as in most situations, there's nothing he can say across social media that's going to help him fight his case. If anything, I think it gave credence to the fact that, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. And I was surprised by that.
Yeah, me too. And then I thought maybe he just wanted to give.
By the way, guys, also don't forget, man, follow me on X, Rumble, and YouTube, all Myron Gaines X. I'm working on trying to get my Instagram back. We'll see what happens, bro. I got fucking banned. So fucking annoying, dude. We'll see what happens.
Reassurance to the kids that he had helped, along the way too, to maybe put some ease in their minds as far as, the allegations, because it can be kind of scary to think about, like a mentor that you had that you had thought was doing good for you to come up, have these allegations put against them. Maybe it was a way for him to kind of just kind of save face to the kids that he helped mentor along the way. And speaking of that, what do you think will happen to the programs? Because, again, he seemed to have been doing good for the community, to be doing good for the kids in LA. But what do you think is going to happen to the programs that he had helped found in light of these allegations?
That's very interesting. I hope for the kids and the families that are involved. The neighborhoods that a lot of these programs take place in are subject to high crime. There's a lot of violence that takes place in the neighborhood. And so their day-to-day lives deal with being victimized just by some factors in society that we're working on fixing. And when someone steps up from the neighborhood to be a part of the solution, it's just kind of disheartening to hear that potentially, the funds that were given to help people in the community to make lives better could have been used for criminal activity, which results in the community being torn back down and taking several steps backwards. So I hope that wasn't the case, but it's just very disheartening to hear that.
Yeah, it's just completely disheartening because, that's what my mind goes to, is just thinking about these kids and hoping that, programs like this can still exist and hopefully something better will come out of it as well, too. Detective Eric Barnes, I always love having you on and I always appreciate your insight. Thank you so much for being here. Before we sign you off, though, what do you think is going to happen to Big U down the line?
I think Big U is going to go through a series of debriefs with his attorney. And also, I think that depending on the type of evidence that the U.S. Attorney's Office has, I think this case will move pretty fast. It seemed that there were several law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation. There was aspects of money laundering, embezzlement. Also, you have your violent crime. And I believe there were several different types of drugs that were seized in large quantities, firearms. And so I think this case will move pretty fast.
Yeah, and it seems like either way, it's going to be a long road ahead as well, too. Again, Detective Eric Barnes, thank you so much for being here. I always appreciate your insight.
All right, thank you.
And again, Eugene Henley, a.k.a. Big U, hasn't entered a plea yet, but he claims he's innocent. Right now, he remains in federal custody, but his...
All right, so, yeah, man, it's absolutely cooked. He's going to go away for way more than 8 to 10 guys, because keep in mind, it's a murder charge, too. The murder charge is gonna fuck him up. So, all right, what else do we got here? Oh, let's see what these dudes got to say here.
This giant Yellow Beezy news that just dropped.
That's
If
crazy.
there wasn't so much other shit going on, we would be so.
Up the board, they will let him go. The only thing stopping him is him. He goes to board and says, "I'm in fear of my life. Don't let him go."
Well, Charleston said he also told on Bricc Baby too, right? He said he the reason the feds on Bricc Baby.
He capping.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
That's bullshit. He capping.
They got way more shit than that. How are we feeling about this giant Yellow Beezy news that just dropped?
That's crazy.
If there wasn't so much other shit going on, we would be solely focused in on how
But
crazy
you got to
that is.
remember, Yellow Beezy's part of the Rollin 60s.
We got to look out for Jin Lee.
You know, it's like all Rainwater maced him. You seen that, right?
I was there.
Yeah, he maced him up.
I think I seen Yellow Beezy like pop out on. I think it was a joint episode with the.
That's crazy though.
Hey, listen, if there's a murder committed, y'all ain't gonna lie to you, I ain't see Yo Gotti dumb long. And I like, bro, you stay low.
Gotti out the way.
No,
He does the corporate shit. I just seen him at the iHeart Awards or some shit with Glorilla.
I'm not intimating or anything or insinuating anything, but what I'm saying is that you know the police aren't stupid. Like they, when it comes to rap, they're always saying that's the guy who did the hit, but there's a nigga who paid for the hit, or there's a guy who set it up. And I think probably Yellow Beezy probably thought that, all right, well, you know, he went down, he was a little slow.
Mastermind said, keep it up with this type of content, bro. Could see you doing this exclusive in the future. No, I'll never just do this exclusively, bro, because this shit gets boring. But I will absolutely be covering cases for you guys all the time. Don't worry. Keep it up with this type of content, bro. Oh, no, got that one already. We got here. No, Neil says, knew of your page from some years ago, but I've recently tuning in more frequently. Really appreciate how you're honest, expose the truth. Keep it up, bro. Maybe one day an event in New Jersey. If it makes sense. If it makes sense. There ain't really much in New Jersey, bro. I'll be honest with you, man. And guys, the best way to donate to the show if you guys want to get involved is definitely MyronGainsX.com. You guys can see right here, the bottom right corner right here. This is it. Best way for sure to get involved in the show, my ninjas. What needs to happen for you to be on the front page of Rumble on a normal day? Time, subs, number of videos? I don't know. That's a good question, bro. At the very least, Europa, T. Feld. Shout out to you, Myron. You said 10K daily. You're close to 20K. Let's have a celebratory night train tonight and surprise a subathon for Rumble. I'm ready to drop some subs. OSS me up. I'll have to plan it out, bro. I don't want to just like do it off the fly. We want to do a subathon. We're gonna have to definitely plan it out, my friend. You think they're gonna make a movie about him in 5 years? They'll probably try. And then also I got to prepare for tomorrow. We got 3 shows tomorrow. I'm gonna do obviously the debrief, Fresh and Fit After Hours, and I think we got I think Steve's gonna come in. Let me double check here. Let me look here. Where am I? What else?
Sloppy, whatever. I'm good.
Bro, whoever that dude is that went to jail.
Let's see what Vlad got to say on this shit. Who, by the way, DJ Vlad, scared to talk to us as well. Consider us racist or whatever. Which is fucking funny. But he'll talk to criminals and murderers and shit. It's crazy, bro.
I guess I'll just start with this question: is that when you did that interview with Big U, were you completely under the impression that he was done with his street life and that he had changed his life? Because I definitely thought that at a certain point, and then at a certain point started to hear things that kind of led me to believe, in particular Luce Cannon coming on here and talking about how he was basically the muscle for Big U, robbing weed dispensaries and strip clubs and whatnot, which ended up being in this indictment. What was your impression doing that Big U interview, and how does the Rico make you feel looking at it?
I mean, I was sad because, you know, I'd heard, you know, stories about Big U, but when I sat down with him, he seemed like a, you know, older guy. You know, he had kids. He was focusing on football, focusing on legitimate businesses, focusing on, you know, gang intervention and so forth. Since that time, me and him have, you know, maintained our relationship. We talk a few times a year. I've never seen anything remotely illegal based on anything I've ever seen or any conversations we've had on or off camera. I was shocked. I was not, like I was in the impression that anything was going on any level. And at the end of the day, he's still innocent until proven guilty. So, you know, remember he made that video before he turned himself in and basically said, yeah, a bunch of this internet shit.
Yeah, he's cooked, bro.
Now got me caught up in this Rico, and, you know, I got to turn myself in. It's fucked up. You know, Bricc Baby has become a regular guest on my show. I just saw him a few days ago at the Beverly Center. Just randomly ran into him.
Wow.
Just randomly ran into him. Like last week. Like, oh shit, what's up? You know, went up, gave him a hug. He had some, you know, some people with him. I was like, oh shit, what's up? I'm sure he had no idea what was about to happen.
Yeah, but I give No Jumper and academics way more respect than Vlad. Like, Vlad is terrified to talk to anybody that's remotely controversial when it comes to racial stuff because he doesn't want to get, like, you know what I mean? Oh, which is fine, right? He did a Tommy said on my interview, he didn't put out for years, bro. This dude is terrified of being called a racist.
No. In a couple of days.
Because he already gets enough heat, him and Adam22, but I don't give a fuck. This dude is terrified.
Oh, yeah, I was fucked up over that, too. The other people in the indictment, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's a federal RICO, right?
Yeah.
Which is ugly. You know, this is just ugly.
Yeah, they're cooked.
It's yeah.
I mean, both these idiots like confessed to crime. Like these two idiots were on interviews, like self-snitching on themselves, like idiots. Don't forget, guys, join in on the event.
Yeah, I don't. You know, TMZ interviewed me earlier today about it. And yeah, man. I mean, I'm not. Me and Big U are cool, and I've always
got 19,000 you guys in here, man. Like the video, bro, on YouTube.
Always maintained that, and you know, we've had multiple conversations about regular business shit. You know, if those conversations were recorded, no problem. Right. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Because there's always
unusual suspects. I think I'm going to do it Wednesday. I got to double check though and confirm.
Always been just regular, you know, straightforward conversations.
And that's how I feel when people are saying like, oh, Adam22 is cooperating or Adam22 is probably working with the feds or whatever. It's like, I would gladly take every conversation that Bricc Baby and I had ever had. Let's say he was wearing a wire.
JB said Vlad is one of them boys. He is one of them boys. He is one of them boys. That's probably another reason too.
And that audio can be released to the world. And sure, there might be a little bit of stuff that would be a little shocking to people, but for the most part, this guy never told me where the bodies were hidden. If that, you know, to use a uncomfortable metaphor or anything, like most of these gangster dudes do not look at me or you as the shoulder to cry on about the worst things that they've ever done in their life, for the most part. That's just not really the kind of conversations that we're typically having with them, in particular. Because
and a lot of people give Adam and Vlad like grief, say that they're culture vultures, whatever. But bro, at the end of the day, these dudes don't have to go and do interviews with them. So they got to take accountability. If you say some dumb shit that gets you indicted later on a DJVlad or No Jumper interview, that's on you. Don't be a dumbass.
Because if you tell Vlad that you killed somebody, Vlad's probably going to tell you that was a bad idea. If you tell Vlad you're thinking about killing somebody, he's probably going to say, like, listen, like, you sure you want to do that? It's probably not a good idea, et cetera. It's like, why would they've got plenty of homies that they could talk to this kind of thing through.
Bro got a man bun with a Versace shirt.
And I just, like, you know, people think that we're maybe a little bit more involved in some of these dudes' lives than we actually are.
I've never been a gang member on any level. I've never wanted to be a Blood or a Crip or anything else like that. I've always kept these relationships business or just friendly. You know what I mean? Like, I used to always, you know, I like telling the story because me and Wack were beefing for like 10 years, right? Not beefing, acting like we're trying to get at each other, but I knew that me and Wack didn't like each other. We were both aware of this. I was aware that if I ran into him, that something might happen. So my security was always aware of this. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Very menacing looking security, just so you guys know.
But saying that, like, for example, I never went to Big U and said, hey, I got this problem with a street guy. Can you handle it for me?
Right.
I'm like, I'll handle it myself.
Right.
Because I know that if I go to a Big U or if I go to a Bricc Baby or if I go to a Wack 100 or I go to anyone who has some sort of affiliation on some level, and now I want them to handle problems like that, then now that relationship changes.
You're wrapped up in some shit that is uncomfortable.
Shit. Yeah, that now it's not a straightforward relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I've always
bring problems to yourself.
Said, and I feel like that's where a lot of guys get in trouble, where they have that one friend and they have that friend handle a problem for them because they don't want to handle it themselves, and now you're somehow indebted to that guy, and you never know when they're going to pull out that card and say, okay, now I remember when I did that for you.
I had a little mini version of that where I got into a fight in probably 2017 or 2018, and there was an older gangster that was there, just happened to be around, and he said to me, like, right as the fight was getting broken up, he said, like, you want me to whoop this fool's ass? And I was like, do whatever. I might have just said, like, sure. And he punched the fool in the face right there and then. Immediately, it became clear to me that this guy felt like there was now a debt that had to be repaid. Really? But he wasn't looking for, like, a financial thing or whatever. And we ended up making it cool by, like, me helping one of his artists out with doing a little bit of content or whatever like that. But I realized, and I'm glad that I got, like, a small taste of why that's a situation that you want to avoid. Because once you have that hanging over your head, I mean, these are guys who don't really play by the rules. And you've officially, you know, granted, could I have gone to the cops or the feds or whatever and explained that situation? And would they have basically probably done something about it? I mean, shit, maybe. But I realized then and there that, like, you have no reason as a non-gangster to be going to any kind of gangster, even if they just happen to be around and asking for favors. Because you don't really want to owe favors to people who operate outside of the law.
Well, yeah, I mean, part of the indictment, and I have no idea whether it's true or not, but what the feds are alleging was that, you know, they're saying that NBA players were playing Big U, like, you know,
hundreds of thousands,
check-in money, and then there was a whole thing about Adrien Broner robbing some dudes at a dice game.
And Shaq allegedly moved out of LA, at least in part because he was sick of dealing with gangster bullshit, which I think when he said that back in the day, people were a little confused. Like, why would Shaq in any way be beholden to gangster interests? Now you kind of...
Now, and this goes back to what I've told you guys before, like, LA is run by gangs. I don't blame Shaq for getting the fuck up out of there because everything is run by gang politics, bro. You can't move through the city properly. You can't do what you want to do. Like, you're going to get extorted. They're going to try to get you to check in, all this fucking bullshit, man. It's annoying. This is why when I'm in LA, guys, I go in and I get out because I don't want to deal with that bullshit, man.
See what that might look like.
I don't know whether any of that is true, honestly, but it's sort of like if I was an NBA.
No, it's very true. If you're black, if you're a nigga, bro, yes, they're going to try to tax you. It's not the same for Vlad and Adam22 and shit like that. They're white. It's different. When you're colored, they're coming after you, bro. I'm telling you.
Like, I'd be damned if I'd be paying anybody protection money in LA. Like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense.
No, but what if they have something on you? What if they have, I don't know, some kind of involvement, something you did that basically makes it so you can't go to the cops, or you having a wall of security around you when you're out and about isn't necessarily going to do the trick. I feel like, you know, these guys are shiesty. They figure out how they can actually get to you, and they're willing to do whatever they got to do to be able to make.
Of course, this is why they extort other criminals, because the criminals can't go to the cops.
Make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Vanilla Ice story.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Where, you know, and I went into detail with him when I first interviewed him. He said Suge would just pop up when he was like in LA, like in Benihana. He would sit down at his table, start eating his food, like literally. And then like one day he went back to his hotel room and Suge and a bunch of
update on the K-Flock case. Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Guys were in the hotel room, you know, and I think like Suge like grabbed the gun from a security and like smacked him or something, and it was just like, okay, this is the type of shit that was being done back in the day. I just don't think you can really get away with that kind of stuff these days because there's so many cameras. And at the point that you, and here's the thing, and it doesn't always work. Like I remember, you know, there's a story about when Death Row was first coming together, they were at Solar Record Studios. They were working out of there. And, you know, Harry O was the alleged financer of Death Row. So there was a phone, like an actual like corded phone in the studio that was only to be used for when Harry O called from prison. So no one else was allowed to use his phone because it was a very important phone, you know, in the studio. And these two producers were on the phone. And I guess they're like, yo, man, Suge gonna get mad. He'd be like, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna finish my phone call. Suge, I guess, pistol whipped him and stripped him and said, you know, you guys better not call the police. They went outside and called the police.
Yeah.
And then if you think about it, that arrest, you know, them pressing charges.
All right, let's see what else we got on Big U. Then we're going to close this thing out, guys, here in a little bit. Biggest news of Big U. Let's see. We watched this. We read the criminal complaint. Big U in court. Showed that already. Let's see here. Big U victim? This comes from Poetic Flocka.
So rapper SKG did 2 interviews about Big U. An old interview that's currently resurfacing with Tasha K and a
LMAO, that's the only thing FBS can complain about is getting taxed because of the race. You know it, bro.
new interview with TMZ that released yesterday. Both interviews are dynamic and we learned a lot. And she put a lot of accusations on Big U. We'll discuss the Tasha K interview first. Now, after this Tasha K interview, it went viral. A lot of people was looking at Big U a certain way. Now, after the interview, a few months went by and Big U and SKG actually had an altercation and a run-in in LA. And that run-in led to SKG getting arrested.
That's in the movie. That's in the movie.
Yeah.
First of all, real quick, how did you even get affiliated with gang culture? I know it's kind of like LA's culture, but like, you know, what age did you join a gang?
So I come from a generational family of gang members. Cheers.
Yeah, bro. It's a big problem in LA, man. It's literally like you can't escape this shit, man.
My brother was from 6-0. My uncle was from 6-0. My grandmother lived in the 60s all her life. So it was just kind of like a generational thing. You know, wherever your grandmother lived, that's basically where you're from.
She grew up with Nipsey, loved Nipsey. Her and Nipsey was really close and really cool. She even played a role in Nipsey Hussle's career in helping him out in terms of the logistics, in terms of, you know, certain things like, you know, the administration process. But her and Nipsey relationship took a hit. And the person who put a rift between her and Nipsey Hussle was Big U.
You know, you and I have had some past conversations. You know Nipsey, y'all grew up around the same area?
Yeah, me and Nipsey were from the same area.
Did you guys ever like build a relationship? How was that?
Yeah, so Nipsey came around me in like 07, 08 when he was first coming out, and he was working his projects, his mixtapes and albums and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I was working at a radio station in LA called 93.5 K-Day, and I was working under Roy Laughlin and a guy named Michael Durbin. So me and Nipsey being from the same neighborhood, I wanted to help him. So I had him come up to the radio station and talk the owners into playing his music on the radio. And
okay, so it was all positive.
No, you know, Nipsey, if it would have just been me and Nipsey without outside influences, it would have stayed positive.
Here's where things went left. So she's from 60, so she has a relationship with Nipsey and Big U, more so with Nipsey. But she has a corporate job at the time. And I've seen this happen way too many times, where somebody who's from the streets, from a particular environment, they get a corporate job and they try to bring that environment inside their corporate job. And that is essentially what effed her over. So she's having a corporate job. She's high up in an organization within LA. Now, that organization wants to do something for the city of LA. So she brings in Nipsey Hussle and Big U to help with that. But then things go...
Bro, these pre-recorded videos be lit, huh? You don't see no stuttering from Flacco.
Go horribly wrong. But it went horribly wrong in a fashion that you would expect if you read the Big U racketeering charge.
So what happened, I guess, between you and Nipsey that caused, I guess, your relationship to go from a positive one to you pushing this music to a negative one?
So Nipsey at the time was working with Big U. And so we were all working together. And I bought Big U and Nipsey and everybody up to K-Day. Like I said, I was on a salary job, so I was in charge of large accounts. I was in charge of putting large projects together.
Okay.
And I put this event together called the Dream House. And what the Dream House is, little kids will write down, when I grow up, I dream to be
this chick is definitely 200 plus pounds.
a firefighter. And then we put their dreams all over the walls of the house, and we was going to turn it into a community center. So we had Albertsons agree to put up $250,000.
This story is heartbreaking. My heart goes out to her. But we still got to be real here and hold people accountable. She has to take responsibility. She has to take culpability, bro. Because get this, her corporate job is going to put her in charge of a $250,000 project. Somebody else, a part of corporate, is going to match the $250,000. So it's a $500,000 project that she's in charge of. And the first thing she thought of when she was given a $500,000 project was to bring somebody from her hood, bring them in on the project and give them the money to run the project. And that person she thought of was Big U. More specifically, she wanted to assign the $500,000 project to Big U's company Development Option. This is the same company that the feds called an absolute scam in the RICO. This is the same company that the feds, according to the paperwork, not Flacco, the paperwork, the police said that Big U transferred money all the time from Development Options to his personal account. The feds even alleged that when Big U got a $100,000 donation from NBA players in 2019, that entire $100,000 went to Big U's personal account. So, according to the feds, not Flacco, bro. Hey, don't blame me, okay? So, this...
And we saw that he embezzled it, chat. We saw that he embezzled it.
Company. It's the company she wanted to risk her corporate job for and give $500,000 to.
So my boss, Roy Laughlin, at the time was showing me how to structure everything because he was going to match money. I bought in Nipsey, I bought in Big U to be a part of the project, and Big U was having his organization at the time. So I told them that, you know, we were going to put the money first into Big U's organization.
Hey. I'm laughing because I'm thinking back. I'm just imagining like what was going through the minds of like Big U. Bro, a $500,000 lick like that just coming in your hands is too easy, man. Man, listen, man, that would have probably fed the streets for like a decade, man. Right? Get all the Gucci belts, Mary denims off. Bro, the hood would have had a ball with that $500,000, man. But fortunately for her, in her position and her employment, she's seen the light. Before she could transfer over the $500,000 to Development Options, she's seen the light and wanted to change her plans. But if you read the RICO, trying to take $500,000 or $250,000 out of Big U's hand is not an easy task, all right? But so she wanted to change plans, but Big U didn't go down without a fight. And that led to Big U actually coming to her job and embarrassing her and raising hell.
Throughout that, me and Big U started getting into it. You know, we started having conflicts. We decided in the middle of the conflicts that we wasn't going to work together anymore. Okay. So with that being said, I was moving that money to another organization. When he found out I was moving the money to another organization, he came into the meeting that I had at my job and disrupted the whole meeting, threatened me in the meeting, disrespected me in the meeting.
Of course.
When he did that, my colleagues, this is a corporate establishment. It's not a hood environment. It's not a trap house. This is my job, my salary job, and I brought you to the table. But you're coming in here and you're trying to bogart and knock me out the way when I brought you in.
That's the frustrating part about all of this. You can acknowledge it's a corporate environment. It's not an environment for the homies, the partners, the brothers, the cousins. This is not that. This is an environment to work with very serious people. And you thought it was a good idea to involve your gang member homies with a corporate project worth up to $500,000. Now, I don't know if you just had, like, you just the most optimistic person in the world and had the best faith, but I feel like Ray Charles could have probably seen that this was going to end very badly.
So within the meeting, he did all that, and I closed out the meeting, and my colleagues rode with me, and he seen that. So I didn't talk to him anymore. A couple of days passed, or not even a couple of days, like a week passed, and Nipsey's calling me. He's like, sis, where you at? Where you at, sis? I need the posters. I wasn't going over to the neighborhood, to the 6Os, because I was really busy, and I'm like, Nip, I'm going to come, but I can't come right now.
Punisher says, is there any reason why you and Fresh don't talk about your Rumble deal as far as pay goes? Obviously, this isn't anyone's business but yours, but I just noticed other streamers are more open about it. Yeah, bro, because you're not supposed to discuss it, bro. You're not supposed to, that's a part of the agreement. It's part of the agreement. Not supposed to discuss it, bro. And I'm already transparent with you guys enough about my real estate and all that other shit, so. Bad, bro. Not supposed to discuss it.
He has Slauson T's shop on Slauson and Crenshaw at the time, so he's like, all right, I need the posters.
This is where things go really dark and get really bad. So I do have to give a disclaimer because Nipsey is no longer here with us. She would claim that Nipsey Hussle have always denied that he had any play in any wrongdoing that was ever done to her. So Nipsey Hussle has always denied the accusation that he was involved or he was a culprit with Big U. So I want to put that out there before we continue the story. SKG would make the claim that Nipsey Hussle and Big U were in cahoots, and Nipsey Hussle lured her to Slauson T's. And when she got to Slauson T's, she had a very eerie and bad feeling about her being there almost from the very beginning. And when she got there, Nipsey was there and Nipsey homies Fat was there. And then almost instantly, her routine visit to Slauson T's turned really, really, really bad.
This went on for probably like 5 days. So this one particular day, he called me. He was like, sis, come through. But he was very persistent. But I'm thinking it's just for the posters. So I pull up, walk in. Him and Fats is behind the counter. And I'm like, what's up, bro? And I'm talking to him. And as I'm talking to him, I get this eerie feeling. And then I hear a slam, clack, clack. And I realized I was set up. And so...
What do you mean a slam, clack, clack?
The door slammed.
Okay.
Uh-huh. And when I turned around, Big U was there and another guy, and he just slapped.
Well, we just hit 20K, and then just shout out to you guys, man. I don't know how, but we did it. We're on the front page of Rumble. I think that's a big part of it, because we got put in the picks thing.
Slapped me. And
Big U slapped her? Goddamn.
I grabbed my face, and I'm like, what you slapped me for? And he was like, gonna embarrass me in the meeting. And then he just jumped on me. And
this is especially disturbing to even listen to and hear. Now, Big U was never charged for this, but when you hear this story, man, and you watch her reaction,
I believe it. He's a violent nigga, bro. I believe it.
Action as she describes it and she talks about it, it's like she still relives it. Like you can see the trauma on her face. Now, this story is like especially disturbing due to the circumstances. She was pregnant at the time. She was at her job. This wasn't a situation where her and Big U was at the job and she undermined him. No, like this was her job. This was her project. She wanted to bring certain people in. It didn't work out. She wanted to transfer it to keep her job in. And in an attempt to do the right thing, this happened to her. This is just disturbing.
And I looked at Nipsey and him and Fast just put their head down. And I just was like, you set me up, like I trusted you. And you set me up, had me walk into this spot for this man to beat on me. And I'm pregnant. I get
How far?
mad. I'm sorry. I don't even want to. I get so mad about this, Sasha. I get very upset.
Yeah, I believe it 1,000%. I mean, this nigga was killing people and doing all kinds of shit, bro.
Hey, Jasmine, can you bring some shit, please?
Kill that nigga for this, because I get so upset.
Yeah, bro, if I was the FBI agent, I'm definitely bringing her in for an interview.
So Big U.
They probably already talked to her at this point. Guaranteed.
Who's currently on the internet now, beefing with Wack 100. Beat you while you were pregnant?
And so...
How far along were you?
At the time, I was like going on 4 months.
Hold on. Thank you. There we go. There we go.
I get so mad about it.
And you said you believe... Thank you. Huh? Okay, gotcha.
So,
and you said you believe that Nipsey set you up?
When I looked at him and they dropped their head, I knew. It's like, bro, you called me, you walked me in inside. Like, you knew this was going to happen to me. And you trying to act like it was the posters, you knew. So he beating on me. He hit me all in my face. I'm grabbing my stomach. And he just like, nigga, he hit me in my face. And then he pick up the phone. He like, she about to get DP. This about to get DP. Called a homegirl to
This stupid ass nigga in the chest says, but where's the proof, Myron? Stop believing everything, bro. Hey, you dumbass nigga. Do you not see that he fucking killed somebody in Las Vegas? You don't think he'll smack the shit out of a bitch for 500K? You dumbass nigga. Did you not read the criminal complaint with us, you stupid fuck? Some of you guys are idiots, bro. If the dude would kill somebody for talking shit about him in a diss song, or fucking beat the shit out of niggas for 10K, for $1,000, you don't think you're gonna smack the shit out of a bitch for 500K? Dudes are idiots, bro.
DP.
What is DP? I don't know what that
means. DP just means discipline, where they discipline you for doing something that makes the hood look bad or doing something that's apparently breaking the rules. But in this situation, she's at her job. She's got a contract, and it's her job to like pick the best person to manage the contract or pick the best company that can make the kids' dreams come true, because she wants to keep her job. She wants to elevate. She wants to grow in the organization. If she just gives this contract to somebody because they're the homie and the person F the money over, she's going to not only lose her job, but she's never, ever probably going to get another job that good again. So she got disciplined. She got DP'd. She got beat up on because she was trying to elevate in life, which is why a lot of people, man, who are not gang members, bro, we ask, what's the benefit of being in a gang, right? Because it feels like a gang is only a hindrance to you. It feels like a gang is only there to set you back. It feels like an obstacle. And I don't understand why you would volunteer to have an obstacle in your life. Because even when you're in the corporate world, you have to be more loyal to a community more than you are to your job that pays your bills. And when she breaks down, I feel for her, bro. When she truly breaks down, I feel for her. And she would even give other examples of how she would say that Big U played a role in sort of dictating things at her corporate job when it had nothing to do with him, such as opportunities to other people in the city. Like, for example, the game, right? She would claim that Big U stepped in and stopped her from doing something for the game, or, lining something up when her bosses wanted to work with game.
The girls was on their way, and then I just went crazy. I'm like, nigga, you gonna put your hands on me because I want to be something, because I want to amount to something, because you can't bully me, because you can't extort me. Like, nigga, I done watched my mother smoke crack. I done been in these streets going to crack houses with my mama. Like, I've been through so much with y'all, and you gonna put your hands on me for what? Because I moved the money, because you're trying to bully me to my job. This is my job. You wouldn't even have this plug if it wasn't for me. I gave you a plug at my job. I opened up my job door to you. I put you in front of millionaires and billionaires. I wanted to do a radio thing with Game and with his manager at the time, Magic. He stopped that whole play talking about don't let no slob niggas win. So I didn't even do the play with them. Because in my mind, I want to fit in. I want to be a part of something. So if I think I'm a part of a gang and I'm doing what this man say, I'm feeling accepted. Like, okay, I'm going to listen to him. That's manipulation.
Choose it again.
Some of these dudes just don't believe what women say to another level. Yeah, I mean, look, bro, we read through a criminal complaint. We've obviously seen that this guy's a violent fucking criminal. He kills people. He extorts people. He literally enacts acts of violence all the time over way less money. You don't think he's going to smack a chick over $500K? He absolutely will, bro. He absolutely will. Like, we've already seen what type of behavior he has in a criminal complaint, bro. We listened to him on the phone calls.
Gang over your job, your employer?
Not surprised at all. If you was, bro, once you become crooks like this, bro, there's no moral compass, guys. I 100% believe he would smack the shit out of a chick.
It's quite possibly top 2 dumbest thing you could ever do, to be honest, but maybe top 1. Oh, what? Hey, listen, man. Bruh, the set or the person who paid my bills seems like a clear choice. I don't know, right? I don't know. But here's the interesting part. After this interview, SKG and Big U found themselves in the same establishment, and an altercation took place that led to SKG getting arrested.
Did you put your hands on me? Did you put your hands on me?
Never even seen you.
You bully? You's a bully.
I think you're bullying.
Put your hands on me? Niggas a bully. Did you lock me in the spot?
I think you're bullying right now.
No, did you lock me in the spot?
I think you. Can you call the police?
Yeah, call the police. Call them in. So I can press charges for what you did to me.
You see that?
Yeah. Did you lock me in the spot?
We don't like inside the hotel.
Did you put your hands on me? Did you try to blackball me?
I think you're mentally
ill.
See, it's not like she ain't on some bullshit too, though.
Did you? You bully?
Did you just throw something at me?
Did you bully?
Did you see that?
Nigga, if I have my work, I'll blow your ass back.
Man, fucking loud ass ratchet chicks, man.
Bully? Did you ever let me lose my baby? Did you put your hands on me?
Yeah, I definitely believe that he smacked the shit out of her, because look at her, bro. She loud. He definitely smacked the shit out of her, bro.
Bully. Call the police. You bully ass nigga.
That nigga definitely smacked the shit out of this bitch. Look at her, bro.
Did you put your hands on me? This nigga's a woman beater. Big U,
That nigga probably hit her with the punch. Yeah, bro.
She ultimately got arrested for throwing that water bottle at him. Now, it looks like she got the last laugh, though, right? She's getting her get back. Because while Big U is currently locked up, SKG did an interview with TMZ. And during the interview with TMZ, of course, she said Big U is guilty, but she also expounded on a couple more things that she believed Big U did that he's not being charged with.
Big U is facing a lot of serious charges right
Bro, she's at least 250.
now. I mean, you've spoken out about him in the past. I mean, do you think there's any truth to these allegations?
All the allegations are true, yeah. He's just a monster. He's a bully, and he deserves to be in jail. He should have been in jail a long time ago.
I know one of the allegations against him is murder. I mean, You think that one's true then?
I don't understand why the family would lie. The family reached out to me and I did speak with the family, and it's a sad situation because we're talking about a child. This was a child. Big U is a 60-year-old grown man. And you have two different type of people in this world. You have people that are screaming free a 60-year-old gangbanger, and then you have people that want justice for an innocent child. And you need to figure out what type of person you are. I know the allegations are true, you know, but they say you're innocent until proven guilty, but in my opinion, he's guilty of everything.
She will then say that she believes Big U is responsible for Nipsey Hussle's death and played a role in it. And she would also say that Big U was extorting the food vendor.
I don't know about that. The whole Nipsey Hussle death, bro, like that was just that was a heated argument between him and some other dude, and basically Nip called the guy a fucking snitch, which is like a death sentence. So yeah, dude came back and shot him.
At the local high school.
Would him, going to jail help you, sleep easier at night? Do you feel like the LA streets are safer now?
Well, as far as me, I'm going to be safe regardless, if you know what I mean.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to be safe regardless because I'm not playing. I'm going to protect myself. But I definitely feel like a lot of people are happy. I've had a lot of people reach out to me, and they're like, we are so happy that he went to jail. I mean, this morning someone reached out to me and told me that he was extorting the food vendors. And I'm like, what? They were like, yes, he was extorting the food vendors at Crenshaw High. And I'm like, God damn, like he just extorted the whole city.
I believe that.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of people are happy.
I know. There's talk about Big U.
When you extort people, you don't just extort one person, bro. You extort everybody.
That he was involved in Nipsey Hussle's death. I mean, have you seen any proof that would confirm that?
For me being over and growing up in that area, I'm going to tell you guys this. He definitely has something to do with that. Wow. And justice for Nipsey. And I know that justice is coming for Nipsey.
I can't tell you what the truth is because I don't know. I wasn't there. But she's believable, though. She's very...
This dude self-snitching. Let's see more.
Talk about Dirk. Talk about the snitch stuff. Talk about something. Dirk, you want me to? Yeah, I want to know.
I snitched on Dirk because that inside me the OTM.
Come on,
listen, bro.
This streets are plugged. We got to plug the streets in.
What the fuck?
I'm plugging them in.
Talk about Dirk. Talk about
nigga. What the hell? Well, that's cooked.
Go gang members with ties to Lil Durk, OTM.
What was that? Are you an aide now? Soon. I'm gonna end the stream here in a second.
Have accused of being hired to unalive Quando Rondo in the LA incidents where Lil Pop was unalive. Suspect faced the death penalty if convicted. He said indictment alleged that flights and rental cars were paid with credit cards linked to OTF.
But was this an attempted hit or
Well,
something?
can't say that no more.
Then they put you as
Why? God damn.
Oh yeah, because of your face. Wait, no. Like who died?
You can't say that no more.
Oh, because of FBG Cash?
Flacco talking about
Oh, who?
Federal charges in California.
Nah, because Lil Pop.
So this
Bro. Niggas are retarded, bro.
Custer low. Listen.
Oh boy.
At the end of the day, we're gonna talk about you being a CI. We're gonna break through all that.
CRIP?
Hey, no.
You ever see a nigga get caught with a grenade and stay on the street?
Who? Oh man, look. I got
a terrorist?
I
mean, you ain't got nothing on me. I got handcuffs on me.
Custer low. Listen.
Oh boy.
At the end of the day, we're gonna talk.
Bro. Yeah, bro, these niggas, man.
Keep running into your mama feet. I keep telling you to come this way. Hey, bud. Man, this shit's still bigger than your shit, nephew. I ain't gonna lie to you. You must be looking from the wrong angle, nephew. On the hood, these motherfuckers still go crazy.
Bro. These hood niggas, man, they're the worst, bro. They really are the worst, man. These dudes be fucking their lives up doing dumb shit, bro. Well, anyway, guys, I think that's going to do it, man. We've been on for 7.5 hours. We've been on for 7.5 hours now. I am super fucking tired, man. I haven't eaten yet. So I'm going to get some food, man. We're going to stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll cover the yellow, whatever the fuck it's called, that bullshit. And I'll also cover the K-Flock stuff. J Melissa says, holy Miss Piggy. Yeah, bro, she big as hell, I know. Just popped in a shout out to you, bro, for the long stream. Coming from the hood, bitches will definitely get slapped, no questions asked. Bro, I know they do. Because Vlad is one of them boys, I know. Carter Man says, should have been taxing the real ops like Ethan Decline, dumbass. Bro, that would have been hilarious. Would you go back to Mar-a-Lago if General Flynn had another event? Sure. Rich. Some of these dudes just take, yeah, I know, bro. Yeah, nigga definitely smack them, bro. He 500K, nigga. 100% he smacked the shit out that chick. She was talking shit too, don't get it twisted. She definitely talked shit back to him. Yeah, 20,000 watching live, bro. Beautiful to see. Love you guys. It seems like you guys really like. You guys like this setup right here? How does this look for screen share? Looks like, I think this is a template I'm going to run every time. Give me ones if y'all like this. Give me twos if you guys like it when it's full screen instead. Give me ones if you guys like it like this, or twos if you guys like it full screen instead. Because with this, I'm able to just like, you know.
They're talking about.
This is basically what it looks like when I watch a video. Or I could full screen it like this.
The irony.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Oh. But, yeah, y'all like it like this? Okay. Yeah, so it's just locked in on one side. So y'all could see you guys could see the chat. You know what I mean? At all times. If I'm watching something. So you guys can see what's going on. Whatever's on right now. What else? Yeah, all kinds of shit, man. But, all right. I see a bunch of ones. Look up 600 Big U before you get off. Why would I look that up, bro? All right, ninjas. I love you guys. I'll be back live tomorrow, 5 p.m. I'm going to be talking about, I'll probably talk K-Flock and some news for you guys. Like the video. Lost Kid says, it's past Sunday. Did you beat up Angie yet? If you're not slacking because you're supposed to do it on Sunday. Oh, I appreciate that, bro. Next time. Yeah, guys, like the video on YouTube. Follow on Rumble as well. I'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. for the debrief. We're going to talk news, maybe K-Flock, maybe Yellow Beezy, whatever it may be. But I kind of want to keep this one on the Crips and Big U. All right, guys. Love you, ninjas. Peace.